Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Are we ready to be on the final little group of chapters for Higurashi? Because I know I am. Also, hello. Anyway, before I say the thing, I want to say, hello, Rocket. Hello, Rocket's grandma. So, I don't know if you guys remember in the last set of chapters last week, which I'm amazed that we finished, like, just last week. But you know how I said that there were some extra chapters after this one that they haven't, put on Steam quite yet? Yeah, they're doing that this week. And I'm just like, I think we're gonna take a break before we get to those, but eventually I'll play at least one of them. But yeah, that is for another time, because we need to play the Zero Escape stuff. Hello, Bailey. How you doing? Yes. Let me get it ready and opened. Because yeah, I just saw the announcement for it like this weekend, and I was like, oh, I see. We were just talking about that. Yeah, I at least want to play one of them, because I think like 2 of the 3 ended up being in anime form as well. And they're kind of just like little extra chapters. But there's one that I have no idea what happens in it, so I want to at least play that one. But again, that'll be for a future time. Maybe like right before Umineko, but I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. Okay, let me get it all moving all right. It's your birthday? Happy birthday, Bailey! I wish I could do something for you in the stream. Let me see. Oh, it's already detected it. How swell! I think I didn't get much sleep, so I might act weird today. But that's okay. Okay. Time to have some good times before we beat up Takano. Festival accompanying chapter. The riddle you have been entrusted with solving now finally becomes unraveled. What must be done to stop the chain? And what will happen in the ultimate end? It's a showdown between the conclusion you reached and the one I reached. There is no difficulty. You should understand that by now. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I, too, am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. I hope I changed it to the original sprites. I think I did. If not, I guess we'll get the fancy sprites. The study was filled with piles of books and papers. In that study, there was a full-figured old man writing something at his desk in utmost concentration. There was also a little girl sorting out papers on the carpet. She almost looked as though she was playing with them, but the serious expression she was wearing made it clear that she wasn't.
Grandpa, I'm done sorting them out.
Thank you. Let's see, what happened?
Look, there are lots of people with the same symptoms. That's way higher than the national average.
That's exactly what I expected. There's an intriguing treatise over here too. I don't think that's how it's pronounced, but I'm gonna pronounce it that way. It discusses psychosurgery and civilization. It also predicts the existence of parasites that inhabit the frontal lobe.
The frontal lobe is what causes emotions.
That's right. Emotions aren't created by the heart. They're just side effects of the chemicals secreted by the organ known as the brain. If parasites capable of acting on that organ did exist and spread to create a colony, then that colony's thoughts would be unified.
So are parasites the cause of the spread of ideology? When ideologies clash, is that because different parasites are competing to expand their habitat?
That, or to expand religion, to expand national borders, or to expand a race. It's hypothesized that our differing cultural communities and their conflict are the result of parasites influencing human thoughts.
That's weird, Grandpa. There are people in other countries who think the same thing as you, Grandpa.
Of course there are. There are countless parasites on this earth, and it's well known that some coexist with their hosts and some control their hosts. We've also discovered plenty of parasites that infect humans. Yet, despite that, we adamantly deny the possibility that parasites could affect humans and control their hosts. Even the hypothesis of such a thing.
Why do you think that is? Humans aren't special in a way.
Because that hypothesis would also mean changing our view to see the spread of ideologies from the perspective of epidemiology. Words. If conflicts in ideology can be resolved through debate, then they're peaceful. But if those conflicts occur epidemically, they become frightening.
And if one were to treat bad thoughts or the spread of culture as an epidemic?
Think about the Black Plague in Europe during the Middle Ages. A vile infectious disease spread. They forced infected people into hospitals and didn't release them until they completely recovered. Some even died in those hospitals. They burned their corpses. They confiscated and burned everything those patients touched for fear the plague infected it. They even suspected families of the infected and forced them into the hospitals.
So they'd hospitalized healthy people over individual ideas?
Replace an idea with a disease. The rest is the same. Patients won't be released until they completely recover. People burn everything that may have been touched by the patient. They force the patient's family to go to the hospital.
People are free to think what they will, right? Thoughts aren't pests.
If an idea was created by parasites, it would be exactly the same as a plague. In other words, any idea is like an incurable epidemic.
So you mean anyone with a different idea is treated like they have a disease? This sounds terrible.
That's right. If we bring this to a logical conclusion, parasites could be responsible for mass murders of people belonging to different races or religions. But this can be seen as justifying genocide. Therefore, talking about parasites in brains has been taboo since the war.
What does taboo mean?
It means something people shouldn't get involved with. That's why nobody researches these things. Nobody even remembers anything about parasites that live in the brain. They assume that parasites which control humans simply don't exist.
That's almost funny. How can they prove something doesn't exist? That's just impossible.
Exactly. Proving that the devil exists is easy. You just have to show him someone. But you can't prove he doesn't exist. You can't show somebody something that doesn't exist. This is a weird conversation.
It's almost as if the parasites in the brain are controlling people so that they can keep their own existence a secret. Me and my grandfather shared a happy laugh together.
Humans are simply another animal in this natural world. We might be on the top of the food chain, but it's foolish to think that we are superior to others. Humans can be controlled by parasites. Just because the existence of such parasites hasn't been proven doesn't mean they don't exist. They exist. I know that they do. I convinced myself that they exist. No one can convince me otherwise.
That's happened before in the scientific world, right?
That's right. Not all scientists are recognized for their work while they're alive. There were many who were ridiculed and couldn't prove their theories to be true.
But, Grandpa, I hope your theory will be recognized before you die. Otherwise, it would be so sad.
Why do you think Takano's messed up, right? Because she was told all of this by her crazy grandpa. He just convinced himself of this, and he was like, I'm gonna convince somebody else so that way I'm not crazy. Don't worry. God doesn't ignore people who work hard. Hard work always pays off in the end.
But when will that happen?
Nobody knows when God is going to descend from heaven, just like you never know when you'll be robbed. So we always have to be alert and ready so that we don't miss our chance. That was something my grandfather said all the time. Nobody knows when our efforts will bear fruit. But it will happen one day. That's when you must always work hard so you have no regrets when the time comes. Your efforts will bear fruit someday. That's what he meant.
But is it going to happen before you die? Even though there are so many scientists whose work weren't recognized while they were alive?
That was such a cruel thing to say. But I didn't mean to be cruel. I had seen how hard my grandfather had been working, and I also knew he wouldn't live forever. I just wanted his work to gain recognition before he died. Do you know of the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Yeah. He was crucified and resurrected after 3 days. You told me about it.
How do you think Jesus was resurrected?
Didn't he just get up as if he was waking up in the morning?
He was buried after his execution, so his body was in the ground.
Did he break open the tombstone and crawl out like a zombie? Gah!
No. That wouldn't be called a resurrection. The sinners who killed Jesus imagined exactly the same thing. Jesus predicted just before he was executed that he would come back to life after 3 days. The sinners buried Jesus, sealed his tomb, and posted guards to watch over it. But what Jesus wasn't that he would resurrect physically. He meant his teachings would be resurrected. After 3 days, Jesus' teachings were resurrected, and people regained their belief. The hearts of those who wanted to be shown the proper way revived his teachings. That's what the resurrection of Jesus is all about. He came back to life in the hearts of his believers. Jesus doesn't exist physically on this earth, but he exists in people's hearts. In other words, that's when Jesus became an existence superior to humans. Even if it's after the author's death, as long as his work receives a fair evaluation, it will live again as a great achievement. Even if my body is gone by then, my life will return and receive recognition.
Does that mean you'll become a god, just like Jesus did?
Indeed. My research will be recognized for what it is someday. That's when I will become a god. That's why I'm not in a rush to achieve that recognition. I don't know when that day will come. God doesn't know that either. But the day will come. That's why I need to continue to work as hard as I can. It was very sad to hear my grandfather say that his life would end one day. He wasn't ill, and he didn't only have a few years left to live. But set next to the average lifespan, his remaining years didn't look like much. The only person left in my life was my grandfather, so I didn't even want to consider what it would be like with him alone. Or with him gone, rather. Grandfather must have remembered that I didn't like to talk about that subject. With a tender smile, he gently patted my head. Of course, I want my research to be recognized before I die. I will do my best.
Yep, I'll do my best to help you too.
I purposely didn't mention the before you die part. You know, this game makes him sound very insane, right? It's like the music makes it sound wholesome. I think in the anime it was like posed as pretty wholesome, and it's just like, yep, I'm gonna become a god! Just in a roundabout way. I caught myself before I said it.
Thank you.
Or thank you. That makes me very happy to hear. Grandfather smiled in satisfaction. His research wasn't exactly outrageous. He wasn't trying to uncover the mysteries of the universe. He was only searching for the possibility that parasites could be responsible for human behavior. Nothing more than that, you know, nothing too big. Just parasites in the brain. Nothing outrageous. It really wasn't a wild idea. We even had some leads. Why do people think us parasites are so bad? It's just the parasites with shorter lifespans that would kill you, right? Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, Prefecture. The villagers there are possessed by a powerful homesickness. When they are unable to return, they allegedly behave abnormally, as if they are cursed. Become as God, right? There are also some bizarre rules in place in the village, based on their belief system. When he was working with the military during the war, my grandfather noticed similarities between the people in Hinamizawa and assumed that some kind of existence was responsible for their odd behavior. He'd been researching it ever since then. In the middle of the 20th century, numerous strange diseases were discovered all over Japan, most of them caused by infectious parasites, and people started to pay attention to their forgotten field of study. Grandfather's research was simply one of those investigations into such diseases. Therefore, he believed it would be published among other research and attain recognition soon. But if his research didn't bear fruit before his death, I wanted to continue it. I wanted to continue his research. Grandfather taught me, resurrection isn't something that happens physically. It's when your life's work is appreciated. That's what he meant by resurrection. That's when he'll become a god. Pardon me and my loud water bottle. So when my grandfather dies, he'll still be with me forever. I wouldn't have to be alone ever again. I will always be with my grandpa. Our works will gain recognition, and we will both become gods, gaining eternal peace. I will make my grandfather into a god. I will become a god. Therefore, we will be granted eternity. We'll be together forever and ever. Yes, there's a parasite that you can get cats and rats that hijack your brain. Makes the smell of cat pee smell good for you. Oh no. I know that there's like, oh gosh, there's like the zombie parasite that'll like control ants, and I think it can also get into animals too. I was looking at the key on the keychain. The key was labeled hen house, but the lock Eriko was trying to open didn't belong to that door. It should have opened effortlessly. At least that's what was supposed to happen. But it didn't open. I noticed beads of sweat forming on Eriko's forehead. She was the one who came up with this idea. Eriko was starting to panic. The rest of us started to panic too. This only opens the hen house. Let's stop. Let's go back. Shh. We were supposed to be cleaning out the hen house. If they found us back here, if they found out that we were here and why we were trying to open up the lock to the back door, then all four of us were sure to be sentenced to Splayed Piggy? Splayed Piggy? Don't panic, Eriko. That key opens this lock, right? You already tried it, right? Will you shut up for a minute? This is the right key. It's just hard to open, that's all. She was almost shrieking. Our hearts were pounding loudly. It was as though the sound of our heartbeats was echoing throughout the hallway. And at that point, we heard footsteps that didn't belong to a child. Shush! Somebody's coming! The three of us held our breath, but Eriko didn't hear it. She kept fussing with the lock and the key, as if everything would be okay if she could just open the lock. Cordyceps. Oh. Slayed Piggy. Not familiar with that one, right? Well, it was Splayed Piggy. It's probably similar to the Watanagashi thingy, where you cut open and do the stuff. I don't know. Because the initial thing that pops up in my head is like the limbs being stretched out, and then, yeah. But I don't know if that is or not. Eriko, somebody's coming, be quiet. I know this is the right key. I'm not dreaming. I already tried and it opened. Come on. Why isn't this working? When this lock is open, we can be happy and we can say goodbye to this hell. Eriko, someone's coming.
I don't think they made it.
My father and my mother died. I don't know exactly how old they were. I was too young to remember. They went shopping without me, and that must be why they were punished. It was a train accident. A terrible disaster. A lot of people died in that incident. But maybe my father was one of the lucky ones. He was still alive when he arrived at the hospital, so he was able to share his final words with me. My mother died instantly.
Daddy, 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 Daddy!
I didn't want to admit that this person I could hardly recognize was my father. As I called out to him, I hoped that it was someone else instead. But, unfortunately, it was my father. Maybe I shouldn't have woken him, because when I woke him, he was reminded of the miserable agony that he had forgotten. I'm
not gonna say that again.
Cordyceps is the fungus that takes over. Okay, so that's the one that I was thinking of. He tried to move his right arm so that he could pat my head, but his arm was wrapped in bandages, and his hand was no longer there. I couldn't find his hand anywhere on the bed. I only had scary memories of his right hand. Its main job was to slap me when I did something bad, but I never wished it would be gone. Besides, that hand also patted my head, even though that only happened a few times. It was big. It was a big warm hand and stroked my head very gently. But no matter what good deeds I did, he could no longer rub my head. No. His hand was the least of his worries. He had to go into emergency surgery. The doctors already warned me that the chance of him surviving was very low. That was why I was allowed to see him, regardless of his condition. Not only could he no longer rub my head, he might be gone forever.
Daddy, the surgery will make you better, right? Daddy, you will get better, right? Right?
Listen carefully. Your daddy might not make it. Even if I die, you have to be strong, okay?
No, no! You'll get better! The doctor is going to make you better, so you're not going to die!
He was a stubborn and old-fashioned father. He believed endurance was a virtue, and he never complained about anything. That was why I couldn't believe he actually said he might not make it. I tried desperately to deny his words, but even that wish couldn't prolong his life. My father, knowing his time was limited, tried to tell me some important things, but I interrupted his efforts by crying like a baby. I just wanted him to slap me, just like he used to do every time I cried like a baby, but he would never slap me again. We're screwed if Cordyceps learned how to jump to humans, right? Oh my gosh, that would be the end of the world, I think. Listen well, your mother and I both lost all our family in the war. So, after I'm dead, there won't be anyone left to take care of you. He didn't need to tell me that. My parents used to tell me that all the time, so I was aware of that fact. In other words, my father was the only relative I had left in this entire world. If I die, you can count on Dr. Takano. Dr. Hifumi Takano. Can you say it?
Hifumi Takano.
That's right. Dr. Hifumi Takano. He is my former teacher. He will help you.
Daddy! I'm just gonna say it once!
Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so I wasn't able to hear him. So fun fact, there's a study showing that that in countries with high parasite infection rates have lower rates of injuries or allergies. Oh, interesting. Indeed, parasites are the reason we actually have better resistances. Yay! Because there's like the symbiotic relationships. So you can, the parasite will be like, oh, if my thing gets like sick and dies, I won't have a place to live. So let me help out with that. I was kicked out of the room. I didn't know what to do. Nobody told me how my father was doing or when the surgery was going to start, and nobody told me that was going to be the last conversation I ever had with my father. I think I asked people at the government office about Dr. Takano. They'd asked me if I knew his phone number. I said I didn't. When they didn't ask me anything further, sometimes they told me that they'd look into it, but nothing led to anything. They couldn't find me a guardian, so I ended up going to an orphanage. At the time, there were plenty of orphans from the war, so although there were many orphanages around, they were all full. There were also some orphanages run by civilians. I was sent to one of these civilian orphanages. There was no profit to be had in taking in an orphan in the first place, so I thought, these civilians who are running orphanages must have been very good people. I was sure they'd hoped that the children would grow in this loving environment and entered into society with a great sense of gratitude, but reality isn't so kind. How many children in this world can actually express their gratitude towards their parents in the first place? For some reason, I'm more prone to fungal infections, but I knew every trick in the book to treat them. Oh my gosh. Children are supposed to be nurtured by their parents' love. Therefore, when the environment is destroyed, their hearts are wounded. Every child has his or own personality. Receiving affection doesn't guarantee that a child will be someone angelic. Not everyone's hearts can be healed. That was why there was some problem kids at the orphanage. Maybe I shouldn't call them problem kids, though. The sadness and despair of losing their parents and the anger of having to hide such feelings filled those kids' hearts. Spending time individually with the children could have solved their problems. But at the orphanage where I was, none of the staff members even tried to spend time with them or put in an effort to understand them. All they could do was make sure that the kids followed the rules. Therefore, they could only see the children's emotional pleas for help as problems. In this world, nobody expresses love without expecting something in return. The person who founded that orphanage was expecting something in return as well. He wanted the children to appreciate him. That was why such a faint dream was destroyed by cruel reality. The children called the orphanage a prison, and nobody appreciated the staff at all. In fact, all they did was complain. That made the staff slowly realize that love alone couldn't run a facility like that. Just like how the children called it a prison, the staff started to recognize the facility as a prison too. It was a chain reaction resulting from mistrust on both sides. The staff bound the children with rules so they could suppress problem behavior. There was a framed picture in the founder of the orphanage, but I had never seen him in person. Was he satisfied with the fact that he put his own money into this social service? Or maybe he finally realized his dream of being surrounded by angelic children and being celebrated for what he did was simply that, a dream. I don't know. But there's one thing I'm certain of. Such a dream didn't exist at the orphanage. There were so many rules and several possible standards outlined for us, but the most valued one was silence. Children's chatter tends to increase each other's volume, just like mics drawing closer. And sometimes that leads to fights and the disturbance of order. So children were forbidden from speaking with each other. With those disallowed, they must have thought things would go smoothly. However, I think I always heard people's voices at the orphanage. There were two kinds of voices. One was the staff yelling, and the other was the children crying. We were not allowed to walk around inside the orphanage freely, so we never knew who it was that was crying. One time, along with the crying and yelling, we heard the noise of metallic things being smashed against each other. We knew it was some kind of punishment, but there was no way for us to even imagine what it was. We trembled, pretended we didn't hear anything, and kept working on our assignments. One of the roommates told me that it was casket punishment, but she didn't tell me any further, and I didn't want to know either. Even if we behaved exactly the same way as yesterday, if the staff were in a bad mood, they might pick on us. So, even if I didn't want to know, I might suddenly find out what the casket punishment is one day. The footsteps of a staff member were getting closer. We noticed them, so we straightened our backs and pretended we were studying hard. It was more important that the staff saw us doing so than us actually getting any work done. I noticed the girl next to me was falling asleep, so I poked her with my elbow. She noticed my signal and straightened her back like the other children. It was almost evening.
Hello, Lisa. How you doing?
No, not true. Okay, true. The only thing I want... This was the hardest time for us to keep ourselves awake and the most dangerous time.
To get you caught up, because I don't remember if you were here last chapter, right now it's showing us Takano's past, because in the last chapter, Takano kind of popped some people in the face. The door to our room opened, and a mean-looking man showed up. Then he looked around to make sure none of us were falling asleep. Even if we were actually studying hard, if he thought we were asleep, we were out. That was why we had to make sure we appear to be studying very hard.
I'm gonna buy a plane ticket.
Oh, nice!
Man, everybody's doing a vacation.
I'm gonna actually be going on a trip later, mid-June. The man walked around our desks. I hoped he'd just walk by me. That was what we all prayed, as we kept working on our homework. The more we pretended to study hard, the more we could hear the sound of metal objects. The sound of metal objects crashing into each other, along with screams. We couldn't even imagine what the poor subject at that punishment was going through. Maybe there was something even worse than the casket punishment. To erase such fears, we tried to concentrate even harder on our work. I swear every time I lose cell service, it feels like I got kicked into a pit. No! Man, your darn cell service is bullying. I know sometimes, I know Twitch likes to be really rude with, like, the mobile version. I'm flying out to see my BF in person for the first time in 2 years. Nice! I'm seeing my friend in person for the first time, and I've known her for 2 years. So that's a very interesting parallel. But hope you have fun. Hope it is a fantastic time. We kept working, as the metal sounds and the screams went forever. Ooh, is this the scene of them breaking out? The only time we were allowed to exchange words with our roommates were right after turning the lights off to go to bed. Being located in the middle of the mountains, the orphanage was very quiet at night. After making sure the staff members were far enough from our room, we enjoyed talking amongst ourselves. That was the only leisure time allowed to us. Though it wasn't anything nice like enjoying pleasant conversation. Why? Because we mostly talked about others behind their backs. We spoke of things like that member of staff is only strict or unfair or malicious towards this person, and so on. We just repeated these topics forever until someone couldn't help them keep themselves awake anymore. It's a few months out, but I'm so hyped. Noise! I'm no longer at my grandma's apartment. I'm now in a hotel room that's underground because this hotel was built into a hill. Ooh, yeah, so it's probably the fact that it's underground that's having the service be bad. We even discussed how we could get back at the staff, and then we took revenge on them in our imagination. Some kids even started to cry when talking about it, difficult as it was for us. Although the subjects we spoke of were negative, talking about them was the only way to vent our frustration, and even though we felt despair about tomorrow, we were able to fall asleep. But sometimes a different subject popped up. It was about the Yuri Gaoka House of Love and Mercy on the other side of the river. Yeah, over there, I hear they get not only nap time, but snack time too. Plus, their president is a very nice person. The House of Love and Mercy was a privately run orphanage, just like the one I was at. But it was a very kind facility, unlike ours. It seemed like a fantasy land compared to our current environment. A few years before, when this place was a lot worse, a few children tried to escape. It was hard to believe. There was a time when this orphanage was even worse to live at. Supposedly, 3 or 4 people tried to escape. I don't know the exact number, though. They headed toward the House of Love and Mercy. Their escape was a success. Except for one unlucky child, they were able to get to the property of the House of Love and Mercy. I guess the staff couldn't follow them into the other orphanage's property. In other words, the other facility's property had to be out of their jurisdiction. That was very small. No, normally being underground isn't a problem for me. It's the fact that I'm underground and my phone refuses to connect to the Wi-Fi. The staff were frustrated that kids got away from them, and they dragged the one they caught back here. I'm sure they wanted to bring back the others who got away from them too. I'm certain the staff were determined not to let a single one escape. Ooh, Lisa, you were so close to timing yourself out. Oh no! You're lucky that it wasn't a 1. It was easy to see that determination in the obstinate way they locked the place up after that event. But they were never able to bring back the ones that got away. No matter how much the staff were mortified, they couldn't reclaim the children and punish them. In other words, if you could make it to the House of Love and Mercy, then you could escape the evil clutches of this hell. I'm not lucky. On the other hand, the one they caught went through such misery afterwards, yet the exact details of how he was punished were never passed down. All that remained were ominous phrases left by those who knew him at the time. The drowned ducky, the mashed caterpillar, the splayed piggy. Those all sound like very deadly punishments. I can't even imagine what kind of punishments they were. The only thing I could say is that those punishments were supposed to be far more harsh than the casket punishment, which was the most cruel punishment I knew of the time. Ooh, and that's a 4, so that's not a 2. Man, this D20 is angy today. 13's kind of an average roll. Gotta put this die in dice jail and switch it out for another one. Let's see. The only thing I can say is that those punishments are supposed to be far more harsh than the casket punishment, which was the most cruel punishment I knew of at the time. I can only imagine how horrible those punishments were from their ominous names. Yeah, twice as lucky as Lisa. But yeah, not the best rolls today. After that, the captured kid's wish came true, and he was able to leave the orphanage. Was he able to leave this orphanage safely and enjoy his freedom while breathing in fresh air under the blue sky? Well, according to the rumors, that wasn't what happened at all. I'm almost curious, like, if I roll a 1, if I'll get timed out. Because I noticed if it times out a mod, it unmods them. So I wonder what happens if I roll a 1. Does the stream just end? Oh, do I need to call my beeswax dice story beeswax? Beeswax dice? You gotta tell that. You gotta tell us the story now, Rocket. While he was playing in the boiler room, he slipped and fell, injured his brain, and died. The children were instructed not to go into the boiler room after that incident. Everyone knew the boiler room was always locked. So everyone knew he was killed. And not just that. He was killed after being tortured. He was killed to teach the other children that they would face hell on Earth if they tried to escape. Yet those who faced that risk and made it out obtained ordinary, average lives full of love and mercy's namesake, which were far better conditions than we lived in here. Yes, in high school I had a thing of beeswax dice I'd use for playing D&D. Mm-hmm. I feel like that would melt over time. Maybe the House of Love and Mercy was really heaven. Maybe all the orphanages were pretty much the same. But compared to my orphanage, I bet everything else would have been better. Even if someone escaped successfully, the police would catch him. Then he'd be sent back to the orphanage, which would be pretty much the same as being killed. However, if he could reach the House of Love and Mercy, they'd take him in. They wouldn't send him back. By talking about escaping to the House of Love and Mercy, we were trying to forget how cruel reality was to us. Then one day, the leader of our group, Eriko, said to us quietly, "Would you try to escape, if you had a chance to?" Who didn't want to escape from here? It was a rather foolish question, but that wasn't what she meant. If there was a chance to escape, would you take that chance, knowing that you had to go through if you get caught? That was what she meant. Not one of us could answer immediately. If the previous escape incident was a total success, then we might have thought differently. But after that, the orphanage had tightened up security to prevent runaways. All the doors and windows were locked heavily, and it wouldn't be at all easy to get out. Even if another group escape was planned, the success rate would be very low. 3 escaped, and 1 was caught before. Maybe 2 would be caught next time. No, maybe everyone would be. If I could, I'd want to escape. But the House of Love and Mercy is so far away. The bridge is long, too. We'll all be caught before we get there. Besides, we can't even go outside. Everything is locked up. There were locks all over the orphanage. To escape, you need a key for both inside and the outside, and after the lights were turned off, even each section of the hallway was individually locked. Make no mistake, this was a prison. According to the rumors, orphanages receive government funding depending on the number of children they house. So, if anyone escapes, they lose money. Also, if they were to expose the conditions at the orphanage, they would end up being inspected, and things would get complicated for them. That was why they were so inherent on keeping us locked up. Sure, if there were a chance, I would want to escape. But realistically, there's no way we could. Every door is locked. Well, did you know? The hen house in the courtyard uses the same key as the door to the back stairs. Eh? Really? Shh! Eriko shushed us. Sometimes mass-produced locks take the same key. Of course, most places use different types of locks so that this won't happen, but the staff of the orphanage must have overlooked it. So there were 2 locks that used the same key at the orphanage. However, most of us never had a chance to even touch the keys, but there were a few exceptions. One of those was the hen house. Each room group took turns taking care of different chores. If your group was assigned to clean the hen house, you'd have to get the key to it from the teacher's office. You were supposed to return the key immediately after you were done. But while taking care of the hen house, the door was in the children's hands. While the staff would occasionally come around to check, they couldn't keep an eye on us forever. The only one and a half times I wasn't DM that I could use a set of beeswax dice, but the whole reason I had was that one dice rolled bad. I would smash the dice and show to make a show of removing the unlucky dice, but it was a moment where I got frustrated and ate some of the dice. But because it was non-toxic, it was totally— oh my gosh! That actually sounds wild! Oh my gosh! That sounds really fun. Just roll a 1 and just, like, break the thing in half. That must have been really satisfying to do. I know I've seen, like, there's one person that I saw that make, like, really squishy silicone die, and I think that would be fun to just, like, take your anger out on, but, you know, you wouldn't be able to tear it, you'd just be like, squish! Eriko-chan, you aren't thinking about using that key, are you? Let's not. It's too dangerous. Of course it's dangerous if there's only one of us, but it's different if we're in a group. Wait, why? Do you know why only one kid was caught but last time they tried to escape? They were desperate, and so to escape as a group, they did something to increase the chance of success. That was why only one of them was caught. What did they do? They scattered as they ran. They dashed in different directions. They waited until the day when there were only a few people working at the orphanage and ran this way and that. And so, although all depended on luck, it would increase the chance of success for sure. On your own, you'd probably have no hope. But if the staff were to chase after other children, then your own chance of escaping successfully would increase. In other words, Eriko was inviting us to escape with her. The more children joined, the more each of our chances would increase. But among us, there were children who tattled to the staff for their own benefit. So she would be very careful about who she talked to. Eriko must have trusted us a lot. Eriko, me, Tomomi, and Kikuko. 4 children. Do any of you want to stay here a day longer? 3 of us shook our heads, but at the same time we couldn't agree to escape with her either. Of course we don't want to stay here a day longer, or even an hour longer. Even if we did exactly the same thing as we did yesterday, we might get yelled at tomorrow. I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand living in fear of what to do and what not to do so I won't be yelled at again. We all feel the same way. We could endure strict rules, but it was almost impossible to endure vague ones. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that the rules depended on the mood of the staff. This is okay. That isn't okay. Such borderline rules changed daily. And if they were to say anything about it, we would be treated horribly for it. I will escape, even if I have to do it alone. Like I said, the more people that join, the better our chance. Think about it. If they find out about this henhouse key trick, they were sure to change the lock on the back door. In other words, we only have one chance. So even if you regret not joining in later, it'll be too late. But... oh, I'm scared. I'm scared too. If we get caught, we'll be killed. Tomomi and Kikuko weren't the only ones who felt afraid. The fear was perfectly understandable, because all of a sudden, the fear of the punishment that would follow had become very realistic. I'm sure Eriko felt the same way too, but her courage was suppressing her fear. And because of that, she shared her idea with us. So, do you plan to stay here forever? No way! I know you're scared, but this is the only chance we have. We have to be brave just this once. What about you, Miyoko? Don't you want to go out? Why don't you want to go with me? Unlike Tomomi and Kikuko, I wasn't trembling that much. Of course, I was scared in my own way, but compared to the other 2, I must have appeared rather calm.
It was really fun, but there were some other moments where I broke 2 tables. One I punched through and another I kicked, but there were prop tables from drama prop group that I swapped out with real tables just to put a little show on for my group. Nice. I don't remember if our drama class had like prop tables that weren't actual tables. I think they were just regular tables, sadly. Can we really escape? Of course, Ediko couldn't guarantee your success, but I had to ask her anyway. There's no guarantee, but if you join me, I'll have a better chance of escaping than trying to run on my own. Of course, the same goes for you too. Ediko gave a calculated reason, but I'm sure she just wanted a friend to agree with her. That was probably more important to her than increasing her chances to escape. Tomomi, Kikuko, if you're too scared, then I won't force you. Miyoko and I will escape ourselves. 2 is enough. Well... Ediko rushed the 2 to make up their minds. It almost looked cold, but that was her way of mustering their courage. Because it was very possible that, regardless of the outcome of our escape attempt as our roommates, those 2 would be held responsible. It's not like we'll do it tomorrow. Our turn to take care of the hen house is in a week. We'll wait for the perfect time to do it. If we don't feel that it's safe, then we'll wait until the next turn. We'll be very careful. The rotation of the staff and the timing were important, but we also each had to know the way to the House of Love and Mercy. We were planning to split up, so we had to know the area. I made up my mind. Okay, I'm coming with you. But let's time our escape very carefully, okay? Of course. We'll be killed if we get caught. I don't want to die. I'll come too. Me too, me too. Tomomi and Kikuko agreed, so we all decided to escape as a group. We waited for the perfect opportunity. We waited for the day where only a few staff members were at the orphanage, and we decided to let God take care of the rest. It's open! Maybe it was the way I did it. Ediko tried to open the lock several times without success, but I got it open on the first attempt. The back door opened slowly, and we felt a cold breeze. This wasn't the world of freedom just yet. In fact, it was the exact opposite. If the staff were to find out we were here, we would be in big trouble. It was a world of danger. But unless we went through that dangerous world, we wouldn't be able to go any further. Okay, let's go! I think Ediko wanted to say that. We were planning to leave with that as our cue. But what we heard instead wasn't Ediko's voice. What are you kids doing there? We started to run. It was raining. We all got soaked immediately and our clothes stuck to our skin. While that would normally be very uncomfortable, we couldn't even stop to think about it. We could only keep running in the rain. We were dashing on gravel, but it felt more like trudging through a muddy rice field. My feet kept sinking and I couldn't pull them up. I was frustrated because no matter how fast I tried to run, I wasn't gaining any speed. I felt a sense of urgency. I heard someone yelling, "Escape," behind me, and all I could do was run like crazy. Now these tables were rejected from the play because the one I kicked was too tough to throw someone through, and the one I punched, I had no idea what that was for. Oh man. Or I guess it would make sense for it to be like the play rejects, but even then, I don't think we had any like fun things for tables. I know that I'm trying to think of plays that I saw us do, because I know there was a table, yeah, there was like murder mysteries, and like 12th Night, I think was another one. Those had tables, but I don't think anything happened to them. Anything else, I don't remember if there was a table. Okay, everyone go in different directions. Scatter! Come on, scatter! With Ediko's cue, we all went different ways, hoping that they wouldn't be coming after us. Will we be able to reunite safely at the House of Love and Mercy? All 4 of us were together, but maybe someone would be missing. No, maybe everyone else would make it, and I'd be the one who gets caught. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a staff member coming from behind me. Hold it! Wait, hold it right there! The staff members should have numbered fewer than us, so if I was lucky, they wouldn't be coming after me. Praying that the staff voices I heard in the distance weren't after me, I looked back for a moment. If I had time to turn around, why didn't I take another step forward? Why didn't I try to escape further? As I turned around, I felt a huge hand cover my face. Its pinky finger slipped into my open mouth. The hand grabbing my face shoved me into the muddy gravel. Of course, I didn't stay quiet. I fought back, and then I saw his face.
That was the scariest face I'd ever seen. I realized it immediately. He only wanted to capture me alive to use me as an example. And considering what would happen to me afterwards, killing me here on the spot wouldn't pose any problem, would it? Yes. He looked at me with unworldly hate, ready to end my life here and now. His pinky finger ended up touching my tongue. The indescribably nasty taste sent an icky feeling through my whole body. Ugh, that's it. This is what my murder tastes like. He was going to shove that finger down my windpipe and suffocate me. And so in order to live, I fought back with the only way I could. How? Oh! Yeah! Something warm filled my mouth. I felt like I was swallowing blood after a nosebleed. I spit it from my mouth and ran without turning around, leaving behind the staff member clutching his pinky finger. Just yakas at him. Thinking back at my drama club is wild as hell. We never did normal plays because the adults wouldn't speak up to tell us to stop, and it wasn't technically in drama, but I was an influence on them. Yo. Yeah, I think our class did like normal stuff. Like, there was Into the Woods, and then there was Beauty and the Beast, Twelfth Night, and Murder Mysteries, of course. Oh gosh, I can't remember the other plays that we did. Did I say Beauty and the Beast already? That was one of them. I auditioned for that, but I can't read music, so I didn't get the part. You little shit! Damn you! I'll kill you! I heard his roars echoing behind me. It wasn't a man that wasn't after me. It was a beast. He had no interest in capturing me. His only goal was to see me dead. His shoes had, my shoes had slipped off, not his. They weren't my sneakers, or they weren't sneakers, so they came off easily while I was running like mad. My bare feet struck the gravel over and over. It was painful, but I didn't care, because if I stopped, I knew what would happen to me. I also wanted to try out for Into the Woods, but that was during my senior year, so it's like I couldn't do my senior project and perform in a play at the same time. Tree branches cut my face and barbed wires scratched my thighs. My feet and toes were bloody from running on gravel. The blood from the staff member's pinky dripped down from my mouth, staining my chin and chest. I was running for my life, with scratches and cuts all over my body. If I were to get caught, I would be killed. If my pursuer had any sense, then I would be killed after being tortured. But if he didn't, I would be killed on the spot. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be killed! My lungs and heart were about to explode. My mind was blank from fear and lack of oxygen. I was about to lose consciousness. I might have given in, if I didn't hear the voice of the staff member coming after me. My knees were shaking. My legs wouldn't move properly. I felt like I was going to fall like a puppet without strings. But I couldn't fall. I couldn't fall just yet. It was too late. My face hit the gravel. I felt the awful sensation of falling, and immediately after, the roar of the beast came from behind me. Damn you! My finger! My finger! Wah! I must have hit my thigh against the steering wheel when I jumped. I could feel the throbbing pain, delayed slightly. I was sweating all over. I wiped my sweat off my forehead and put my hand to my chest, only then realizing how fast my heart was beating. I rubbed my thigh. I rubbed it in a straight line. That's not where I hit the steering wheel, but I feel like this is where it hurts. I can't see a scary beast in the moonlit car. I have my shoes on, and I'm not covered in blood. My toes are fine, too. Someone knocked on the window, startling me. Major, it's time. Oh, thank you. I wanted to take a nap, so I told him to come wake me up in an hour. Maybe an hour was too long. Too long a nap actually makes you tired. That's true. I put my seat back up and got out of my car. The cool breeze feels good on my skin. I only see the moon. There's nothing else to see on this mountain trail. The car and a command vehicle disguised as a trailer are parked on the side of the street. I can still feel that bad taste in my mouth. I spat it out on the side of the street. But even that couldn't get rid of it. There are 5 different times I was volunteered to be the sound effect guy, which boiled down to me standing backstage and slapping my thighs and opening and closing doors. That sounds so fun! Heck, man!
Man, now I'm being nostalgic for theater class, even though I didn't get to do much. We did like short scenes, and like both times I was just a character that didn't say anything, and I was just like, oh man. I can do stuff. I can do stuff with my voices. The taste of blood, saliva, and rain swept from my forehead in raindrops that got into my mouth, but I couldn't swallow, so I ended up drooling. That sensation around my lips brought back memories, and I tried to wipe my mouth. Maybe I'm nervous. That's why I had such a bad dream. I think there's a coffee machine in the command vehicle. An unpleasant cup of coffee will wake me up. So, has anything happened yet? No, not yet. We just got Gifu's scheduled check-in. Everything is okay over there. I see. Hey, could someone make me a cup of coffee? Sure. Cream and sugar? Just cream, please. No. Please put in some sugar, too. High school is the reason why I picked up so many weird talents. I still have a bad taste in my mouth. The feeling of biting and crushing his little finger and his filthy blood filling my mouth. I'm sure a sweeter cup of coffee will wash down that bad taste and also wake me up from my nightmare completely. But yeah, it was such a difference. Because in middle school, like, we had short scenes, and I was, like, practically the star in that one. I was in a bunch of different skits, but then in high school, it's like, no, your friend doesn't want you to have any lines, and it's like, oh, okay. It's like, they'll let you be there, but, you know, you don't get any lines. Hello, nobody! How are you doing? I look so interesting there. I don't know what it is about it. But how you doing, nobody? Also, we didn't get a tip for finishing this chapter. That's very interesting. But yeah, we're just reminiscing about theater. And also, looking at Takano. Banquet to back end. Over. One more speaker, then the toast starts. Are you ready? This is the back end. We're ready. We can't hear anything from inside, so please give us a cue when the speech is wrapping up. Listen up. 10 bottles of beer per table. Wow, 10? Make sure to deliver them to their areas safely. Young hotel workers dressed smartly in bow ties pulled bottle after bottle out of the beer cases, preparing for the toast. They waited for their cue to serve the drinks while listening through the intercom. I guess we're still on Takuno's point of view. At the normal party, they could put bottles of beer on the table ahead of time, but if there was a lecture before the party, then they couldn't. Guests didn't mind sushi going dry due to a long speech, but they don't like seeing their table get wet with condensation from the bottles of beer. And more than anything, they certainly don't want to drink warm beer. That's why beer has to be served right before a toast. However, there's always a speech before a toast, and usually a long one, especially at a big party like this. There are lots of guests that give speeches, so it's extremely difficult to know when to serve. Can I just have juice? For that reason, the bottles end up sitting outside by the banquet room, and people end up drinking warm beer anyway. There are several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people were sitting at each table, so there was at least a few hundred people in the room. The banquet room was filled with excitement. There were many plates with many different kinds of food at each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruits platter, and also among the wall, there were cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. While the guests appeared to be well-mannered gentlemen, and clearly were notable people in various different fields, the huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly indicated that this hotel held a status good enough for these famous people. An elderly gentleman was giving a lengthy speech on the stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests occasionally shouted, "Yes, yes," and sometimes gave him loud applause, filling the "I pressed that too fast," filling the room with their fervor. Okay, cool. Well, maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. It was probably more accurate to say their excitement was bizarre. Which country would actually teach people not to show respect towards their own flag? There are no others. It's happening only in Japan. What? That's right, I guess. Is forcing people to respect their national flag and anthem an obstruction of their freedom? That's a foolish idea. Listen, love for one's national flag and anthem comes naturally to all. To know ourselves, to know our culture, to understand our history and country itself. Those are things that make you realize that you are a Japanese citizen. That makes you understand the part you play as a citizen of this country. And feeling you get from that is love towards your own country. However, these anti-Japan teachers are proclaiming that it's military brainwashing. Those stupid claims are wrong. Man, the parallels. What are these people doing anyway? They're teaching our children to hate being Japanese. They're the ones brainwashing them with this self-destructive education. They are teaching our children that Japan should be ashamed of itself and that they should be ashamed of being Japanese. Forget who you are and deny your country. That's what they're teaching them. Those innocent children listen and believe such nonsense. Of course they do. They go to school to learn things, right? If their teachers teach them that, of course the children believe it. Can you believe such corruption exists? We must do something about this country's education now. No matter what it takes. My goodness. Doing okay. I start a new job tomorrow, so I'm a little nervous about other than that.
Ooh, good luck on your job. Is it retail work or is it kind of like office work?
You don't have to say the actual company, but like,
I'm curious if you want to share. If you don't want to share, that's totally fine.
Well, he's really my brother's son's nephew, has been eating all day and he's got my brother's appetite. I'm confused.
It's office IT stuff. Ooh, good luck on your first day, and also for your first, I guess working there in general. I don't know a thing about office stuff, but good luck to ya. Hopefully you have some nice people to work with, because from what I found, even just in retail stuff, as long as you have good people that you're working with, it'll be a good time. If the people you work with suck, then you're gonna have a bad time. So hopefully your people don't suck.
The sound of applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they feel the same way by cheering him on. After that, a gentleman wearing a cloth sash approached the stage. The hall welcomed him onto the stage with another round of thunderous applause. A rousing theme from a popular drama series played as he took the stage, but it was entirely unnecessary before the overwhelming applause. The man's sash carried his name written in large letters, along with the name of the prefecture he was running for office in. Let me introduce you to a patriot, Boone. This man has served the former governor as his right-hand man as director of the office of the governor for many years, supporting the prefecture's government for a long time. Better than teachers not teaching you about anything other than going into debt for the military education. Yeah. But yeah, it's just like a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm not into doing the like flag thing anymore. Like at this point, I don't even remember the like thing for the flag. Like all I remember is the indivisible by God. That's all that I remember. Because I think later in school I was just like, I don't want to do this. So I was standing there with my hand over my heart and just like. Okay, the biggest downside I'm going to miss. No, that is a downside. I mean, there's still the VODs at the very least, but I know it kind of can be hard to just sit and watch the VOD when it's not live. Let's see. Okay, since the previous governor has decided to retire, he was appointed as the next governor. Unfortunately, we have those anti-Japan teachers in our prefecture. While they proclaim freedom of education and freedom of thought, they're shamelessly forcing an anti-Japan education down on our children. They don't teach real history, and they teach our children that everything was Japan's fault. They don't even mention the true purpose of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, or all those who fought to save Asian peoples from the Western control. They don't even talk about how many Asian countries were actually Western colonies before Japan stood up on their freedom during the war. Our country has recovered amazingly since then, yet our children don't know any of that, because those teachers don't teach them. How truly, truly sad. I can't stand the fact that those anti-Japan teachers are actually teaching our children alongside those teachers who takes teachers seriously. They are insulting our educational institutions. I will become a governor and get rid of those teachers. Blah, 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 blah. I will straighten out our educational system and make sure our children will grow up to be decent young people who could carry Japan's future. Now screw the flag, I'm going to die for the oil company. Yeah, I'm not dying for no oil company. I don't want to be in debt. He, Kun, announces his candidacy as the next year's prefectural governorship. We appreciate your support for him. I promise I will straighten out Japan's educational system. Thank you for your support. Again, the banquet room filled with applause. The man was receiving a standing ovation. I need to explain a bit of this banquet before you misunderstand. It wasn't the conference of the political association or a lecture by a political candidate. It was hard to believe, but this was nothing more than a meeting of a college's alumni association. Everyone should be familiar with what those are. Whether it's elementary school, junior high school, or college, once you graduate from one of those, you normally belong to an organization of alumni. Do you? Maybe it's a Japan thing. You receive invitations for reunions where you enjoy talking about good old days. Oh, wait, I think I vaguely remember that. Is that how you get invited to reunions? Huh. However, there are many different types of such organizations. Some are simple, and some are united with such tighter bonds. And once an organization becomes united with those tight bonds, it's no longer a simple organization of alumni. Rather, it becomes a significant faction known as an alma mater clique. In Japanese society, it's traditional for graduates to form tighter bonds that go beyond the level of organization. Also, the more superior the alma mater, the stronger the tendency holds true. The Imperial... Give me a second. The Imperial University, one of the best universities in the country, is famous for the deep bonds its graduates from. Why do superior people like to bond? It may be because they take pride in being superior, but more than that, maintaining connections is the most significant reason. I feel like even if I did get invited to like a reunion for school, I probably wouldn't go because all these people would be like, oh yeah, I work for this company. Yeah, I'm in this office and I'm having a great time. Oh yeah, I have this family, and I'll just be like, I work in retail. I'm a VTuber. All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields. They are likely to succeed and become important people. When they do, the unity of their alumni association gains immeasurable meaning. In fact, even today, the Imperial University graduates maintain their tight academic clique, and they hold great influence throughout many different fields. They interact with other universities as well, so the graduates' bonds are extremely tight, even today. It is a mood. Just like, yes. It's like, oh, you make a lot of money in each of your paychecks? You make 4 or 5 digits? Oh man, that sounds cool. Anyway, I stream on Twitch. Additionally, while Imperial University usually refers to the University of Tokyo, sometimes it's used to mean all 7 major universities in Japan. They are located in Tokyo, Kyoto, Tohoku, Kyushu, Hokudai, Osaka, and Nagoya. They are all great schools. There happens to be an organization of alumni that includes all those 7 universities. The elderly gentlemen in this banquet room were each from one of those organizations. However, not every graduate would get an invitation here automatically. It is a society of select gentlemen, and in order to become a member, one must first fulfill several conditions, such as a recommendation from an existing member, contribution to the society, and possession of status, and so forth. Therefore, all the members are important people from different fields, and obviously the power of this organization is a political nature. Yeah, I'm a troll under the bridge that flirt with people and makes everyone else want to kill me because I won't stop at the polls. Just like, oh yes, I'm a businesswoman, yes, I'm a president of this company. I'm a trace me. But here's one more important criterion that has to be met. Strong patriotism, a heart that longs to contribute to Japan and its rebirth. As a result, this organization has become extremely nationalistic. Up on stage, the candidate for the prefectural governmentship is still talking passionately, and among those elderly gentlemen in the crowd, Takano can be found. Takano seemed used to this kind of conference, and seemed unsurprised by anything that was said. We have dragon ice breath, yay. Oh. I still need to... I need to not forget about that, when I make my new model. But I need to finish commissions first.
Takano seemed used to this kind of conference, and seemed unsurprised at anything that was said, but at the same time she looked rather fed up with it. As she was in attendance, she must have been one of the members, which meant she possessed not only extremely excellent academic background, but that the older gentleman here had acknowledged her equivalent contributions to society, and that she possessed strong patriotism. However, her academic background was the only qualification she had met to join. She was only able to join as a special case because of her connections. She didn't even hold prejudiced ideas like the other members did. So, why was she here today? Probably because of the same reason as the man giving a speech on the stage. The man on the stage didn't actually have prejudiced ideas, much like Takano. He only prepared a speech that he knew the guests would like. Politicians only want votes. Each and every person had a vote, but appealing to each one of them takes too long. So the most efficient way is to appeal to organizations with a unified idea and a unified will. In other words, this man was giving this speech so that he could garner support from those powerful people. The elderly gentlemen of the banquet room will then do their best to support him, since he appears to share their ideals. They can offer many kinds of expediency, support, and assistance. I don't know the first word, but I'll pretend I do. To an outrageous degree, I might add. If the day's events continued the same way, the organization would likely decide to officially support him. They will probably give him a great deal of financial aid. They'll assist him in different ways as well. Of course, the man on the stage won't be the only one gaining something. When he wins the election and becomes a governor next year, the organization will welcome the governor as a new member and gain more political influence. And eventually, their organization will become so powerful that nobody can ignore it. Those of you reading this right now probably get the sense that they're no mere alumni association. You'd be absolutely right. After reaching this level, they are a fine syndicate. No, they would be a secret society if the group wasn't so open about its activities. Now, I'm sure some of you readers are brushing this off, thinking there's no way such a suspicious organization could exist in Japan, but everything I've explained is entirely true. There are several such influential groups and organizations within our society, and you need to understand that they hold powerful political clout and influence our national policies. Some are alumni matter cliques, like the ones I have described above. Others are scientific societies serving different parties, industrial groups, advisory committees, religious organizations, community service groups, and so forth. Also, there are right wings and left wings, the hawk and the dove. I won't go listing their specific names here, yet you've probably read them every now and then in your average newspaper. In Japan, the terms for such forces aren't very common. Most of you readers probably think of suspicious organizations wearing white hoods when you hear the phrase secret society and laugh it off. There's other secret societies, sir. But unfortunately, that's a huge mistake. In America, there's far more territory and citizens. There's way more groups like that, and they possess such vast influence that ignoring them is impossible. So the terms they use for such forces doesn't apply to those on the scale of the syndicate. Sometimes people say that such groups have more power than the White House, and they are referred to as the shadow government. Even here in Japan, we have a shadow government before the war, our Zaibatsu. After we lost the war, the GHQ dismantled these blocks, but 40 years have passed since then. There's no guarantee our country hasn't given birth to another shadow government, given how good we are at conclusion, groundwork, and backroom deals. Mio Takano was, in fact, attending a conference of such a shadow government. I've never seen a modern politician who is as chaotic as I am and managed to stay this side of the law without bending them to cover them. That's true. New model? Yee! I have some planned. I haven't worked on it past a sketch, but eventually, I'll have another model. I probably won't be able to work on it for a bit though. So don't expect it too soon. Maybe end of the summer? Maybe. I would want it to be sooner, but you know. Sometimes I have a hard time telling my brain to do stuff. I'm like, okay, brain, we need to work on this. And it's like, Vimbil game. I might appear to be at a guest house at a huge golf course. There are no golfers in sight, but by appearances, that must be it. But appearances can be deceiving. This wasn't a golf course, but a huge backyard. The guest house was, in fact, a very stylish mansion. Normal people would be surprised to learn that this was a private residence. The interior of this building was as lavish as the exterior. There were beautiful carpets on every floor, expensive-looking decorations on the wall, and expensive-looking bottles of alcohol on the shelves. That was the kind of room Takano could be seen in. There was a knock at the door, and an old man in a wheelchair and a young woman pushing it entered. As Takano stood up to bow, the old man stopped her by raising his right hand. No, you don't need to stand up. Long time no see. I've been telling you to come see me any time, but you never do. It's great to see you, Koizumi-sensei. The old man sat down on the sofa with assistance from the woman. He was very old. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he could hardly do anything on his own. Even so, he still held a great deal of power and influence. Oh my, you haven't changed a bit, have you? I can see a lipstick on your neck. Nope, that was Takano. I can see lipstick on your neck. Oh, is that right? Good grief, how embarrassing. There was no lipstick on his neck. The woman who was helping him with his wheelchair was too beautiful to be a mere helper, so Takano had suspected something. As it turned out, her guess was correct. Although he was so old that he could die the next day, he wanted to stay sexually active until the end. Even the Grim Reaper would think that's just absurd. Anyway, Mio-chan, you've become quite beautiful yourself. You're not a little girl anymore, eh? Oh, stop. If you really think that way, why did you try to touch my bottom, This is a situation. Ha ha ha, what have you got to lose from having an old, You got to lose from having an old guy like me touch your butt. I'm sure you have plenty of chances to touch a softer butt, don't you? Stop! Zeph likely won't beat Twitch with a technicality like I'm planning because the Tia won't... Huh? Likely won't beat Twitch with a technicality like I'm planning because the TOS update won't force you to move some plans ahead of the schedule. What do you mean? Can you elaborate? Beat Twitch with a technicality. What would the technicality be? I'm confused. I mean, if you guys haven't learned yet, I'm kind of forgetful sometimes, so it was... Takano, the old man, enjoyed a tasteless conversation. They had clearly known each other a long time and were very close. The young woman came back to serve tea. After she left, the old man started to speak. Anyway, now that we're done talking about butts, I'm so proud of you, Mio-chan. I'm sure your grandfather in heaven is proud of you, too. I hope so, but I'm not even close to approaching the level of my grandfather's great work. Takano-kun was unlikely in very many different ways. The era he lived in, if he lived in a different era, I'm sure he would have finished his research. But he lived in that era, and ironically, that was why he noticed the existence of the Hinamizawa syndrome. The world today is in a nuclear era, with America and the Soviet Union glaring at each other over mounds of nuclear stockpiles. It takes nukes to have authority as a major power. Yet we forever abandoned our nukes thanks to our 3 anti-nuclear principles. In this age, we are now a nation without nukes. How deplorable. In the middle of the 20th century, despite rising tensions between East and West, there was a temporary peace known as the Cold War brought by a balance of nukes pointed at one another. Permanent memberships of the United Nations were monopolized by nations with nuclear arms. They secured their predominance with nukes, bound the world with nuclear non-proliferation treaties, and eternally banning non-nuclear nations from the world stage. For Japan to become a nation that can compete with the world, it must develop nuclear arms, or something as powerful. That's what some people believed, at least. I'm still confused on what you said, Rocket. I'm just waiting for you to type it up. Cause are we talking about model outfits? Cause I don't have anything sus planned, unless they're banning maid outfits. Realistically, Japan will never arm itself with nuclear weapons. I know. The citizens won't accept it. Even if the government ignored our opinions and armed itself with nuclear weapons, it wouldn't work. By abandoning nuclear weaponry, Japan gained the deterrent power of the United States. Though some people thought the only way for Japan to become equal to the United States would be to get nuclear arms out of our own. But realistically, it was impossible. Even if Japan armed itself with nuclear weapons, that would automatically let Japan join the great powers. Takano and the old man discussed the balance of the nuclear power in the world. Eventually, the sound of the cuckoo clock reminded them to return to the main subject at hand. The old man pointed to the attached case that had been sitting next to Takano. Takano nodded once, opened it up, and removed the contents. Twitch TOS update forced me to move my redesign ahead of schedule because my current model cuts it too close to being able to get me banned, but my redesign's new outfit will technically break the new no bunny suit rule. Oh, no bunny suit rule? Well, I'm glad that I didn't have one of those planned, but that is kind of sad. And beat it with technically not breaking the rule because I'll be wearing a jacket and shorts over it. That is a nice way of going over it. But yeah, I think like hips are kind of an issue, right? Because I think it was like it's like a specific area, but I can't remember if it was quite hips. And it's like, man, I like those. But not like I was gonna show mine off. There were brand new bills packed in it. How much was actually in there? A bundle of brand new million yens bills is 1 centimeter, so that there must be at least enough to make up 8 digits. There was also 2 more attached cases by her side. However, neither Takano nor the old man were surprised at all. Takano closed the attached case and bowed. Thank you very much, Koizumi-sensei. I'll never forget about this. Money should be handled by younger people. I can't take it to heaven with me. I just hope this will be of an assistance to you. Use it wisely. Of course I will. I'll use this money only to make my grandfather's dream come true. I envy Takano-kun. What a wonderful grandchild he was. I'm sure he'll be bragging about you up there. I haven't done anything yet. I'll have earned this praise when I complete my grandfather's work. I'm so jealous. My boys are no good. They're only interested in making money. What really matters is how the money is spent. How you contribute to the country is what's most important. That's how you repay your debt to it, you know. Oh, so are you saying that treating all those lovers so lavishly is also a way of repaying your country? Of course. When they shop, the country makes money. Money goes around, you see? However, those lovers would probably end up buying some foreign goods. Things probably won't work quite the way this old man thinks they do. Takano chuckled to herself. But the money I give to these women and the money I give you are completely different. I know that very well. You've worked very hard. You've retained trust and support from many people. This is the first time I've mentioned it, but Haruyama-kun and Mochizuki-kun both weren't sure about you because of your age at first. That's why I'm acknowledging your efforts. That's why I'm giving you this money. I understand. Also, for me to give you this money means that I recognize you as an official successor of Takano-kun's research. Thank you very much. Thank you for believing in me. I truly appreciate it. No, don't mention it. This research is Takano-kun's and yours too. He wouldn't want anyone else to take over. So, thanks to all of your effort, I don't have to spend too much time convincing the other folks. Completing my grandfather's research is the best I can do for him. I won't begrudge any efforts towards aim. I'm doing good. It's about 10 a.m. for me, so I think about pancakes. Oh my gosh, it's 10 a.m.? That's wild. Okay, so... Sorry, I'm trying to... Oh. Okay, so you're... Okay. Sorry, I'm just calculating time zones. It's like, man, that's a while back. Think of it like the bathing suit area. It's something you can wear to a public beach without getting you in trouble. Okay. Yeah. I don't have any of those kind of outfits. Would the Angel Lord outfit would be okay, right? Because it has the things on the sides. Would that be fine? Because I was playing around with that idea.
But if that's... I might have to look into that. That's just like an idea, but not like a plan. So if the Angel Mort one's a little too spicy for Twitch, then Relaxing before I go back home, jump into my chaos I started. Takano smiled as if she remembered everything she had to go through to get to this point. It went without saying, but the old men around Takano saw her as someone from their grandchildren's generation, or maybe even younger. Just how much trouble did Takano have to endure in order to gain the trust of those with such a large generation gap? It was hard to describe that to those who couldn't even imagine her trouble, but Takano earned it. She gathered allies, drove away enemies, garnered support, and forced them to recognize her. She spent a long time establishing trust and rising to a status that the old men would welcome, which was all the more reason that this meeting was a reward for her many days of hardship. Now that she officially had a powerful influence backing her, she could spread her wings and see the completion of her grandfather's unfinished research. Well, now that you're officially continuing Takano-kun's research, there's something I need to tell you, Mio-chan. What is it? I'm listening. The old man paused and pulled an expensive cigarette from the cigarette holder on the table. Takano lit it up for him. She didn't smoke herself, but knowing that the old man did, she kept a lighter in her pocket. The constant build-up from little gestures like that were how she gained the trust she held today. Takano-kun noticed the Hinamizawa syndrome in Manchuria, not Japan. Yes. According to my grandfather's journal, around Showa 15, he learned that many soldiers sent from Hinamizawa to the Kwatong army expressed terminal symptoms, which led him to surmise that an unknown infectious parasite dwelled in Hinamizawa. Under the harsh conditions of war, people sometimes lost their minds. In those conditions, those who were sent off to a far-off battlefield from Hinamizawa spent their days under duress, and occasionally they exhibited terminal symptoms, hallucinated, and caused twisted incidents. Yet they all occurred in the extensive chaos of the battlefield. Every incident was handled separately, and no one suspected there was an underlying cause. Sorry, I was rereading the chat. Oh, a stretch? Okay. It's probably a good time for a stretch and a hydrate. But yeah, now I am curious whether or not the Angel Mort outfit would be okay or not. Because it covers the hips, but I think it shows the inner thighs. So I might have to look into that and see if that's actually possible or not. If not, then I don't know. We'll figure out something. The last time I had a lighter on me was the time I modified a lighter. I've never had a lighter on me. I think, I've, held someone's lighters. Because, I knew some people that had, intricate designs on their lighters. I don't know how to start one. If you handed me a lighter and told me to, have a flame come out, I would not be able to. I could not understand it. I would hurt my thumb. At the time, Takano-kun was working as a military physician of the Kwatang army. He was researching the prevention of different infectious diseases, and one day he noticed that several incidents of deranged behavior were occurring among soldiers from the same hometown. He hypothesized that these symptoms were unique for those from Hinamizawa and began their own personal research. He hired soldiers from Hinamizawa as workers in his research center and studied them there. Then he learned of the unique Hinamizawa faith in Oyashiro-sama, and he was convinced that he found an infectious parasite with unique properties. Some may wonder how he could be so certain that these symptoms were caused by unusual parasites. At the beginning of the 20th century, German doctors proved that some unknown diseases were caused by bacteria and parasites. At the time, it wasn't too far of a jump to assume that unknown pathogens could be behind unknown diseases. The more hydrated you are, the better your ice breath is. Yeah! For instance, in modern times, it's been revealed that Betty Betty is caused by vitamin B1 deficiency. What is Betty Betty? But at the start of the 20th century, many loudly proclaimed that that was the work of an unidentified pathogen. Yes.
My grandfather predicted that his research would be valuable to the army, so he asked for a budget, and then they laughed at him. As a researcher, her grandfather was very talented and passionate, but when it came to gaining the aid of political powers, he simply struck out. Hinamizawa syndrome. No, possible existence of a parasite that infected the human brain and controlled emotions. Even though he made the remarkable achievement of discovering a mystery no one had explained before him, he was unable to convince others of that achievement, and spent his time alone, unable to garner support and unable to achieve proper recognition for his achievement. Independent research has its limit. Talented people, funding, and backup. A research project can be successful only if all these things are present. Takano had noticed her father's mistakes, and that was why she did everything that she could obtain of all of that. So this chapter explains the itchy throat murder virus. A little bit. It's going more so into, like, Takano's past, I think. I think at one point it should go to the usual group, but so far it's been like a chapter and a half of Takano so far. The military at the time was hoping for a low-cost immediate acting weapon. While Takano-kun's research was extremely intriguing, it didn't meet the military's expectations. But I heard you were the only one who understood my grandfather's research, weren't you? In his journal he calls you his best friend. We came from the same hometown. It was a miracle to run into someone from the same town on such a distant battlefield. Although we weren't close in age, we became very good friends, so we talked a lot. Many times he told me his research would be revolutionary and asked me to lay the groundwork to secure funding for full-scale research. I've seen a picture showing what areas can be shown on Twitch and Twitter or if need to, I can send it to you if you're confused. Yeah, tell me when you're about to send it and I'll go ahead and permit it so that way the bot won't bonk you. I'll get it even typed up. So tell me when you're ready, and then I'll permit you, and then, yeah. I read in this journal that you talked to many different people about his research. Unfortunately, its value was never recognized, but I'm sure your support meant a lot to him. Because, yeah, the permit thing only lasts a minute, so if it takes more than a minute to grab the picture, it'll be silly to permit now. So, yeah, go ahead and tell me when you're ready, and I'll permit you. But I was never able to do anything for him. That's why I wanted to help you, Mio-chan. Sorry for letting him slip there. Helping you is like atoning for my mistakes. Thank you very much. He was lucky to have you as his best friend. If only there were more understanding people like you in the military's upper echelon. It's very regrettable to think that my grandfather's life might have been different. The old man closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Shortly after that, he looked into the distance and spoke. Actually, that isn't true at all. The higher-ups are interested in Takano-kun's discovery. What? I've never heard that before. Then why didn't they support his research? Something came up, and they couldn't let him look into Hinamizawa syndrome. Only a few of the top brass and myself knew the reason. Not that all but myself have passed. I think I should tell you, Mio-chan, since you're carrying on his work. What came up? What was it? Takano had believed until this day that her grandfather's research was ridiculed by everyone, which was the reason why it had never gained any recognition. Her grandfather had asked the military for funding so he could uncover the secret of Hinamizawa syndrome during the war. But just like the old man had said earlier, the military wanted an instant-acting weapon. That was why they weren't interested in his research. That's what she had believed. But as it turned out, the military had actually shown an interest after all. Before I go on, I need to explain about the Kwantong army in Manchuria at the time. While the Kwantong... I think I'm mispronouncing the country. Kwantong, probably. Kwantong army was stationed in Manchuria. Opinions were divided on whether to advance the forces north and south. I changed my voice, don't mind it. At the time, Japan had troops in Manchuria, but opinions were divided on advancing north to deter the Soviet Union, or advancing south to expand our territory and secure resources. With the Soviet Union and its predecessor, Russia, being a landlocked frozen nation, they had long yearned for an ice-free port that wouldn't freeze over in winter. They had made numerous attempts to expand their territories southwards, too. Those expansionist policies were said to be a cause of the Russia-Japanese War. In the history books, it said that Japan won the Russo-Japanese War, but it was actually a draw process, and it was actually a draw, ending in peace, signed at the Treaty of Portsmouth. Both sides had simply set aside their spears after mutually exhausting their forces. It wasn't like Russia capitulated? Words, man. Those are some words. Capitulated and offered a complete surrender. As a result, the perception of the Russian threat continued to smolder. It's always like during the long things of lore. After the Russian Empire was overthrown by a revolution, but Japan was unable to shake the threat that was the new Soviet Union would advance south. According to the history books, Japan went south. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and abandoned the northern advance. As a result, when the Great Patriotic Wars began, the Soviet Union was able to respond to pressure on their German front by pouring into the eastern forces. Though the Germans had managed to lay siege to Moscow, and the Soviets launched a massive counter-offensive that reversed the tides of war. Even with the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, the Soviets couldn't tell if Japan would attack them at some point. Because of that threat, the Soviets had to leave some forces in the Far East, and they weren't able to devote enough troops to the German front. For starters, the Soviets had forged the Germany-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact too, yet Germany broke the treaty and attacked the Soviet Union. To make matters worse, Japan and Germany had forged a military alliance. With those factors in play, the Soviets naturally couldn't trust Japan to uphold their neutrality pact. Ironically, the Soviet Union was the one who broke the pact, but I won't get into that now. I'm gonna censor his name. Just be safe. Exactly. Signed the Tripartite Pact because he expected Japan to keep the Soviets' other front in check, but ultimately Japan abandoned the North. With the superior German offense, many supported the idea of waiting and watching to play it out. They believed that even if we did advance north, it would be after Germany conquered Moscow. However, that plan was exposed to Sorge, and the Soviets transferred their heavy tanks from their far east border to the German front. That secured Germany's defeat at Moscow, and the Germans began seeing a string of defeats starting with the Battle of Kursk. It was a turning point in history, huh? During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was recognized as a global power, but at least in Showa 15, the Kwantung Army didn't think it was a particular threat. Japan had earned a victory with the Russo-Japanese War and took the new Soviet Union government lightly, assuming that it wouldn't be stable after overthrowing the Russian Empire. That Come on, you can read, you can say words, you can process information, put it out of your mouth. That underestimation was corrected with the Nomonhan incident in Showa 16. After several fierce, short-term battles with the Soviet Union's advanced mechanized corps that led to great losses, the Kwantung Army realized that they shouldn't fight the Soviets, and that inclined Japan towards the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact. Never mind, I can't find it. Oh no. Okay. That's okay. Let me see. I'll get that out of there. If anybody else finds it, let me know and I'll permit ya. But yeah, it's all good. I'll look into it in the future. Because I think I remember seeing like a few posts that were like putting out their guesses, but like they weren't super consistent. I don't know. But at the very least, up until the Nomonhan incident, the Kwantung Army was strongly conscious of the Soviets and divided on advancing north or south. Whoops. Thanks to that, there were also voices advising caution, suggesting we avoid all-out war with China in order to shore up our forces against the Soviets. But the Sino-Japanese War broke out after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, right? I'm just not giving them voices. July Showa 12. The Japanese and Chinese armies were staring at each other across the Luguo Bridge in Beijing. It was the middle of the night on July 7th. The Chinese army fired on the Japanese army in training, and they engaged in combat. That triggered the long Sino-Japanese War. Yes, according to historical records, that incident triggered the Sino-Japanese War, but with opinions divided over advancing north or south, the army was equally divided over a full-scale confrontation in China. No, in fact, we even received orders from the General Staff Headquarters to resolve the matter quietly before the incident grew much bigger. No, but what made me laugh is Twitch won't ban hot tub streamers or ASMR because that's their big-ticket streams, right? They're just going over little streamers. It's just like, oh yeah, you're showing too much hip. You ain't too big, get out of here. But it's just like, there was that whole meta, when they added the hot tub stream as a category, or hot tubs as a category, but they didn't add the VTuber one, so it's just like, okay, as VTubers, we're just gonna do this. We're hot tub streamers now. Right, is that a hip bone? We can't allow that. Get out of here. So those supporting the northern advance wanted to settle the Battle of Ungo Bridge quietly, insisting that conflict with China was pointless in light of their anti-Soviet strategy. However, those of the mainland supporting the southern advance used this incident as cause to dispatch more troops to China. Hips how lewd, right? Super lewd. We'll have all the thighs. We'll have all the thighs squish. But no, you got a hip in there? Oh, nope, sorry, we can't allow that. Let me go back into my little spot. Blame Date? Yeah. Date was just too lewd. Twitch had to be like, okay, we're stepping in. We can't have Date. We can't have Date ruining our website. They enacted hard policies against China, and thus the Marco Polo Bridge incident became the trigger for Japan and China to enter all-out war. After that, in their bitter struggles in the Nomonhan incident, Japan greatly revised their Soviet strategy. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and secured the route for their southern advance. The Sino-Japanese War got worse and worse. If the Marco Polo Bridge incident hadn't happened, it's possible that history would have gone very differently. Maybe we would have ended up in a war with them anyway. However, the South faction didn't get that chance. The military authorities would have kept restraining the Soviet Union, and the Soviets would have had to divide their forces between the East and the West. And maybe Germany could have invaded Moscow. Then Japan could have gone to Siberia. The map could have been very different today. Germany wouldn't necessarily have won the war if it was succeeded in taking Moscow. England was keeping its strength on the other side of the Dover Strait, after all, and the United States was poised to enter the conflict. Besides, Napoleon once occupied Moscow, but in the end, he couldn't beat their winter and had to withdraw. Now what's funny is Twitch got its reputation for letting their streamers be mildly lewd, but since they're trying to change, it's going to lose all their smaller streamers. Yeah. It'll be a struggle. The internet is slowly not becoming a Wild West. It is slowly becoming very, very, I don't want to say policed, but like, monitored? No, that's not the right word either. Twitch, why don't we watch more wholesome, like hot tub streamer, ASMR streamer, hot tub ASMR streamer? Right? Why don't you watch like a nice stream where someone is just going, like taking their little ear mic and going just going humph on that ear, going to town in a hot tub with their ASMR mic. Or like moaning right into the right ear. Oh well. Also, if anybody watches that kind of content, I'm not calling anybody out, we're just talking about examples. We're not talking about any specific stream. It is one of those ifs, huh? The Axis might have won the war. Yes, it's possible the gunshot from the Marco Polo Bridge incident changed the tide of history. Both sides had different opinions on who fired the shot, right? According to the Japanese side, a Chinese soldier fired a shot at the Japanese soldier who got too close to the Chinese camp. However, the Chinese side claimed that the shot was a conspiracy invented by the Japanese military. But the shot was fired. Even though nobody knew who actually pulled the trigger, it sparked the Sino-Japanese War. Yes, that's what the history books say. But, Koizumi-sensei, what does that have to do with my grandfather?
He was the one who pulled the trigger.
I watch it, but not for the reason you're thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally don't watch that stuff because, like, I don't know. My brain isn't built for enjoying those kind of ASMR streams because, like, whenever it's like a situation where like they're whispering in my ear, it's just like it feels lewd for some reason. Like, I don't know why, but it just makes me feel uncomfortable. Like if it's like the tappies or like if it's something like, or like usually the kind of videos where like they're building a kit and there's like only the background noise and like the noise of like the styrofoam and like things being cut, like those are nice. Give me an ASMR of like just cats existing, nice. But like if someone's like in my ear and like whispering at me, I'm just like, I am uncomfortable with the situation, help. But a lot of people, that is their thing. That is their thing, and that is totally fine. It's just my brain is just like, nope, I am not in a safe situation. That's not why I use Twitch. I want ASMR, I use YouTube, yeah. Give me Lego SMR, yes. Just absolutely just the, like ASMR of objects or small animals, yes. People whispering in my ear, not my thing. In the Marco Polo Bridge incident, a shot was fired at the unit that was training in the middle of the night. Everyone was summoned for a roll call. They were missing one soldier. This soldier came back later, and it was said that he was sent as a messenger and got too close to the Chinese camp. By the way, did you know that soldier was from Hinamizawa? Eh? Really? When Takano-kun was talking about Hinamizawa syndrome, he said that soldiers from Hinamizawa could suddenly fall into a deranged state, and we realized that the soldier from the Marco Polo Bridge incident was in fact from Hinamizawa. Then, what about the first shot fired? ASMR, specifically the ear licking, it's to enhance another lewd activity. It's doing it. I'm doing it at the time, but Model Kit ASMR is very relaxing, yeah. Just anything that's like DIY building. Oh, and also like the guy that makes like the knives out of different things, that's very nice. Except for like there's a specific grit of sandpaper that he used to like sharpen the knives. There's like a specific grit that I'm just like, that is too high pitched. No. But all the other parts is just like, yes. I don't know the truth, but I think it's possible that a soldier with the terminal stage of Hinamizawa syndrome fired the shot. That soldier was killed in the incident. Since there was no record of it, nobody knows exactly how he died. The Japanese side claimed that the Chinese army had fired at them and negotiated with that in mind. Just as a scant few days after the incident, Japan demanded an apology from the Chinese, and as a show of force dispatched 3 divisions of reinforcements. The Chinese side was, of course, opposed to that. The situation escalated at once. If research into Hinamizawa syndrome continued, the higher-ups thought that it would negatively influence the Japanese army's claims. So, in order to avoid the risk of traversing into political gray zone, they rejected Takano-kun's research. So, because of that, they refused to even consider my grandfather's research long after the war ended too. Yes, that's exactly it. The war is over now, but there are still some conflicts there regarding historical recognition. Even if Takano-kun didn't mean for it to happen, if his research into Hinamizawa syndrome became public, it might cause a resurgence of quarrels over the long-ended war. Certain authorities were afraid of that, so they made sure his research was ignored even after the war. I was long warned not to aid him in any way myself. Shit, your water bottle isn't hissing? Is it not? I thought it did. Yeah, made a hiss. Takano tried to remain calm, but she couldn't stop herself from grimacing. She had just found out the real reason why her grandfather's research had been ignored. It was because of the secret maneuvers by political masterminds. If those masterminds feared it so much, ironically, it meant they acknowledged the importance of his research. Takano was saddened and frustrated to no end by her grandfather's lonely life. However, they are all dead now. I'm the only one who knows about this. If Takano-kun was still alive, I was going to apologize to him and give him my unconditional support.
but he's no longer around. That's why I'm apologizing to you and offering to give you my full support instead.
Are you sure? Wouldn't research into the Hinamizawa syndrome dredge up those same subjects again?
It's different now. Besides, research into the Hinamizawa syndrome may produce more than a mere local disease. Depending on your research, post-war Japan may gain a trump card that makes it a world power once more.
So the tides and times have changed then?
That's right. Unfortunately, Takano-kun didn't live long enough to see that tide change, but he has you to continue his research. So, as long as I'm alive, I'll give you my full support. I promised to help Takano-kun, but because of various things, I couldn't do anything. So I want to make up for that as long as I'm alive. I think that's the least I can do for the man who called me his best friend. No, it's hissing when you drink from it, but not after you drink.
Oh yeah. I guess. Yeah, it does it a little bit. Hey. It still hisses when I sip. Koizumi-sensei, thank you so much.
Oh, don't mention it. I'll just touch your butt again, it's fine. I'm glad I was able to tell you everything before I died. Anyway, until I'm gone, I'll make sure you get everything you need, okay? So if anything comes up, be sure to let me know. I'll do anything for you.
Takano couldn't even imagine what kind of bond this old man and her grandfather had between them. But thanks to that bond, Takano was able to gain a powerful supporter. Tears welled up in Takano's eyes as she gave him an emotional look, but in her mind, she was practically dancing at the promise of the old man's full support. The old man and Takano both bowed at the same time to show each other appreciation. Once this was done, the old man became a little more serious. After that far too lengthy preamble, he finally said what he wanted to tell her.
So there you have it. That is what I wanted to say. The Hinamizawa syndrome has the potential power to make history. It may even twist the fate of our country. So keep that in mind and be careful with your research.
Man, now thinking of the Lego ASMR, I was just like, man, I want another Lego kit. One day. After the proprietor finished serving the food, she bowed and left. The room was very tastefully put together, reminding them of the tea ceremony room. While it was sparsely decorated, quite a bit of money had obviously gone into it. This was a very famous Japanese restaurant where many high-up officials and other important people held secret meetings. Takano was there, accompanied by about 5 gentlemen. She was sitting slightly further away from the men. They were clearly in a much more important position than she was. One of the men, wearing an expensive double-breasted suit, told Takano not to be so nervous.
Please relax, Takano-san. What we read is very interesting to us. Or read, rather. I can't believe this research was just sitting there for dozens of years. It is surprising. I thought most of the research on BC weapons of the Japanese military conducted during the war failed to bear fruit, and nothing was left after the US military confiscated even the fundamental research. I heard this research was barely even glanced at by the top brass. I see. So that's why nobody knew about it and the GHQ didn't investigate it. In that sense, at least, it was truly unfortunate. I have no idea when Takano is talking. Interesting that Dr. Takano's research will be succeeded by a different Takano-san. I suppose that's fate. It's like the deceased is using your body to complete his life's work.
Maybe that's true. I feel a mysterious connection to him, too. Takano adored Takano Hifumi and called him grandfather, but she hadn't revealed that relationship to others. She realized that it wouldn't be beneficial for people to think she was involving personal feelings in her continuing Dr. Takano's research. So publicly, she once had exchanges with Takano Hifumi, and after his death, discovered his research documents with his remains, and chose to carry it on. At least that's how the story went.
Well then, what do you think? The defense agency was very interested. According to Nakagawa-kun, the defense agency's Technical Research and Development Institute showed great interest. They offered to sponsor the research, too. Oh, that would be wonderful. Congratulations, Takano-san.
Thank you very much.
There's a really nice gunplay ASMR that I love because the person that runs it has a really nice mic and does a really good job putting it together. Oh, that sounds awesome. I had a roommate that did gunpulls a lot. I think he wanted to stream at one point. I don't know if he still attempts, though.
Here's what they said. There's a research council for next generation deterrence being led by experts from several different ministries. One of those is called the Alphabet Project. Have you heard of it, Takano-san? There was no way she would know about something like that. But it was very possible for these nationalists to research something dangerous without citizens knowing about it. Society forms something like a web made of connections between people. People hold hands with other people who share the same ideas and end up knitting a net. Of course, some nets are well known, but there are some secret ones too, pardon me. So there was no way of guessing just how the men at this meeting were connected. A society involving research into deterrent weapons for the next generation, the Alphabet Project. With those words, it was possible to imagine what that might entail. Deterrent weapons. That usually refers to nuclear technology. Weapons are normally used to destroy enemies. However, the general idea of deterrent weapons is very different. The assumption is that they won't actually be used against anyone. Nuclear weapons are largely used as a threat to prevent enemy invasion. When the stream quality drops, why does the aspect ratio change? Oh no! That is weird. I never noticed. Although I guess, I don't know. But I am smaller now for you. Well, I was trying to, I would do smaller.
What if I just streamed like this?
Just like, yes, I'm small. This is what I am. I am small.
Your aspect ratio goes down, so does mine. I am small now. Okay.
Both the US and Soviets possessed large stockpiles of nuclear arms, keeping each other in check, but they will never actually use them. Because if they did, they'd be a nuclear war, and both countries would be destroyed. So they're like a legendary weapon you never draw. Of course, that last resort only works because both sides have nuclear weapons. If one side lacks them, then they lose all military negotiation power.
Bite-sized dragon, don't eat me, no!
In other words, nations without nukes are powerless before nuclear-armed states. That can't be true. Japan abandoned nukes and it still functions as a society today, or so some people may be thinking. But they're wrong. Japan abandoned nukes, but lies under the nuclear umbrella by allying themselves with America.
Actually, would it be... I think it would make more sense if I was, like, Smoll. Oh my gosh, like, this is how tiny I can be! I could just stand right here. It's like, hello, yes. I forgot I could be this tiny. I'm as small as the text. Let me be big before I put myself in a laughing fit. That means the nation functions thanks to America's nukes. Or wait, I don't remember. I'll reread. Japan abandoned nukes, but lies under the nuclear umbrella by allying themselves with America. That means the nation functions thanks to America's nukes. Yes, I am the cursor. However, that also means we must resign ourselves to forever being a vassal of America. In order for Japan to escape that and become a powerful nation equal to America, it must possess its own deterrence arms and step out of that nuclear umbrella. That society must have been put together by experts who believe in that ideal. Given that, even the name Alphabet Project makes sense. Nuclear weapons are weapons of mass destruction. However, weapons of mass destruction aren't always nuclear. They also include biological weapons and chemical weapons. Atomic, biological, chemical. The initial of these three words make up ABC. That's why weapons of mass destruction are sometimes called ABC weapons. I won't go into weapons of mass destruction that don't belong in those three categories. ABC, alphabet. In other words, Alphabet Project must be a code for research into weapons of mass destruction. As it happened, this guess of Takano's was correct. By rights, Japan should possess nuclear arms. We established ourselves as a peace-loving nation after the war, and after our vast international contributions, we have been recognized as a permanent member of the UN. Yet, until we possess nuclear arms, we won't be recognized as a proper nation. That is the long-held desire of post-war Japan. Exactly. However, realistically, thanks to the Nuclear Non-Proliferential Treaty, the major
nations hold a monopoly on nukes. Worse, our domestic public opinion is growing allergic to nukes, so foreign and domestic pressures make implementing them impossible. Biological and chemical weapons are sometimes known as the poor man's nuke. Small countries like that can't own nuclear weapons have already started research into that kind of weaponry. Can I read, please? Can I say these words? Takano-san, please don't misunderstand us, okay? The purpose of our research isn't to obtain a biological weapon. Instead, our goal is to prevent such weapons from coming into Japan from other countries. So this research into self-defense. I want you to understand that. Yes, I'm aware of that. Takano hated this Japanese tendency to make excuses, but she didn't let it show on her face. No matter what they said, they already saw the value of using their research towards biological weaponry. However, in truth, that was just an excuse as well. If they actually wanted to research biological weapons, then it would be much faster to research diseases like smallpox and anthrax instead of the unidentified disease like Hinamizawa syndrome.
Okay, nobody, have fun BRBing.
When nuclear weapons on the mind, why is radiation related to the color green, but nothing natural glows green with radiation? Radioactive paint glows green because of chemicals that glows with radioactive decay, but there can be natural blue flashes with radiation, like the nuclear explosions and accidents, but nuclear reactions will glow blue in cooling bath. I don't know. Maybe it might be because green is like, I mean, I was almost gonna say a natural color, but grass and trees. I almost want to blame Fallout. I don't know, just something about green, like that specific shade of green, is probably something that like looks radioactive. Imagine if it was like missing texture pink though. I feel like that would match a lot more, because like that specific shade of color is very unnatural and like it burns your eyes almost. I think it's like technically that's like a harder color to see. Green is not a creative color. So it wasn't actually correct to say the defense agency was interested in as a biological weapon. In other words, Takano needed a powerful sponsor who could back her up with funding, personnel, and a facility to conduct her research, so she used her connections and turned to the old men behind the government in Akaname. Reaching out to each of them, and getting them to forcibly pull funding out of the defense agency under the excuse of its application towards biological weaponry. That was the truth. Wanted to jump into this rabbit hole head first. Right, just do some research. Therefore, her project wasn't officially recognized by the defense agency. To be exact, the people who secretly controlled the defense agency were the ones who knew about it. Those masterminds diverted funding from the defense agency to the Alphabet Project. And then they pushed for Takano's research to be a part of it. Takano gets her funding, and the influencers get to drain public funds through kickbacks. Considering that, it was doubtful that this project was genuinely about researching the next generation of deterrence arms. It was probably just an excuse for the masterminds to funnel money into their own pockets. Well, those complicated matters didn't matter to Takano. Whatever those old men and influencers were planning wasn't her business. As long as she could get her funding for her research, that was enough. Either way, Takano had found her sponsor. It was one of the biggest organizations around, too. This has always been her grandfather's dream. Takano was trying to stay calm, but she was about to jump up and down in excitement. Nakagawa-kun says that once the research gets underway, he doesn't mind buying it out. Although it's still incomplete, he definitely sees potential in it. You're absolutely right. This research is only halfway complete. Sufficient funding, facilities, and personnel will be indispensable. About that, here's where the negotiations start, but apparently they wish to take on this research in its entirety. I feel bad saying this, but they think the burden is too much for you to bear alone. Hearing that put quite the damper on Takano's ecstasy. I'm not trying to make money off of this. I'm working as a researcher purely out of intellectual curiosity. What I need is a sponsor, and what they seek are results. That was the relationship I had hoped to establish. Takano realized she was talking rather breathlessly, so she tried to calm herself down. Either way, they'd be backing the research. Considering they're hoping for results that merit the budget, they probably feel that Takano is still too young to handle it. I know. You've been working on this for a long time, and you don't want anyone to grab it from you, right? I totally understand that. Of course, we've already informed them, so here's the compromise we came up with. First, we'll start your research as an offshoot of the Alphabet Project. Once you have the board of directors' approval, you'll be given official funding. We'll have you participate in the project as an associate researcher, and you'll take part in the research that way. If she wanted their funding, she'd have to fall under their authority, of course. So far, she had no objections. Hey Zeph, is it okay to drop a link really fast as a video of reactors starting up? It's just so people can see the blue glow I'm talking about.
Sure, give me a second. Okay. Go ahead. You have permission for a minute.
And then maybe I'll go ahead and like figure out a way to
Show it, I think. Okay. Hurry up, Rocket. Okay, there we go.
Oh, it's YouTube short. Okay.
Let me get it on screen so we can watch it together real quick.
Or actually... yeah, we'll do it this way. Let me see... Okay.
Let me open that up.
Oh gosh. YouTube shorts are always in like a weird aspect. I guess because they're meant to be viewed on the phone. Get it all. Okay, it's gonna look kind of scuffed. But here we go. It's actually really pretty. Really? Huh. Yeah, it's probably green because that just looks like a friendly color. Like, that is a really pleasing color. Huh.
It's a nice shade of blue. Okay, let's get that out of here.
Yeah, there's probably some reason behind it being blue, but that's a really nice looking color. The noise you're hearing is the control rods raising to start the nuclear reaction.
Oh.
Although I guess it was probably blue because it was in water, so that way it wouldn't, like, radiate the researchers. But still, it just looked like a friendly little color. However, the Research Society had listed a few conditions in exchange for funding this project. First, as was just mentioned, is to entrust the position of the lead researcher into an individual that's skilled and talented in this field of research. I hate to interject, but who would be more knowledgeable about this than me? Other than the late Dr. Takano, of course. Now. Please come down, Takano-san. I understand how you feel. Still, how is this any different from selling my research to this individual? This isn't what we discussed at all. Calm down, Takano-san. Those cunning old men didn't miss sight of the faint leak of anger that crossed Takano's expression. They gave evasive laughs, as if remarking how immature she still was if she let her emotions show over such a little thing. However, they weren't laughing to look down on Takano. On the contrary, they were trying to tell her to wait until the end. Now, I remember all the radioactive paint used a chemical would glow green.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll be sure to get your own. We'll make sure you get your own way. Koizumi-sensei told me to take good care of you. Do you think I would just ignore you after he told me that? Don't worry. Please let me work things out. I'll make sure you'll be happy. What do you mean? You see, I get to select the person in charge. Everyone chortled except Takano. After a moment, she joined in. In other words, he meant that he would find just the right person. The defense agency had suggested finding an expert to lead the project because they didn't feel comfortable with just Takano. However, Takano's sponsor was the one tasked to find such a person. In that moment, Takano realized it. How wonderful it have to... how wonderful it is to have such a wonderful backer. Powerful backer? Man, I really needed to get more sleep. Let me work it out. I'll find some candidates for you. All you have to do is pick the one you think would be the most suitable. Takano felt better after hearing that. While she wouldn't be the official head of the project, she would end up leading it from the shadows. Of course, she wasn't an expert per se. Having a partner would actually be beneficial. Give me some time to talk to the other end. I'll make sure you'll be happy with the outcome. Please be patient for a while. I understand. Thank you for everything. Oh, by the way, it's not just the defense agency. Nagata-kun from the Ministry of Health and Welfare will be willing to help you too. He introduced me to Ito-kun from the National Institute of Infectious Diseases. He's willing to help you with the equipment and other technology. Really? Thank you so much. Let's see, the blue color happens out of water too with nuclear accidents and nuclear weapons testing. There will be reports of a blue flash of light. Okay, so it is just that friendly blue color. This is a national project, isn't it? Congratulations, Takano-san. This is all because of your effort and the deceased Mr. Takano's hard work. Oh no, this is all because of Dr. Takano. I haven't done anything yet. Being humble is a good virtue. Just like Koizumi-sensei told me, you're truly a nice person, aren't you? No wonder he adores you. Anyway, they want you to join the defense agency. Luckily, you have a doctor's license, right? We'll secure your position as a medical officer of the TRDI. Do you mean I'll be a public servant? I wasn't expecting that. All the organizations that are involved with the Alphabet Project are public institutions. The SDF is actually interested in this research as well, and they're making strong requests to dispatch some of their personnel too. So depending on the circumstances, you may be treated as an SDF member. Well, just think of those matters as officials squabbling over jurisdiction. So to stand above those officials, you'll need your own official position. No matter what, we'll make sure you'll be happy, so please don't worry about anything. I understand. I'll let you work things out. But knowing Dr. Takano's research was once rejected by the old Japanese military, it's hard to believe that the Self-Defense Force is interested in it now. Well, that couldn't be stopped. With the war situation worsening, the Japanese military sought something with immediate effect, something that could turn the war around. I don't think they were looking down on Dr. Takano's research. That wasn't true, of course. Takano already heard that confession from the old man. She exhaled. To her, it was like the meeting in front of her was happening somewhere far away. She had longed for this day to come and worked so hard to reach it. Finally, her grandfather and his research were attaining recognition. This was the day she had dreamed of. So she was frightened just imagining that it might be an actual dream. True joy can't be felt all at once. Oftentimes, it's a delayed reaction. Takano thought that must be exactly what she was feeling. I imagine you'll probably be given a field officer's rank. Since you'll be second in command, you'll likely be a major. That's wonderful. Major Takano, huh? My, I'm a little jealous. As a man, I wish I had a rank like that. Boy oh boy, Major Takano, huh? Mm-hmm. A major? What does that signify? Well, it's reasonably high in the rank system of the self-defense forces. It's like a sub-manager at a company, I guess. It'll be like your rank once the project gets underway. It's equivalent to a lieutenant commander in the old Japanese military. What a coincidence! Dr. Takano was also a lieutenant commander in the old military. Takano remembered suddenly. They were right. Her grandfather had been a lieutenant commander in the Japanese military. Everything she had done until now and today was so she could continue her grandfather's research. Now everything had fallen into place. She had even been granted the same rank as her grandfather. She had always believed that succeeding his research would be proof that they had a bond tighter than blood, and now she would even be the same rank as him. This is fate, Takano thought. Maybe this is even a message from Grandpa? Yes, it must have been a shout of encouragement from heaven. It was proof that she inherited not only his research, but his will as well. Takano couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny for attaining the rank of major. It's called Cherenkov radiation. It happens more noticeably in water because the energy that flashes blue like that is traveling faster than the relative light of speed through a medium. With water, that slows the light traveling through it, so just think of the blue flash as the laws of physics getting broken just for a while. Oh, I see. I see. Grandpa, I'm finally here. Nobody else could hear her say that, but her grandfather in heaven could. That's what Takano believed. She had only come so far. There were still a lot of things to do for this research to be recognized as a great work. Otherwise, her grandfather wouldn't become a god. She wouldn't become one either. You must become a god. That was from her grandfather's will. I was unable to do so. That line preceded it. It was her grandfather's dying wish. Her grandfather entrusted it to her. All of his research. A god can't be physically brought back to life. A god is made in the hearts of the people who remain alive. Her grandfather will live on in her heart. His exploits will be known to many, and all of the scholars will fight to read his documents, to steal them from each other, and they will learn about Hifumi Takano, who began his research during the war. They will know that nobody understood him, and that he ended up devoting his lonely life to his research. And finally, they will extol his grand achievement. Man, still no tips? That is weird. Oh gosh, how many chapters are gonna be in this one? We're more than likely not getting through it this week, but allow me to introduce you. This is Major Takano. Major, this is Dr. Kyosuke Iri. Hello, I'm Iri. Iri seemed extremely nervous at their first meeting. He probably thought I was in charge of some suspicious organization.
Please relax. Call me Takano.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it. Please, have a seat. A model, lower middle class citizen was a good way to describe Kyosuke Iri's demeanor. One could also say that he was the stereotypical type of person to get conveniently discarded after those crafty elders used their seniority to constantly pick on him. He certainly doesn't seem as cunning as I am. But that doesn't mean he isn't ambitious. Like me, he's a young person who dreams of accomplishing something great and leaving his name upon generations to come. While he acts humble in person like this, his articles were actually progressive as well as aggressive. The gap between the two was quite intense. I've read the data concerning this Hinamizawa syndrome. What did you think? Well, it's really quite a shock. It's very possible that this is something that steps into the dark side of today's medicine, but I can hardly control my intellectual excitement in knowing that it's a mystery that has yet to be solved. Hearing that made me chuckle. Iri is more than interested in Hinamizawa syndrome, which is good enough for me. She had been through the ringer with far too many people to reach this day. So her honed intuition could tell. She would get along with this man. Okay, it changed from first to third person in one paragraph. That's, Even if he isn't useful to me, he won't cause any problems. For both me and my sponsor, he's the best person possible for the job. I was shocked, too, to imagine a man of your experience and knowledge was just wasting away in the medical office without any responsibilities or work to accomplish. I have to say that was a grave loss for the medical field. Iri laughed. He probably thought that I didn't know, but I had received detailed documents on him. So I knew why he was exiled from the limelight despite his rare talent and achievements. It's his heckin' maid. His maid addiction. He displayed extraordinary skill working under the neurosurgery expert, and everyone expected a bright future from him. But he was kicked out due to an ethical controversy. Iri's pet theory was the antisocial behavior in individuals could be explained by brain disorders. He believed that no one in this world was born a villain, and that they were all just poor patients in need of treatment.
Oh, thank you for the biddies, nobody.
I'm back and I found this on the ground.
Thank you for the 500 biddies.
Thank you for all the biddies you give me, nobody.
I never know what to say, but thank you.
Yeah. He proposed that they were all proper and normal when born, yet as they matured.
Also, welcome back.
Psychogenesis and various exogenous factors caused brain disorders that made them into villains. Therefore, what those evil people need isn't punishment, it is treatment, and if their diseases are treated, they will become good citizens again. That manner of thinking actually fell in line with the Confucian belief of innate human goodness. According to this theory, humans are born with the capacity for altruism towards their kind, and it is only afterwards that they learn and acquire cruelty. Edie believed that acquisition was the result of brain disorders. The human brain creates human thoughts. Therefore, if one becomes emotionally ill, that means their brain is ill, so if their brain gets treatment, they will recover emotionally too. That field was called psychosurgery. It's fallen out of practice in the current Heisei era, but the surgical techniques were applauded until mid-Showa, especially since it produced spectacular results on the chronic mental patient that was said to be incurable. The man who invented it even won a Nobel Prize. That was how revolutionary it was. Humans think, that's why they become ill. Everyone knows that's why they overthink. Those who overthink matters are prone to mental illness. When the organ that thinks and debates grows ill, humans deviate from social behavior. That part is called the frontal lobe. Put simply, psychosurgery is the surgery performed to cut the frontal lobe. No, not true. I've never been normal, not even the day I was born. I only got worse. I think I got better. I think I've, like, vaguely mentioned this, but I haven't went into it, and I probably won't. But, like, in elementary school, I punched some kids. For little reasons. This one person wouldn't give me a hug, so I was like, bah. Put simply, psychosurgery is surgery performed to cut the frontal lobe. This kind of surgery doesn't require removing the whole epicranium. The small hole is drilled through the cranium and a special scalpel was inserted down to cut it. It's not a major surgery, just a technique for quickly cutting the precious frontal lobe. Indeed, it is revolutionary in its simplicity. All the severely ill mental patients miraculously recovered, so the technique spread around the world quickly. Those with obstinate and chronic mental illnesses, the severely ill trapped in deep, inescapable depression, all of those could be saved by this technique. I got so uncomfortable, I started talking like this. Throughout history, humans have come up with very different religions and magic tricks to heal emotional injuries. So needless to say, the idea of being able to treat them with a surgical technique was truly revolutionary. Edie admired psychosurgery and pushed forwards to the field of surgical techniques to treat human souls. Also, I want to preface that the punching only happened in elementary school. I can now no longer actually put any force in my punches. If I punch you, it's like you getting hit with a marshmallow.
No, don't go with a spoon in the brain!
However, from the modern human rights standpoint, serving a portion of the brain simply because someone is emotionally disturbed is absolutely out of the question. People gradually started to think differently and said that psychosurgery was inhumane. The frontal lobe controls how people think, but it is also the part that makes humans act human. There were quite a few cases where that cut caused drastic, irreversible changes to the patient. A baseless happiness born from lack of thought, a change in personality, a loss of interest in everything, major mood swings due to a lack of control over one's emotions. One even lost part of their memories, or some even. Of course, some didn't even survive the surgery. As the Showa era approached its 40th year, use of the psychosurgery declined. Also, due to the development of psychotropical medicine, the surgery was hardly performed anymore anyway. Yet, some people still believed in the idea and continued to perform the surgery and gather clinical data. They wanted people to recognize the value of the technique once again. Some of these surgeries were performed without consent. One theory is that in Japan alone, there were thousands of people who woke up from general anesthesia, only to find part of their brain had been removed. Today, to perform such a surgery without a patient's consent is considered totally unethical, but it was different at the time. For one thing, the idea that doctors required prior patient consent was proliferated in the modern Heisei era. Therefore, people in the time didn't think it was that big of an issue. It was only later that people started to argue that it was inhumane. Nope, don't want violence, just want...
I won't say
Finally, a decision was reached and the curtain closed with the rejection of psychosurgery. Later, the Japanese Society of Psychology and Neurology passed their resolution to end psychosurgery. After that, psychosurgery was banned throughout Japan and made a forbidden subject of Japanese medicine. Ide was the leading person in the field of psychosurgery. He continued to advocate its effectiveness and results. Therefore, he was treated as a war criminal who practiced inhumane medicine, and he was exiled from the public eye. However, that doesn't mean he changed his beliefs. He still believes that immoral behavior is caused by brain disorders, and the secret of treating them is, in fact, hidden in the brain. So the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome, caused by parasites living in the brain, can control human emotions, actually affirms his theory. I'll get you to say it someday.
I'll see. We'll see when that day comes.
If it's all right with you, I would love to accept this position. Of course. Given Iri's history, he would never turn down this offer. Despite his mild-mannered appearance, Iri was possessed by a mighty ambition. There was no way he didn't desire a chance to complete research that could prove himself to the medical society that ostracized him. I'm handing him the chance on a silver platter. Thank you very much. I knew you'd accept. We are very lucky to have an expert like you. You'll be a great help. But are you okay with me being the director? Wouldn't it be better for you to hold that position, Takano-san? I'm just a simple doctor. Being in charge of other people is... Don't worry. I'll give you my full support. Our sponsor wanted to pick a civilian. Besides, wouldn't you like to be called... Director Edie? But... Edie laughed to hide his embarrassment. We're building a research center in Hinamizawa. Publicly, it'll be a clinic, so with your consent, Dr. Edie, we'd like to call it the Edie Clinic. The Lord of my own castle. That's more than I deserve. You will also be placed under the SDF, and you'll be registered as a medical officer with them. Since you'll be my superior, you'll be a lieutenant colonel. Lieutenant Colonel Erie. How does that sound to you? I'm not a military man. I'd rather refrain from being called Lieutenant Colonel. Director is already a frightening title as it is. Oh my. He's getting a chance to research brain parasites, plus being given the title of director in a new clinic as camouflage. Plus, it comes with a staff and funding. He'll even have support from my defense agency and a Ministry of Health and Welfare, as well as a research lab with state-of-the-art equipment. No wonder he's laughing so excitedly. However, there are some risks, too. Since he'll be involved with the secret research, he has an obligation to keep it a secret. Also, he's going to an area plagued by a mysterious and bizarre disease. There's no guarantee he won't contract it himself. But Idie is too young to even think about those things. Aware of all the risks, he quickly signed the contract with the ambition to have people recognize his talent once again. When I saw him sign the contract, I finally relaxed. I knew he would agree to join us, but at the same time, I was afraid of the chance that he'd refuse. Selecting a director proved more difficult than expected, and the only candidate Takano paired well with was Iri. So if Iri refused to take the position, then frankly, she'd be placed in an even more worse situation. Now that Iri had agreed to take the position, research on Hinamizawa syndrome can finally begin. The research center, or rather, the clinic, will be completed next spring. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Defense Agency will send the best equipment and staff, plus an abundant supply of funds. Then finally, our research will begin in earnest. Everything is going well. Of course it is. I've put so much effort into making sure things went smoothly up to this point. Okay, that's it. Congratulations, Dr. Iri. Major, the contract has been signed. Oh wait, that wasn't Takano. This is Takano. Thank you. I look forward to working with you, Director Iri. I look forward to working with you too, Takano-san. I hope we can get along. I'll be devoting my best efforts to this. No, thank you. Let's both give our best. Now the position of director has been filled. Everything is set.
Who do we go to now?
Oh, nice is this track. That's great, just great. Congratulations, Takano-san. No, Major Takano, isn't it? This was all possible thanks to your assistance. I must give my thanks to all of you. Oh, don't mention it. But we should save our congratulations until you finish your research, huh? You're only at the starting line, aren't you? Exactly. I'll be devoting my every waking moment to this research. I can hardly wait to see the result of what Dr. Takano couldn't finish. Well now, Sensei, let's not talk about business today. Let's have a toast to congratulate Takano-san and the Erie Institute. Hello everyone, I'm Nagata from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. I'd like to say a few things before the toast. Takano-san, make sure he works hard, okay? His research center will be supporting the institute. If you need any technical support, just call him. Make him work hard? No, I have to thank you for your support. I'm Takano. Pleased to meet you. Takano-san, let me introduce you to these gentlemen. Meet Tomitaka-kun and Okanogi-kun from the Special Defense Force. Wait, are these the dads of the two kids that we keep seeing? They're a backup for our SDF. I'll let them introduce themselves. Or wait, no. Never mind. Nice to meet you. I'm Tomitake. I got confused with the names. I've been commanded to serve as auditor for this project. I can't believe we go through 8 of these games. And I'm like, oh yeah, Tomitake is the kid, right? Oh, my brain. I look forward to working with you. The funding for our research is largely coming from the SDF. It's only natural for the SDF to assign a watchdog to make sure reasonable research is taking place. However, someone in a position like that should be my opponent. Why was someone in that position invited to this private party? Does that mean this auditor is on my side too? Seeing that thorough groundwork, I couldn't help but feel the strength of having a sponsor all over again. Wait, hold on, there's an art museum in a town I drive through bi-yearly to visit my grandmother. Yeah. I need to go to an art museum at one point. I'm excited to visit my friend. I won't be staying in Hinamizawa. I'll only come by to routinely check on the progress of the research. Oh, that's too bad. Hinamizawa is a beautiful place with clean air. Please come visit us anytime, outside of work too. Thank you. I guess I will. If he really is an auditor, I should maintain a good relationship with this man. He'll hold the key to all future adjustments of our funding so long as we continue drawing it from the SDF. And then I'll kill him. You! You! Stinky man!
I'm Okanogi. Nice to meet you. I'm gonna give you a dumb voice.
My nephew grabbed a travel guide from the hotel I stayed in, but I didn't know there's an art museum.
Nice.
He's a commanding officer of the Mountain Dogs, one of the unconventional warfare units. They'll be stationed in the Hinamizawa to provide you direct support, Major. Should I consider you my bodyguard, then? Their principal duty is guarding VIPs and preserving secrets. Think of them as your hands and feet, and work them hard. Thank you. Tomitake seemed to be an honest type for the military man, but this Okanogi person looks like the complete opposite. His main job is to preserve secrets, but I bet he's also good with espionage tactics like counterintelligence and information control. Yes, that would explain his demeanor. Since the SDF is funding our research on Hinamizawa syndrome, of course, this is considered a military operation. Therefore, this research has to be done in secret. That's why a unit like this is necessary. Besides, it's very reassuring to have someone capable of combat working under me. I should maintain a good relationship with him, too. Okay, enough introductions. Come on, Tomitake-kun. You can relax, too. Let's put aside our ranks today and have a toast. While this is supposed to celebrate the establishment of the Erie Institute, Erie himself isn't here. But that is his job, after all. Erie is simply a puppet to fill a seat. Of course, I expect him to help me a little with his expertise, but he's ultimately an outsider. This was supposed to be a gathering where I would show my appreciation to those who helped me establish the Erie Institute, but it was turned into them thanking me for all my efforts. I'm always the one to pour alcohol for others, but today people are pouring alcohol in my glass. The new participants are trying to make me happy, and all the top people talk to me casually. They all praised my hard work and my efforts. My research is now recognized by many institutions, and I'm ready to spread my wings open wide. And all the people who are expecting some returns once the research accomplishes something are trying to curry favor with me. But right now, I'm just very grateful, regardless of their motives. Let's have a toast to wish the best of luck to Mio Takano-kun, and also have the new Erie Institute. Arai-sensei, please lead the toast. It's like a dream. I know. This is just the beginning, and I shouldn't be satisfied with this alone. But just for today, I can forget about everything else and enjoy the celebration. I'm not a heavy drinker, but the drinks taste good tonight, and the more I drink, the happier I get. Ah, this really is wonderful. To be called Major by Tomataka and the others is wonderful too. That's the rank my grandfather had during the war. That means I've already caught up with my grandfather. This is only the beginning. From here on, I intend to reach what my grandfather couldn't. This is the best night of my life. I ended up leaving to fix my makeup. I'm filled with elation. I need to feel fresh air to calm myself down. My heart is about to explode because I'm so happy. The gathering is taking place a little distance away from the main building. The restroom is in the main building, so I need to walk across the hallway. Man, it is just pouring here. A beautiful and well-maintained Japanese garden is visible from the hallway. It's raining. I usually don't like rain, but I don't mind it at all today. I feel like even the raindrops are congratulating me. The cool air feels pleasant on my hot skin. It took me a moment to notice how unsteady my footsteps had become. Maybe I drank a little too much. It wasn't like me to drink more than I can handle. Although this is a party, I don't want to embarrass myself, so I decided to cool off a little by looking at the beautiful Japanese garden. I found an elegant chair set up on a red carpet nearby and sat down on it. Since I was with the associates until now, I was forced to constantly be on guard against embarrassing myself. But now that I was alone, I could let go and truly relax. When I look up at the sky, I realize it's still raining hard, but in the distance, the horizon is a little lighter. Maybe it won't be raining for much longer. Well, that's normal. Rain stops eventually. No matter how cold it is or how hard it's raining, the rain stops eventually. I saw a pair of sandals and an umbrella, almost inviting me, so I took them into the garden. The tasteless laughter coming from the party sounds far away. I tilted the umbrella and looked up at the sky. I felt the raindrops hit my face, and I gazed up at the sky for a while, forgetting all about my hair getting wet. I thought the rain would cool down my boiling heart, but as my body got cold, I started to feel miserable. My bare feet were all swollen, and the throbbing pain I felt made them seem twice their normal size. The gravel road continued forever. I didn't even know what direction I was headed in anymore. Oh, it's going back into the past again. The Musk's brain chip makes me excited about the possible future of becoming a cyborg, but I fear the day some butt can hack me and make me left-handed and make me forget my birthday. Oh no. Yeah, that is a rough balance. It's like, on one hand, you can be a cool cyborg. On the other side, you can get a virus. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine someone loading ransomware onto your body? That would be terrifying. Oh my god. Can you imagine it, like, locks your memories or, like, keeps you in a repeating thing or, like, keeps you from doing certain things unless you, like, pay money or, like, get rid of the virus? That would be terrifying. I could no longer hear my pursuer. I had probably lost him by running through the woods like mad. My body was covered in scratches. I finally started to feel the pain from that. I felt both cold and hungry. There was no place nearby to take shelter from the rain. I was just on a little path in the woods. My worst fear was that I could end up heading back towards the orphanage after bolting and losing my sense of direction. I had crushed that man's finger. I didn't think I bit it off, but I was sure that I would leave a scar. Taking that into consideration, it was very clear to me what kind of torture awaited me back in the orphanage. Therefore, I had to reach the House of Love and Mercy. If only it had been daytime, then I could easily have found the right way to go. However, with this rain, there was nothing I could do. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep walking until I reached something. I wondered if Eriko and the others had escaped safely. I didn't know how many people came after us, but at least one came after me. She was hiding your fine motor controls behind a paywall. Oh no, right? Oh gosh, imagine if some parts of you would be like subscription-based. In other words, it meant they would have a better chance. Did they reach the House of Love and Mercy? Were they drying themselves with soft towels? And if they still remembered me, would they save me a towel for me too? I felt so cold. I wanted to find shelter and sit down, but there was nothing of the sort. I saw a tree that looked like I could take shelter under it, but the branches and leaves were dripping with water. It was then that I realized that the sky was gradually getting darker. Would this day end in rain? There was no street lights where I was. Soon enough it would be totally dark. Then I wouldn't be able to walk any further. I just wanted to sit down, even if it was raining. But if I did sit down, I probably wouldn't be able to stand up again, so I endured. If I hadn't escaped with Eriko and the others, I wouldn't have had to go through such misery. But compared to what I had to go through in the orphanage, this was nothing. Thinking about that was the only way to make myself move. No, but Ghost in the Shell / no gun, no life situation sounds fun.
That's true.
But then I thought about that. It's true that this freezing cold rain was far better than my life at the orphanage. But that was only when compared to the life at the orphanage. I think this is the one track that it doesn't like to save, so I'm gonna start recording. Was it better that the normal lives and the normal kids my age? I didn't even need to think about that. When my parents were alive, although they weren't rich, we led a normal life. The gentle smiles and favorable selfishness. The sound of my mother cooking breakfast in the morning. The sound of a newspaper being folded. Precious memories like that. I didn't need anything else. I had plenty of friends. I had fun at school. I didn't like my teacher, but I liked studying. I had everything I needed. That was enough for me. I never complained. I never did anything bad. So, why was this happening to me? Everything went downhill after that train accident. At least I think this is the track. I could be wrong. The die of fate kept rolling a 1. The die never showed its good side to me. If the accident was my fault, then I could have accepted it. But it wasn't. I wasn't even there. Okay, it might not be this track. I don't remember. I waited for my parents at home. I liked going to the mall with them. We always had a meal at the restaurant in the mall. I always told them to let me know if they were going to the mall. But on that day, they went without me while I went to my friend's house to play. My friend wasn't in, so I went back home. I didn't see anyone at home and found a note that said that they were going to the mall. I regretted going to my friend's house. I waited at home. They didn't come home. They were still gone by dinner time. I was getting hungry and I got angry with my parents for leaving me. I thought they were having dinner at the mall or restaurant without me. If I hadn't gone to my friend's house, I would be eating dinner at their restaurant too. I loved the little flags that came with the kids' meals. I was collecting those flags. Yes, I was. I was trying to collect 20 of them, thinking that I once collected 20 if something wonderful would happen. But I couldn't collect 20 of them. I only needed one more. If I had one more, maybe the accident wouldn't have happened. Got the spicy COVID. Oh no, Lisa! Oh no!
You stay safe, okay? Especially with you having that trip coming up. Get plenty of rest, have a bunch of fluids. Be safe. I'm sorry to hear that, Lisa.
A very sad memory of a flag from a kid's meal. I kept waiting for my parents to come home from the mall. I was hungry, so I started to eat some dried fish. If I ate too much, my mother would find out, so I was careful not to gorge myself. Then the phone rang. If I turn myself into a cyborg, I'll either make myself stronger or just turn myself into Genos from One Punch Man. That would be fun. I'd assumed it was from my parents. I answered the phone in an angry manner, but it wasn't them at all. Okay. There we go. What happened to the house? We had rented it, so maybe someone else had already moved in. So what happened to my room? What about my desk and all the flags that were right in the right middle drawer? If it wasn't my house anymore, then where was I supposed to go? Even if it remained my house, my parents wouldn't be there to welcome me or protect me. I'll be okay, as I think it feels very minor.
Hopefully it passes soon. Yeah, hopefully in any case, like, maybe it's like a very light form of it and passes by, but yeah, stay safe, Lisa. Yeah, stay hydrated, well rested, and yeah. don't don't overwork yourself as well. Take it easy for a little bit.
Just because I didn't have my parents to protect me, the whole world became so cruel. How could anyone take me away from the house I used to be living in, just because my parents were gone? Why didn't they just leave me alone? They asked me many things. They tried to confirm many things. But how could have I understood any of the forms they gave me? I was asked a yes or no question. I had no choice but to answer yes. And before I knew it, I ended up at the orphanage. It was beyond heartless. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a little girl. I had to sign so many papers, but why this? The warm and gentle world ended suddenly without advance notice, and I was thrown into the cruel and merciless world alone. Was this the real world? Did I have any allies at all? Just because my parents died and I didn't have any relatives, the world had become so sad. When is the die going to come up with a 6 instead of a 1 to make up for the continuous series of the latter? Oh, tears were pouring down my cheeks. The salty taste further saddened and irritated me. I couldn't do anything but cry, but no matter how hard I cried or pitied myself, cold rain wouldn't warm my body or save me. I didn't even know where I was or which direction I should go. Ediko showed me the map to the House of Love and Mercy when we were planning our escape, but we only learned the shortest route. I was completely lost. But strangely, after I finished crying, I felt a groundless strength within myself. I once learned that tears wash away particles in the eyes, but there is a different purpose to them too. Tears also wash away what's in the heart. I clenched my fist and forced my feet to move. I headed in the direction that I believed to be the correct on the gravel road. The rain was still pouring, and it was getting darker and darker. I roared at the sky amidst the rain. My sadness was turning into anger. You stupid God! Why? What have I done to deserve this? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I was just living a normal life, that's all. So why this? My daddy told me that there were good things and bad things in life, but neither lasts for long. That means this misery won't last that long either, right? I won't be all alone in this miserable place forever, right? Isn't that right? As I looked up, I felt the raindrops hit my face. There is no God. I knew that in my heart. But such disbelief wouldn't save me. If I believed he was there, I should have been saved. No, I needed him to be there. Was he going to answer me? I heard thunder. Then I realized he was there. He was there and he was listening to me. In his eyes, everyone was supposed to be equal, and he was listening to me. No must think of outfits for Bunny Boy.
Well, still. How's your progress going on that, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? You still kind of in the process of planning it out?
I've gone through enough, more than enough. If I was too happy before, then I could take this misery. But I wasn't. I was living a normal life. If you ask me if I was happy, then sure, I was. But this is what I get in return? That's not fair at all! I heard the thunder again. He was listening. I continued. If this fate of mine was your mistake, then let me be free. Please end my misery and let me be happy again. But if this is, in fact, my fate, and I'm supposed to live this way until the end, then I don't want it. Kill me. Kill me now with your lightning. Just finish me off now. Come on. Kill me ruthlessly right here and now. I heard the thunder again. It was loud enough to make me shiver. Normally, I would just hide in the house and wait until the thunder went away. But on that day, I wasn't afraid. This is the reason why I play stupid, because the smarter you act, the higher expectations people have of you, and the harder people will try tricking you if you think I'm a crayon munching. Catch people in lies before it gets out of hand and let it keep going if I think it's funny. And that's true. Come on, kill me, Miyoko Tanashi is right here. Just like you killed my parents, take my life too. The heavens replied to my provocation. The heavens took aim at me, a lonely human who dared sling constant, insolent insults at them. That was my wish. I opened my arms. He's God, so he wouldn't miss me. However, I guess even God makes mistakes sometimes. Although he's supposed to be fair, he had been unfair with me. Very slowly, the most we arranged to do is figure out his body tape. The artists I'm working with, North was kind enough to help design them, but they are busy with life stuff that is going very slow, and I want to swap artists so things move along, but I would feel bad. Yeah, it is. With, not. Oh, okay. I was kind enough to design. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes life stuff happens. I think, like, this year has been so weird. I don't know if it's like I'm just... I don't know. Because I usually work on stuff way faster, but I've noticed that I've kind of slowed down, and I don't know why. And it's frustrating. I'm hoping to, like, get better at doing stuff, but it's just like, I work like 2 jobs. Oh, yeah, that'll keep them from working on stuff. Hold sword in the air. Smite me now, Susie. That video is a classic. I hope that guy ended up being okay, but like, oof. Yeah, IRL stuff is weird, yeah. Hopefully in the summer, I'll get back into the swing of things. Come on, kill me! Take me to heaven! But if you fail to kill me, then try turning my destiny around! A flash from heaven. I thought I smelled something burning just before it hit. The sheer force knocked me to the ground. It was a strange experience. It was something that had just happened, but it already felt like it happened many years ago. I had no idea how long I was down for. I smelled something odd. The bad stench woke me up. When I looked, I saw a huge tree behind me that had been split open. Its leaves were smoldering. I looked up and saw sparks in the darkness. I couldn't understand what just happened. I just stood there. Thunderbolt had struck. It didn't strike me. It struck the tree behind me. I didn't get to die. He was telling me to keep walking in the woods in the cold rain. I won my bet with God. I bet my life. I bet my life against the lightning and the thunder. It could have killed me instantly, but he missed. So he had to fix my life. I looked up at the sky, laughing and bragging that I was still alive. I heard thunder again. It was acknowledging its loss. Come on, God. Save me. I won the bet, so save me from this misery. I stood there. I waited for God to do something while the rain poured down on me. But he didn't answer me again. I couldn't hear the thunder anymore. Again, I felt the warm tears pour down my cheeks. What was I thinking? If there was a God in heaven, he wouldn't have let anything like this happen to me. I think I just realized that this is the track that it tends to mute. Oops. My miserable life was the proof of God's existence. The darkness was about to swallow me utterly. Would I have to sleep out here? God must have wanted me to die slowly in this cold rain instead of granting me an instant death by lightning. I wished the sun would go away. I wished the sun would never rise. I wished that, as the woods had grown completely dark, my existence would be hidden by that darkness. I wished that I could just disappear. At least I grabbed a little bit of it. Had it been an eternity, or was it a matter of seconds? I couldn't even tell time was in such darkness. It was then that I saw something. It was a light. I noticed it only because the woods were so dark. But was it really there? Had it been there this whole time? I felt like the light was inviting me towards it. It was a fluorescent light. I didn't normally like fluorescent lights because I always thought that they looked cold. But I didn't feel coldness from that white light. I made myself believe that the light was a guide sent by God. I had to believe, otherwise I wouldn't be saved. The light reflected in a puddle. It wasn't a muddy puddle. It was a puddle of asphalt. I had made it out of the woods and was on a paved road. The light was a street light. Being on a paved road didn't really resolve anything. It was just a country road. It was a road that went through the woods, so there were no houses, no shops, and not even a single car going by. There weren't too many street lights on the road, so it was still very dark. My feet touched the asphalt. It felt so different from the gravel that I'd been walking on earlier. It felt almost merciful. My feet had grown used to walking on gravel, but after feeling the softness of asphalt, I never wanted to go back to the former again. I could only choose between heading left or heading right. I was grateful to God for leading me to this asphalt road, but I wished that he had given me a little more guidance. Such a little bit of luck couldn't make up for all the unhappiness I'd gone through. And that was when I sensed his guidance. I saw another light in the distance. It was only on the right side. I headed towards it, and when I got there, I understood what it was. I was amazed to find it there. A telephone booth. Who would actually make a call in the middle of here, of nowhere? A telephone booth in the countryside was rather unusual. There were plenty of red public phones all over, but I had always thought telephone booths only existed in big cities. I've nearly gotten struck by lightning before it struck close enough where I felt the thunder in my chest and felt the lightning pass through the ground. I was standing on as if it was touching the ground, and the hand was holding something that was touching the ground. I would have been killed. Oh no. Well, I'm glad you survived. I think, I've never actually gotten, like, close to being hit by lightning, but I think there was, like, a thunderstorm where lightning hit, like, pretty close to our house, and that was, like, recent. Like you can always tell, how close, the lightning is, considering the distance between, like, the flash and the thunder. Because if it's like a big difference, then it's pretty far away. If it's like you see it and you hear it at the same time, you're in trouble. It almost looked as though the telephone booth had been put there as a punishment for doing something bad. When I thought that, I felt bad for the lonely telephone booth. It reminded me of myself. Even if I went inside the telephone booth, what could I even do in there anyway? I already knew the answer to that question, but no matter what, I just had to get in there. The door squeaked as I opened it. There were lots of bugs flittering around because of the light. I usually hated bugs, but in that moment I felt like they were my friends, sheltering from the rain like me. There was no heater, but it was still very warm inside the booth. It sheltered me from the cold rain. Soon enough I crumpled to the floor. The warmth from the fluorescent light embraced me gently, and I felt like it was telling me that it was okay to cry. But I had no more tears left, because I cried them all when the lightning struck. Aching scratches covered my body. My calves were in pain too. Everything hurt everywhere, and I didn't want to get up ever again. I wished I could fall asleep, but if I did that, the staff from the orphanage might find me. The windows on the booths were high up, so if I sat down I wouldn't be visible from the outside. But as it was the only shelter in those dark woods, staff would be sure to check it. That was why I couldn't stay there for long. Telephone booths from the back weren't completely made of glass, so it was possible to hide inside one. My exhausted spirit understood that I had to move, but I just couldn't make myself. Maybe I was experiencing some kind of vision. I felt a strange calmness that I'd never experienced before. I didn't feel that I was myself. It was very strange. Although that maybe I was killed by the lightning, or I thought that maybe I was killed by the lightning. I'd assumed that I was still Miyotanashi, but maybe I wasn't her at all. I seriously considered those things. No, I think this was the reason why I have a more daring but calculating personality, where half of me wants to feel that again and the other half of me wants to do it smartly. You know, that makes sense. I feel like almost getting hit by lightning would have that, like, very specific rush. When I started to think that the telephone booth had something to do with it, because God led me there. He couldn't have done so because it was providing shelter from the rain. There had to be something else. I wondered what it was. Could there be something that the booth that could save me? But what? A telephone booth is used to make a phone call, but I didn't have any money. But then, I noticed something that looked like a copper. My heart skipped a beat. The 10-yen coin I saw wasn't there before. Did I just miss it? I didn't think so. It must have just showed up. In other words, this 10-yen coin was guidance from God. He was telling me to make a call with that coin. But who? There was no telephone book. In that case, I could only call a number I knew. Did God want me to do that then? There was only one coin. I could only call one number, and I couldn't talk for that long. I had challenged God earlier, so it was just a matter of course to think that God was challenging me in return. I had only one chance, and he wanted me to test my luck with that chance. I left the phone booth and looked up at the sky. Then I yelled in my heart, "You're on, God!" I wondered who I could call. Who? My house? My parents were dead and I had no relatives. Even if I called, nobody would answer. Actually, the phone bill wouldn't have been paid for in a long time, so the phone line would already be disconnected. My house was my lost life itself. No, the debris of my life. Calling home would simply be an expression of regret. which ran counter to the positive attitude of one trying to change their life. So surely using the coin to call my house was wrong, which meant I had to cast this 10 yen coin towards my future. Future. My future? What future, anyway? Then I heard a huge thunderclap, which cleared my mind. In that clear state of mind, I saw something from the past. It was the last sight of my father, his final moments on the hospital bed. Though suffering from pain, he tried to tell me something very important. If by chance I am to die, turn to Dr. Takano, Dr. Hifumi Takano. Say it for me. Hifumi Takano. That's right, Dr. Hifumi Takano. He's my former teacher. He will help you. Daddy 4 times. Nobody will always answer when he can. Yeah. Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so it wasn't audible. It shouldn't have been, but it was to me. I heard it. I heard it, but I didn't want to hear him say it while suffering, so I pretended that I didn't hear. He said it while coughing. I heard it. There were numbers. I swallowed once. That's right. It was a phone number. He knew nobody would take me in, because we had no relatives. He told me to get in touch with him, Dr. Hifumi Takano. He tried to tell me his phone number. What had I done? He tried so hard using his last chance to tell me the most important thing. The thunder from earlier made me remember it. The number I couldn't remember even once came out so smoothly. I dialed it in. This really was it. This was the number from my father's teacher, Dr. Takano. But my hand stopped just as I put the coin in. What if I hadn't remembered it correctly? No, there was no need to hesitate. I had to believe in myself. This had to be the correct number. I had to dial it before I forgot it again. I picked up the phone and put the coin in. Beep. I heard the dial tone on the other end. At that point, I decided to kill myself if it didn't work. I could go back into the woods and wait for another lightning bolt. I could lie down and let the rainwater drown me too. I could also fall asleep in the middle of the road and wait for a car to run me over. I made up my mind to put the coin in. I didn't hesitate any longer. I dialed the number at once. But I had to be careful. If you dial quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes. I was getting irritated, and that almost made the phone number go vague in my head. I dialed the last digit, and heard some electronic sounds on the other end. I hoped that I dialed the correct number. I didn't know what to say to Dr. Takano if it did connect. Where was I? What was I supposed to do? What am I supposed to ask him? I didn't know any of these things. Making a call isn't cheap. One 10-yen coin would only buy me a short time to talk. The line must have connected then. I heard a ringtone. I only had a short time once someone answered the phone. I thought for a moment that I should put the phone down. Then I could at least get the coin back. I could call back after sorting out my thoughts, but then someone answered. Hello? This is the Takano residence. I felt like I was suffocating. My memory had been correct. I couldn't tell the age of the speaker, but it was a grown man's voice. Anyone who was my father's teacher must have been quite old. No, never mind that. I had to hurry and say something. Hurry. Are you Dr. Takano? Dr. Hifumi Takano? Yes. Who is this? He must have been suspicious. I couldn't blame him. The stranger was asking him about his name. Of course he'd get suspicious.
I'm sorry. I'm Tanashi. Miyoko Tanashi.
Tanashi-san? Yes.
My father told me to get in touch with you. His name is Takemitsu Tanashi.
Tanashi. Ah, Tanashi-kun. I remember him. His voice suddenly changed. Dr. Takano had remembered his old student.
I'm his daughter. He told me to call you.
Did something happen to Tanashi-kun? Not good. I was going to run out of time.
My parents died in a train accident, and I was told to call you.
Tanashi-kun is dead? I see. Both of them. Sorry to hear that. I knew him from when I was teaching at college. He was a very hard-working young man. I think the last time I saw him was at the wedding. Obviously, he didn't know I was born. But he remembered my father. That was truly a stroke of luck. And what did Tanashi-kun want to tell me?
Well...
I didn't know what to say. I was only told to call Dr. Takano. How could I tell him that? My time was running out. I felt more and more anxious by the minute. Phone calls are disconnected without notice, but somehow I sensed it. I only had enough time left for one sentence, so I decided to say one sentence with all of hopes filled. Help me! The phone call got disconnected. Maybe he had only heard a part of what I said. I could only hope he was able to sense my despair. I couldn't hear anything from the receiver anymore, but I actually talked to Dr. Takano. I confirmed that Dr. Takano existed. He existed, and he remembered my father. If he grieved over his student's death, he would come visit my house, and he would find out I was sent to an orphanage. Then he would come get me. That's when tears flowed down my cheeks again. I thought that my life was hopeless. I never knew that finding even a grain of hope could make me feel so happy and strong. The voice I heard on the phone was so warm and dependable. My father must have thought about me for a long time in that hospital bed, and came up with a name that he could trust his daughter with. Dr. Hifumi Takano. So I could trust Dr. Takano. I had to believe that he would find me. But it might take more than just a few days. I'd have to wait patiently. A few days? A month? More? I could only wait patiently. Either way, I couldn't stay in the telephone box. The staff would easily find me there. I went out into the rain again, but this time, the rain felt a little warmer than before. I had wished to die by lightning, but after that phone call, I was filled with hope and the will to live. I wanted to live, and that was why I felt pain all over my body. When I still wished to die, I didn't feel anything. I had to wait patiently until Dr. Takano came to pick me up. I had to get to the House of Love and Mercy. That would be the best place to wait for him. I didn't think the orphanage would tell him I escaped to the House of Love and Mercy, but the house wouldn't stop me from calling him. All I'd have to do was to call him again and let him know where I was, but I didn't know where I could find the House of Love and Mercy. I couldn't see any signs anywhere, and I didn't even know what direction the orphanage I escaped from was in. But I couldn't just stop. I had to walk. I had to find shelter. I had to find someone and ask for directions to the House of Love and Mercy. I had to keep going because I finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The chills and throbbing pain tormented me, but I couldn't die until I met Takano-sensei. I wished a car would come by. If it was someone who lived in the area, I could ask, but the police wouldn't do me any good. I was sure the orphanage had already called the police about our escape, and they wouldn't be forgiving. The police were sure to send me back to the orphanage. Either way, I wished that someone would show up. Either way, they'd have to keep walking on the asphalt in the darkness forever. How long did I walk? Still no car. Just as I couldn't help but think that maybe the world perished, leaving only me behind, a car showed up. I sensed the car coming up behind me, so I turned around. I saw their headlights approaching me. I thought for a moment, should I stand in the middle of the street to stop the car? It was so dark. I didn't think the car would notice that if I just waved at it. But if I were to stand in the middle of the street, I could get run over. While I thought, the car was getting closer and closer. When I made the phone call, I panicked and didn't know what to say. So with this car, I'd have to think very carefully. If I couldn't think of anything, then I should just let the car go. With those thoughts vaguely on my mind, I was incredibly surprised when the car slammed the brakes with a screech and came to a stop. Maybe I wasn't all there after that miraculous experience of lightning striking near me. I had lost half my mind in those dark woods, so I probably wasn't thinking very straight. Because the car had stopped after recognizing me. In other words, the driver knew who I was. And the only people in this area that would have recognized me were... Suddenly, a chill ran through my whole body. I started to dash away. I heard a voice calling after me. I no longer had the strength to run. My feet were trembling, and I couldn't make them cooperate. I realized that I shouldn't have sat down in the telephone booth. That was why I couldn't keep running. I was suddenly grabbed from behind, the collar of my clothes almost choking me. I heard fabric being ripped. I fell in a puddle, and a staff member got on top of me. This time, his finger wasn't in my mouth. All I could do was struggle. As I did so, I remembered all the scary stories Eriko and the others told me. All the tortures the children who was caught had to endure. The drowned to the duck punishment, the squished caterpillar punishment, and the splayed piggy punishment. The names of those eerie-sounding punishments came to my mind. I screamed and struggled with all my might, but it was too late. I was shoved into the back seat of the car. Why couldn't they just let me go? Simple. They didn't want me talking about them to anybody. The staff were yelling and screaming while chasing me, but once we were in the car, they went silent. It was like the Grim Reaper had come to get me. Whether I liked it or not, I had to come to terms with the fact that my luck had run out. But I had called Takono-sensei, so I knew he could come get me. I didn't know when that would be, but I knew it would happen someday. So I wanted to live. I wanted to be saved I could be saved if I lived. I couldn't even imagine the kind of punishment that was waiting for me. But even so, I said to myself, I have to live. I already found the light at the end of the tunnel. All I had to do was endure until I reached it. The car stopped. We had arrived at the front gate of the orphanage. The 2 staff members grabbed my shoulders so I wouldn't run. My shoulders were very skinny, so it hurt a lot. I was scared. Scared of what I would have to go through. We went through the door, and I was finally sheltered from the rain. In a way, I wasn't sheltered at all, though. It was in the middle of the night, and long past time to turn all the lights off. The orphanage should have been quiet. But I heard a noise. It was a strange noise. The noise of a shower. The noise of metal objects crashing into each other. And also the staff's yelling and screaming. A chill went down my spine. Possibly right down to fully describe this fear. A staff member knocked on the door of the storage room, and the door opened. The moment it did, an angry roar issued from inside. The sight leapt into my eyes. I couldn't completely take in the bizarre scene before me. 2 staff members were hitting a mat with bamboo swords while yelling violently. It was a mat, used in, the ones you use to do gymnastics. But why was it rolled up like that? The rolled-up mat was tied with a string and was standing up in the corner. The staff members kept hitting it. Usually words were said to a person, but why were they yelling at a rolled-up mat? The way they were hitting and yelling at it, as if they'd gone mad. But wait, I could see some things sticking out from the top of the rolled-up mat. It was... let me see. Whose shoes were those? All of a sudden, I froze and couldn't think anymore. A man stood in front of me. The man's pinky finger was wrapped in bandages. My eyes moved upwards from his pinky finger and met with his. The beast's eyes met mine, peering with intent to devour me. I squeezed out a voiceless scream. My voice didn't come out, so it was more like a goldfish opening and closing its mouth. The beast stuck his little finger in front of me and roared. I couldn't tell if it was a word or a meaningless shriek, but I was certain it was something abusive. I was scared. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I knew that Dr. Takano would show up and save me. That was why I wanted to live and submit myself to the fear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah! The hand with the bandages grabbed my hair and dragged me along. All I could do was apologize and beg for forgiveness while hoping the beast had even a tiny bit of mercy in him. I was like a broken apologizing doll. A mad doll that kept muttering apologies until its key wound down. I was their toy, shedding tears, coughing blood, and apologizing in place of clicking gears. I could see into the shower room while he dragged me along. The door was open, and I heard wailing from the inside. What I saw was very strange. There was a locker on its side in the shower. What an odd sight. A locker was taking a shower, sideways. I never even imagined anything like it before. They are drowning a child. The locker was taking a cold shower while 2 staff members hit it with bamboo swords. That explained the metallic noise I heard before. The beast didn't want me to see that. He pulled my hair violently and twisted my neck so that I looked in the opposite direction. Then I realized, he didn't do that to stop me from watching that shower. He did it to make me look at something else. I saw a window and a courtyard. Usually it was too dark to see anything, but the lights were on and the courtyard was very bright. Then I saw it. Inside of the hen house. I saw... What was that? And... That hair was Eriko's. But why was she... That was far too... Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Ah! I don't want to die. I know Dr. Takano is coming to save me. I know he is coming. I was taken to the staff bathroom. It stunk of ammonia. I saw a which just doesn't fit in the bathroom. Why is this in the bathroom, I thought. He's not planning to me with... Is he? No way. No, 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 no. Tanashi, this is your punishment for breaking the rules, okay? Everyone must follow the rules. If you don't, you get punished. Do you understand?
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I'll do everything you tell me to. I promise. I really do. Please spare me. Please spare me for... No, that hurts. No, 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 no. No! What a lovely place to end on. What a lovely place to do a chapter change, huh? This is fantastic. Still no tips, huh? Okay. Man. That's some intense stuff. Well, I guess now is a good time to take our little break. For multiple reasons. Oof. Okay. So we will be taking a quick 10-minute break. Everybody, this is the best time to get up and stretch, get a snack, use the bathroom, all that good stuff. And I will be doing like a ad reel, so it's even a better reason to get up and stretch. So let me get it all over there, and let me kind of wait a few moments so that way it can get caught up for anybody who might be behind, because I think the ad starts immediately as I start it. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, everybody, go what you need to do, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Woo!
Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips wouldn't be right.
Yeah, and he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you right now. Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
There they go.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sermon.
Virgin Happy Show! 나는 너의 가이 더투 아이 나는 morning 나의 너의 가이 더투 하지 너의 머리 come and left side right side 하늘이 멋있대 빠빠빠 tonight 그 사이는 left side right side 하늘이 멋있대 빠빠빠 you are king you are king I'm doing my best. Veronica, can we not fight anymore? Please, can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my God. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must.
Trickster, where are you, my love! Come to me, K-pop! Murder! Oh my god, I swear it.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
And twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Loud! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi. You taste it with your eyes, too. Where's the waitress with the big, heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have to... Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Chubby belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
I'm sorry! I didn't mean... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety! Don't make us go... Ah! 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 Oh no! I'm being... Ah! Oh! Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. No, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog. Did you just puke? Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner. And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup. Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain?
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play.
Hello!
I am afraid.
I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start.
Okay. Okay, time. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play. You taste it with your eyes, too. Where's the waitress with the big, heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have that?
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
There they go.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I swore it.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no!
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. So before we continue here, I was looking in to seeing how many chapters this section has, and I learned that there's a secret ending.
So, I guess after we finish the main story, we'll have some more stuff to do.
Check your Discord, please. Okay.
Oh, geez. I completely forgot to look at Discord. Let me see. That was going to stream. Oh, okay. If you stream at 4 EST would be 7? Because it's a 3-hour difference between PST and EST, I believe. I believe. I don't know. Aren't you in a Discord call with someone that's on the East Coast right now? Or wait, no, I guess he's not quite on East Coast anymore. Type it to me, please.
Okay.
It would be 7 if I'm correct. Okay. I could be wrong, but I think it's a 3-hour difference.
Sniffle, sniffle.
How long have I been crying? I don't even know how long I've been comforted like this. My grandfather's hand is on my cheek to comfort me. I'm holding his hand lovingly and pressing my cheek against it. Are you okay?
Grandpa.
My grandfather put his other hand on my head. The warmth of his palms gradually calmed me down. Piles of documents were all around me. It was a mistake to sort through data while lying on a fluffy carpet. I must have fallen asleep, and I had a terrible dream. If you sleep facing down, the pressure on your chest makes it easier to have nightmares. It's getting quite late. Why don't you go to sleep, Miyoko?
I'm fine. I took a nap, so I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm almost done. So I'm gonna finish up, okay?
You have school tomorrow. You should go to sleep, otherwise you'll get scolded for yawning again. I've been going to bed late recently. Because of that, I lost a lot. I yawn a lot at school. My teacher must have written a note to my grandfather.
I'm fine. I'll go to sleep as soon as I'm done, so please let me finish, okay? Besides, you shouldn't mind me.
Go back to your study and continue with your article.
The day for him to present his findings is approaching. He's been working so hard, devoting himself to his research, but there's unfortunately a limit to what an individual can do. He needs a collaborator in order to go further with his research. He has to explain that his investigation should be the key to solving the mysteries of human behavior and make people understand just how important his work is. But as this research is about a very complicated subject, he couldn't seek assistance from just anyone. Someone will be able to help him one day. Believing that, my grandfather earnestly continued his research. I want to help him more, but all I can do is sort through his data and tidy up his materials. I also assist him around the house so he can concentrate more on his research. He also tells me how helpful I am, but that isn't enough for me. I will study hard, get into a good college, and learn many things, so I can actually be of an assistance to his research. I'm a mediocre student right now, and I don't particularly like school, but I will do it. I want to help my grandfather. If his heart were to fail and he couldn't continue his research, I wouldn't hesitate to cut open my chest and offer my heart up for him. If he needs lungs, I'll give him my lungs. If any of his organs fail, I'll give him mine. There's nothing strange about these feelings. They're perfectly normal ones. If he had found me, even a day later, I might not have been alive. Or even if I lived, I would either be without my body intact or with my mind lost to me. In other words, I'm alive because my grandfather came to save me. If he hadn't rushed to find me, I wouldn't be here, so I won't hesitate to give up my life for him. Moreover, I'd be more than happy to do that. Even though I want to be with him forever, human lives aren't immortal. Just like how my parents died. It happens so suddenly, without any warning. I will never heal from my parents' deaths. But now that I have my grandfather, I'm not sad. However, his existence isn't eternal either. He may disappear all of a sudden for any unexpected reason, just like my parents. That's why I wish to be a part of him. That way, no matter what happens, we will be together forever. I don't want to be alone ever again. I want to be with my grandfather forever. I want to help him forever. Okay, then be sure to go to sleep after you finish this, okay? Promise?
Yep, I promise.
We pinky promised, after all. We smiled at each other, and my grandfather went back to his study. The dried-up tears are making my cheeks itch. I headed to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. I looked at my face in the mirror. None of my grandfather's features are recognizable on my face. Of course they aren't. We're not related. He must have a family too, but I've never heard about them. He doesn't seem to want to talk about that subject, so I don't ever ask him about it. I don't care if he has real children or not, even if I'm not related to him. I'm a granddaughter of Hifumi Takano. I'm not just a granddaughter either. I want to be more than that. I don't want a parent and child relationship, nor a lover's relationship, nothing like that. I want something more absolute that binds our souls, something that not even a tragedy can destroy. I am Miyoko Takano, Hifumi Takano's granddaughter. Maybe it should be Mio instead. That's what my grandfather sometimes calls me. I want to succeed Hifumi's spirit. Since his name counts from 1, 2, 3, I want us to share that 3 and be the 4th in his line. Today my name changes. I write that new name in the mirror. Mio Takano. What a wonderful name for the new me. So... I wonder what her kanji was when she was Miyoko. Because I feel like the ko would be the kanji for child, but since she's having it be the 4th in the line, then... So it would just be like... Mio. So that would be like 3, 4. Have a wonderful stream. See you later.
Okay, Peach. I will. If you stream, and while after I'm done, I might read you. Who knows? Since you're almost an affiliate.
Colonel, sir, good to see you again. Takano-kun, come here. No more Colonel stuff. No. I was worried when I heard you were ill. You sure look great now. My grandfather always told me he doesn't have any friends. He used to tell me everyone died in the war. But that's not true. He has one very close friend. This is him.
He's an elderly man my grandfather calls Colonel Koizumi. I don't know exactly where they met, but every time they got together, all they talk about is the military and the war. So I guess that's where they met. Look at you, Mio-chan. How tall are you now?
We just had a physical checkup the other day, and I think I've grown 2 centimeters. I'm still a child. I'm not a grown woman that goes ada.
That's wonderful. Good girl. Make sure you eat well, play a lot, and grow big and healthy. I envy you, Takano-kun, for having such a cute granddaughter. Mr. Koizumi knows that my grandfather and I aren't related, but he always calls me his granddaughter. That makes me very happy, so I poured a little more black tea into his cup. After I finished serving tea, I left with a bow. I want to stay and listen to them talk, but I guess my grandfather doesn't want me to hear stories of the war, so he always makes me leave. I left before I was told to. But having to leave doesn't mean I need to go to a different room. I just headed to the other side of this huge living room instead. Although I'm not right by them, I can still sit on the sofa and listen to their conversation. If they need something, I can come help them right away. I try to earn points that way to prove that I'm useful. I sat on a sofa away from them and started reading an encyclopedia. While doing that, I tried to listen to their conversation. And that is such a thing of the past thing to do. You know, you don't have internet, so you're just like,
I'm gonna look at the encyclopedia. What's in this letter category? Yes, very interesting. I will never retain this information unless I want to.
That's great. The professor said that they want to come over on Sunday and the week after next. Really? Thank you very much, Koizumi-san. Don't mention it. This just means that the report that you wrote was that interesting, Takano-kun. They're showing a lot of interest. They even said it's possible that this research could receive the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize? That sounds wonderful. My grandfather laughed. Since he laughed so cheerfully, something great must have happened. Mr. Koizumi must have showed the society the essay my grandfather was about to announce and gauged their reactions, and supposedly they find it extremely interesting. That means they recognize the value of my grandfather's research. That makes me happy, too. But what worries me is that you'll get infected with the syndrome yourself. Make sure you don't end up clawing out your own throat, okay? Well, maybe I'm already infected, but Hinamezawa syndrome is harmless if you live a normal life. It was a dangerous disease back when the villagers believed in Oyashido-sama and bound themselves with strict rules, but those have faded over time, and now people rarely show symptoms unless something major happens. After that many cases? The patient's emotional state has a lot to do with how the syndrome develops. As long as you live a normal life, there's nothing to worry about. So, when one is under a lot of pressure, like during the war, the disease gets worse. That's right. Well, there's nothing to worry about. The subjective symptom of the initial stages is a paranoia akin to that of depression. Once you notice it happening, you can teach yourself to relax emotionally and physically by using my breathing method, and you should also get at least 9 hours of sleep a night over a 1-week period. That's how you prevent it from worsening. Sorry, I was just like, 9 hours, man, that's a lot of sleep. I wish I had that luxury. In fact, of all the Hinamezawa soldiers under my direction, not even one died mysteriously. As he talks, Grandfather started demonstrating the Takano breathing method and a bizarre exercise technique. According to him, this technique relaxes the body and lets blood and lymph fluid flow smoothly. As a result, you relax emotionally too. But the movements involved in the technique are so weird. I had to look away because my grandfather looked so silly. That was the one thing about his research that I felt bad about. Oh. Grandfather asked me to do this exercise too. I don't want to make him sad, so I do it when instructed. I'm glad to hear that. Hideo Noguchi died in the middle of his research, so please be careful, okay? However, Noguchi's sensei's great work is still acknowledged even after his death. As a researcher, I'm sure that was his long-term goal. Grandfather tells me about Hideo Noguchi often. He was born as the son of a poor farmer, but he studied hard and became a doctor. However, he was mistreated because of his background, so he left Japan. He moved to the United States. There he made many accomplishments as a researcher. He discovered a vaccine for yellow fever. Grandfather's background is somewhat similar to his, so he often said that of all his researchers, he admired him the most. Hideo Noguchi died in North Africa. While he discovered a vaccine for yellow fever, he heard it wasn't effective on yellow fever in North Africa. He went there to research it. He came down with the disease and died. A researcher losing his life for his research. Sometimes that is a test of the researcher's courage. In that sense, Grandfather is very brave to visit Hinamizawa himself to gather information. He himself says he may already be infected. Although my grandfather estimates from ancient texts that the Hinamizawa syndrome was only a menace centuries ago, and now it's no different from the usual bacteria that share a symbiosis with humans. Many people become ill with the disease during the war, but that was because they were in an extremely abnormal situation. In today's peaceful environment, it's almost impossible for a person to develop symptoms. He sounds very optimistic, but he never brought me with him to Hinamizawa, so maybe he isn't as optimistic as all that. However, since I live with him, there is a possibility that I'm already infected as well, but I'm not worried at all. That's because my grandfather has taught me that as long as I maintain myself physically and emotionally, I won't develop any symptoms. I know all of that, the horrible terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm not overly fearful of them. Grandfather is enjoying his conversation with Mr. Koizumi. That's understandable. Mr. Koizumi told him some people showed great interest in his report. They even want to come over on Sunday, the week after next, to meet and talk with him directly. With the rapid advance in modern medicine, unexplored frontiers are steadily dwindling. Was it possible that Hinamizawa syndrome, my grandfather discovered, might be a new continent in the field? Yeah. I was like, I did read that right? Yeah. It'll be decided in 2 weeks. It sounds like there will be more than one person coming, and it also sounds like they're all important people in the society. They're all rich and famous, yet they aren't satisfied with just that. They all want to be involved with something that's worth an international award. This is a chance to gain assistance and sponsorship at the same time. I'll see you in 2 weeks. I'll make sure to be there. Good luck. Thank you very much. I owe you everything. It's too early to say that. Let's wait until you find some sponsors. When that time comes, let's have a toast with that treasured wine of yours. That was the last of their conversation. My grandfather kept his head bowed until Mr. Koizumi was gone. It sounded like he set up this great chance for my grandfather, so I bowed my head just like him. Did you hear that? Finally, there's a chance for me. There are people who are interested in my report.
I know, I heard. Now you have people to fund you and people to help with your research.
Well, that's not set in stone yet. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had a good feeling about it. The research he had conducted all alone was finally about to gain recognition.
Sunday, the week after next?
Quite. I'll be busy. Their first impression depends on my presentation. I have to rearrange my data. No, I probably should practice explaining things in front of people. Anyway, I have to make sure that I don't forget anything.
Boy, it'll be a lot of work to rearrange your data. Your handwriting is bad, so maybe you should write it bigger.
Anyway, I'll be busy. The next 2 weeks will go by fast.
You're right. I'll help you too. All the
formalin?
Yeah, formalin jars have to be dusted. Also, we need to straighten the curve on our rolled up documents. Do you think leaving them laid out under the rug overnight would fix it?
We have plenty of things to do. Mio, can you help me?
Of course. I'll skip school for it.
No, you can't miss school. We laughed together and thrust our fists into the air and motivated ourselves to work hard towards the week after next. Since that day, my grandfather spent more time in his study. It's not easy to create a report that you're going to show other people. Copying machines hadn't been invented back then, so everything had to be handwritten. He knows it's somewhere, but he just can't remember where he put the data he needs. As for me, I have to make sure I have enough guests' cups to serve tea, so I'm counting them. Do I have enough tea leaves? Maybe I should get something to go with tea. My grandfather knows nothing about these things. There's a whole list of chores to do. I need to clean the windows so my room will be bright. What else? The 2 weeks pass quickly while we busy ourselves getting things done. What a wonderful 2 weeks it is. I can finally feel that I'm actually doing something to help my grandfather with his research. I hope the day of the meeting will be a memorable one of my grandfather. I hope that day will be a beautiful and clear one. Fast forward to it being bad and terrible. Just as I wished, the day was beautiful. Everything was totally fine. Evening. My grandfather, having dressed formally, paced around his study nervously. I was in a beautiful dress. I'd only worn it once before, at my piano recital. But I'm not nervous like my grandfather. The silly nervousness actually relaxed me. Are we there yet? Grandfather looked out of the window. Then a black car stopped in front of the gate. Back then, a car was a luxury item. I don't think I even had a classmate whose family owned a car, so it only makes sense that the men coming out of the car looked respectable. Grandfather and I ran out to welcome them. Welcome, I'm Takano. Thank you for coming today. May I take your jacket? I greeted them and filled the role that we decided ahead of time, though my being relaxed by my grandfather's silliness ended at that point. Both my grandfather and I were stiff with anxiety as we greeted them now and that moment was there. Nice to meet you, Doctor. And hello, young lady. Are you his granddaughter, not grandmother?
Yes, Mio. Please.
Yes, Mio. Please say hello.
Very nice to meet you. I'm Mio Takano.
What a good girl. I'm here in place of Koizumi-sensei. Something came up and he can't make it today. He's very sorry. I keep forgetting which one's the dangerous track. I think this one's fine. I see. Sorry to hear that. The person who set up everything isn't here. My grandfather even had his treasured wine ready, just as they promised 2 weeks ago. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Hifumi Takano. Dr. Takano was a leading member of the research center in the prevention's epidemics of Manchuria during the war. He made many advances in developing synthetic food and synthetic alcohol as measures against malnutrition and ration shortages. Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for having me. The men are even older than my grandfather. They take off their hats one at a time to greet him. Their beards, expensive-looking canes, and glasses tell me that they are very high up in the society. Grandfather bows to each one of them. Everyone, please come into the study. Please excuse the mess. Come in. Mio, serve tea for everyone.
Yes.
I wasn't nervous at all either. But now, I think I'm the most nervous one. I'm not the one making the presentation, and I'm not the one being evaluated, so it's ridiculous that I'm feeling nervous. I don't know if I should use that as my excuse, but I'm so nervous that I knocked over the thermos that I'd filled to the brim with hot water, and ruined the black tea I'd chosen specifically for this day.
Oh no.
I apologized to my grandfather and started to boil water again. I just needed enough for the guests. By the time I had cups of tea and cookies ready, Grandfather's presentation was at its key part. This is gonna be a lot of reading, I can already tell. It pierces the blood or lymph vessels and spreads to the spinal cord, and from there it travels along the cerebrospinal fluid to the brain. I've confirmed many cases of the encephalitis after autopsies. Can you please stop with the scientific terms? My brain is too small. Just please stop with the scientific terms. Shows me bigger words. Eosinophilic meningoencephalitis is known to be caused by a roundworm, and we predict his behavior to be extremely similar. Grandfather said, walking in between samples in formalin jars and pointing to several as he gave his explanation. There are over 100 formalin jars in here with parts of brain in them. They were all very dusty, so I spent a few days cleaning them. I am rather proud to see the sparkling jars all lined up like this. However, roundworms induce an extremely wide range of symptoms. A headache, narcosis, derangement. None of these are characteristic symptoms of roundworms. On the other hand, symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome are very specific to that disease. You're saying one of them is to claw out one's own throat, yes? Exactly. Some soldiers witnessed it just before their fellows died. Such self-mutilation was never seen before in any disease. It only occurs in Hinamizawa syndrome. Also, since that symptom was only seen with terminal stage patients, I believe there's a means of exodus, something we've seen before in several parasites. Parasites mature inside of an organism, reproduce, then leave the host and look for the next one. So, what do you think about the fact that the cases are only seen in the soldiers from Hinamizawa, even though other soldiers touched their blood, which must have been full of parasitic eggs or larvae? Don't you think there was a possibility for them of getting infected? I suspected things like an incubation period, but since it was limited to people from Hinamizawa region, I believe something such as a unique local climate must play a role. I'll talk about that in the next part, but the ancient indigenous beliefs of Hinamizawa have That can't be possible, Dr. Takano. I've never heard of parasites behaving socially. Yes, well, that is one of the revolutionary discoveries in the Hinamizawa syndrome. Oh no, people are questioning him. The elderly gentlemen mumbled to each other while pointing at the data. With that, I finally realized things aren't going too well. Dr. Takano, I've been reviewing your data while listening to your gracious presentation. First of all, it is simply impossible for parasites to control human minds. Human thoughts are controlled by the brain, which is a work of art created by God, you know. Furthermore, ideology is an extremely advanced aspect of human thought. It's an advanced capability bestowed only to humans on this planet. Nobody else has thoughts, only humans. Yet you would say parasites intervene in that? You think things other than humans have thoughts? Please, that's absurd. I agree. Ideology can only be considered a manner of thought that prioritizes the whole over the individual. In other words, I accidentally summoned my table. That's the most important prerequisite condition for a society. There's no way parasites would be gifted with that when their only demand is to pass on their genes. In the field of biology, there has never once been a discovery of sociology or eusociology within parasites. But there are cases of parasites interfering with the host's behavior. You're misunderstanding one thing, Dr. Takano. The principle that drives parasites capable of controlling their hosts is also reproduction and propagation. It's only that primitive concept. Even an example you used before of a rat infected with Toxoplasma gondii losing its aversion to cats. The altered behavior is simply a means to let their host be eaten by a better host in order to change the host. Oh, I think that was that parasite that that Rocket was talking about earlier. Yeah. So it was that one. That's just like a grasshopper infected with a horsehair worm drowning itself. Once a horsehair worm matures, it becomes aquatic. Then, when that happens, it guides a grasshopper to the water and drowns it, then enters the environment it's adapted for. Oh, I didn't know about that one, I don't think. Exactly. The suicidal act of clawing out one's throat corresponds to that with the case of Hinamizawa syndrome. For example, guinea worms escape the body by having its host scratch the affected area. Indeed. The purpose of all of those parasites is reproduction. For them to infest the brain, God's masterpiece, no. Infecting the brain itself isn't that strange, but to say that they infest and influence human ideology is frankly delusional. In fact, that's a dangerous idea. What's a dangerous parasite, if it's to be believed? I don't think it's that strange that Hinamizawa, an isolated culture, developed its own unique faith. There are actually many examples of that all over Japan. So, are you saying all of them were due to parasites? Or that they were all due to cultural reasons, except for the one in Hinamizawa, which was caused by parasites? How do you establish the distinction? Well, as I said in my autopsies of Hinamizawa soldiers who died in the war, there was sufficient evidence to believe— Excuse me, Dr. Takano. I don't think you've gathered enough case studies to call it clinical data. Furthermore, as you said, it was during the war. No, I mean, as I explained in the next part, Hinamizawa syndrome develops when one experiences suspicion, nervousness, and stress, and becomes emotionally unbalanced, like you're doing to me right now. I think it's a unique approach to suspect some manner of commonality if there are several cases of unique and bizarre self-mutilation, such as clawing out one's throat. Yet, that's all the more reason it's unreliable. Maybe it was just a coincidence that such rare cases happen under abnormal circumstances like the war. I believe you witnessed the convergence of coincidences and trapped it in a gestalt view, deluded yourself into finding a pattern. To prove otherwise, you would need an enormous amount of clinical data on Hinamizawa syndrome patients, but ethically that's impossible to prove. The natives' act of recognizing it as a curse suggests it's more within the realm of culture-bound syndromes. And you think that it is a delusional parasitic disease? I hate to say it, but I think you admire the beliefs of the Hinamizawas a little too much, and as a result, you yourself have been taken in by the culture-bound reactive syndrome. Actually, that happens quite often with people who research more unusual fields of study. We're trying to be careful ourselves. The more they talk, the paler my grandfather's face becomes. I was just stunned myself. We've never heard of parasites like that. It's impossible. It was just a coincidence, and there isn't enough data. The talk goes on and on. Every time my grandfather says something, they dismiss it like that. Before he knew it, my grandfather could only hold his silence before their criticisms. Well, no revolutionary discovery is accepted at first. Maybe this research of yours is one of those things. Even if it's ridiculed at first, it may achieve recognition in later years. That happens all the time. I'm just an amateur. I'm just a private researcher who didn't graduate from an elite college, nor do I believe in any academic clique, or belong in, rather. I don't have any connections with experts or research centers. That's why this is all I can do. Is the Hinamizawa syndrome real? Or is it just my delusion like you all say it is? To find out, I need your help. Of course, if this was a discovery of the century, it would create a major uproar. After all, you're suggesting that human culture and ideology is all the will of parasites, and our frontal lobe is a place for them to live. What an audacious theory! If a link between the existence of this Hinamizawa syndrome and the disease carrier's belief in Oyashiro-sama could be established, then it would be possible to explain all religions. No, all cultural divisions on Earth. What a magnificent and unique idea. Dr. Takano, instead of showing people like us your essays in The Secret, you should publish a book about it for the general public. Grandfather looks at the ground, his fists trembling a little, but their words were far too cruel. I don't know anything about academics, but I'm just a little girl. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but Grandfather worked so hard by himself until today. But to prove his research and delve further into it, he needs sponsors. Yet those sponsors are casting him away, calling his research a delusion. That's outrageous. Like asking which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Besides, if his research was at the level of those cheeky men want to see, he wouldn't need their help. But they're saying that they can't help him unless they see some results that are beyond the level of private research. In any field, doesn't research always start out with just a little idea? If you can prove its existence beforehand, then what's the point of researching it to begin with? If a wild idea can't be the subject of research, how do we gain any knowledge at all? But never mind that. When Mr. Koizumi came 2 weeks ago, didn't he say that they were really interested in his research? What liars! What's going on? This is the complete opposite of what he said. He just wanted to laugh at him. What a meanie. What a mean green bean. Yes, I think this is very interesting research. The human brain still holds many secrets. Dr. Takano's idea is an extremely unique one. It seems impossible to ignore, especially from a eugenics perspective. Humans are not God's children. We're simply animals who underwent the baptism of What? I was so thrown off by that sentence, I just couldn't say evolution. As such, according to Darwin, there will be differences in that evolution based on environment. In other words, humans can either be superior or inferior. As a nation, we must think of how we can maintain good bloodlines and how we can leave good genes behind. If we do not raise that as a national policy and research towards it, then by the next century, mankind can fall into a fatal position on the hierarchy. Dr. Takano's research has the potential of encompassing more than just parasitic diseases. If the evil inferior humans we shouldn't let breed can actually be explained by a disease instead of genetics, then it becomes possible to correct their behavior through surgery. As a result, we can leave wonderful people for our future. From the eugenic standpoint of view, Dr. Takano's research should get started immediately. It's possible that this could be the greatest discovery since Moniz' invention of the lobotomy. If casualty becomes infectious diseases and individuals' natures can be established, then this would be more than Nobel Prize worthy. Koizumi-sensei, thank you for giving us this chance. Takano-kun is a single-minded and passionate man, but he is not good at dealing with people. He's been working at his research all by himself, but now he's hit his limit of what one person can do, and he needs help. Please, everyone listen to what Takano-kun has to say. Oh, you don't even need to ask, Sensei. We are the ones who should be thanking you for this opportunity. We're already willing to help him. In fact, the more urgent the matter will be arranging jurisdictions within society. I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to be involved in such a unique research project at this age.
What? Liars.
There was a knock on the door, the sliding door opened, and the owner peeked in. Excuse me, there's someone asking for you. May I bring him in? Someone? Who could it be? The owner whispered into Koizumi's ear, and his face turned pale all of a sudden. Whoops. Please, let him in. No. I'll come greet him with you. As Koizumi stood up, 2 pairs of footsteps reached the door. Sensei! I didn't expect you to be here. Koizumi-kun, long time no see. I have something I need to tell you today. Yes, if you need to tell me something, I'm all ears. Please, go ahead. The old man known as Kazumi was not someone whose status could be taken lightly. Although he had retired, he was still powerful enough to wield great influence as a fixture. So from his meek attitude, it was easy to figure out what kind of person this man must be. The old man held out his bodyguard's shoulder as he walked. He had an expensive-looking cane in his other hand. He couldn't even walk on his own because of his old age, but his intense, commanding presence hadn't declined one bit. I'll get straight to the point. Your friend's research. You need to put a stop to that. Huh? What do you mean? Koizumi-kan. He must take his knowledge of Hinamizawa syndrome to his grave. Nobody should touch it. If anyone looks into it, well, if you poke a bush, a snake will come out. A big fat snake, too. It will pain me to just watch you get swallowed by it. That's why I'm here to give you some advice. Can your friends wait a little while? So, how about it? Do you want to have some drinks with me in a different room? Yes! I'll come with you straight away. Koizumi realized that he was being pressured. He didn't know which direction it was coming from, but clearly some authorities weren't comfortable with the research of Hinamizawa syndrome and were trying to stop him from supporting it. Koizumi-kun, do you remember the Marco Polo Bridge incident? This is utter nonsense. We came here today expecting to hear a more objective side. Normally, we wouldn't come all this way here for something like this, but since Koizumi-sensei asked us, we didn't have a choice. This really is a waste of time. But in a way, it was a good thing we came. We were able to give you some advice. You should take up bonsai instead of wasting the rest of your life on this. Bonsais are great. I agree. It's not healthy to just stare at formalin jars in a study.
Man, these butts. I'm gonna smack them upside the heads.
But it sure is a unique subject. If you want, I'll introduce you to the chief of a publishing company. The general public loves things like this, you know? They aren't even trying to hide their hostility. They're laughing at my grandfather, denouncing him and saying things to denigrate not only his research, but his personality as well. If they were simply trying to provoke him, any response would just be giving them what they want. But even in this very moment, Grandfather tried to remain a noble researcher and a proud human being. He's no longer trembling. On the contrary, he apologized to them for taking up their time and told them he had no intention of keeping them any longer.
Man.
We'll give this article back to you, though it'd be so much easier if we could actually call it an article. One of the elderly gentlemen tossed it back to him. Grandfather couldn't catch it in time. The article he worked so hard on fell on the floor, and the paper scattered all over the carpet. The elderly gentleman left the study without even apologizing for it.
Man, I hope doom happens to you, sir.
Everyone else followed suit. As they left, they trod all over my grandfather's article. They looked like Grandfather's expression didn't change, but I could see it warping. I could see the wall of research Grandfather bore crunching and warping sadly. I jumped. I grabbed onto the elderly gentleman's leg. I didn't hate him. If I were asked if I hated him or not, the answer would be yes, but that's not the point here. What I really can't stand is this foot stepping all over my grandfather's article.
Don't step on it! Don't step on it! Grandpa worked so hard on it, don't step on it!
I just want to move the foot that's standing on his papers, but the foot doesn't move, no matter how hard I push or pull, as if it's rooted to the floor. I felt someone grabbing me from behind. It was my grandfather. Please excuse my granddaughter. Don't worry about this. We'll clean it up. Don't
Don't step on them! I'm telling you not to step on my grandpa's article!
My screams didn't mean a thing to them. They completely ignored my screams. They continued to step on the papers and left the study. How terrible. Only my grandfather and I remain in there now. My grandfather is still grabbing the back of my collar. I don't have any words left to say, only cries. My grandfather is determined not to show any emotion. He doesn't even open his mouth, so I have to cry for him. Just then, my grandfather slapped me in the face. That startled me. I'm crying for him, so why did he slap me? Then I understand. Grandfather is the one who wants to cry, but he's enduring, so I shouldn't cry either. I wiped my eyes and my runny nose. Then I silently turned my eyes to the papers on the carpet, just like my grandfather.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mule. I don't understand why he's apologizing. I thought he was going to complain about their rudeness. If I had worked harder, this wouldn't have happened. Until today, you helped me so much, and it was all for nothing. Sorry about that. How courageous he is. Even after that disaster, he's still concerned about me. I shook my head and put my hands on the floor. I tried to gather up the papers, but then they began to fall. My tears were overflowing again, blurring the ink on the papers. These are all handwritten by Grandfather. He was so happy that finally there was someone who understood his research. He was so happy. He spent all night writing these, but they stepped on them. They might as well have stepped on my grandfather's very soul. I didn't work hard enough. If I had done more, this wouldn't have happened. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll work even harder. I won't give up because of something like this. I don't know if he's saying that to me or himself.
Don't worry. God is watching. I have to believe that I'll gain recognition.
That day will come. That's why I have to keep working harder.
Grandfather says that all the time. But I know the truth. God only plays with people's fates, but he doesn't save anyone out of goodwill. That's why he let this happen to my grandfather, even though he worked so hard and so humbly until today. That's why he let such a horrible thing happen to me when I was such an innocent little girl. Grandfather keeps repeating himself, but I know the truth. God exists. The existence Grandfather believes in is real, but there's no mercy to be found in God. He delivers unreasonable fates and makes us call it a challenge. I can't tell my grandfather that, of course. I asked God once more, like I did on the day of the thunderstorm. Why? Why can't you give my grandfather's effort and hard work the recognition it deserves? Grandfather told me that he'll be gathering up the papers, so I should put away the teacups. I nodded silently and put the teacups that hadn't even been touched onto the serving cart. As I pushed it out of the study, Grandfather told me. He told me to close the door after I leave. I always close the door when I leave. He doesn't need to remind me, but that's what he wants, so without saying anything, I closed the door. Then as I walked away from the study, I heard my grandfather sobbing. Tears filled my eyes once more, sadness and disappointment. I almost feel angry with myself for not being able to do anything for him. Then I felt a cold breeze on my wet cheeks. The breeze was blowing in from a cracked open window. The curtain was flapping gently in that breeze. I heard the cry of the higurashi. As I listened to them, I calmed down gradually. If I can ease Grandfather's pain by crying, I'll cry in his place. But that won't help. On the contrary, he started to cry because I did. I'm being useless here. I remember that day. I remember the reason why I'm alive now. If he hadn't come and saved me, I would have spent the last days of my life lying in the corner of the bathroom as a human-shaped piece of meat.
My grandfather saved me. He gave me back my rights. The right to walk, the right to stand up, the right to wear clothes, the right to eat, the right to speak, and the right to think. In other words, the right to live as a human being. Grandfather took action right before he got the phone call from me. He found my house, and he found out which orphanage I was sent to, after struggling through the sloppily filed records on the police office, or the public office, rather. Then he saved me. Of course, he was working on his research then. He spent his precious research time on saving me, a perfect stranger. I vowed that if his heart failed, I'd rip out my heart and give it to him. But of course, his heart is fine, so he didn't need a heart. He needs something else that's equally important. That's something only I can give him in this whole world. I clenched my fists and held them so tightly that my nails left marks. I know now what I'm supposed to do with this new life as Mio Takano. I finally know. I know the reason why the new me was born. I know the purpose of Mio Takano. To fulfill a wish and weave a desired future. The strength of a string is how strong your will is. A noble, strong wish will come true.
Yo, this is another version of you? Yo. I thought I knew of my grandfather's greatness, but I actually didn't know the half of it. For me to be able to really help him, I have to reach his level. All of my lessons lead back to my grandfather. There isn't a single subject I could ignore. Right now, studying hard is what I can do for him. Yo. I've been a teacher for a long time, but I've never seen such a hard-working student. You've learned not only academically, but socially as well. You've made a great deal of friends. I have a goal with which I can only reach by studying hard. Also, I know how powerless an isolated genius is. That's why I needed to learn to socialize. That's not enough. I'm not even close to where I want to be. Entering college is only a step forward. What matters is what I learn there. I'm not even close. I'm not even close to being able to help my grandfather. I'm so proud of you. You can go to Tokyo or Ochanomizu's university, or any college of your choice. Nothing will stop you. The most important thing for you is that school will teach you what you want to learn. A big decision that inhabits my tiny soul. If my life is heavier than the earth, then my decision is heavier than the earth. Do I have what I need to be able to truly understand Hinamizawa syndrome and help grandfather with his research? I don't need compromises or excuses. The heights I seek are lofty and precipitous. This isn't enough, not even close. My classmates are such idiots, acting as if they're winners in life just because they entered this school. A college is simply a place to learn what I need to know. If this self-proclaimed best school isn't worth my time, I'm not interested! I didn't expect a talented woman like you to end up at this parasite research center. I'm sure everyone wanted you, huh? I assumed you were interested in something bigger. I want to study and research parasites. I've worked hard to earn the right to study here. Aren't I qualified to learn? Yes, of course. There's no reason why we should refuse someone who got the top score on the entrance exam. Welcome to the Parasite Research Center. Hopefully this isn't hard to listen to. Also, I'm dizzy now. People usually aren't that interested in our field. There aren't too many researchers who study it. That's why there's still a lot of unknown elements compared to other fields. It's quite true. The study of parasites is a mysterious world, or rather it's an ignorant one. An ignorant world where the preconception that parasites can't possibly control humans pervades. And those ignorant people laughed at grandfather and stepped all over his article. There are still many unsolved mysteries in the world of parasites. I'm here to solve them. I came here to help the people who want to solve them. A wish that's guaranteed to come true is not called a wish. That is fate, not a wish. I weave fate. Fate is an absolute power to control people in the world, not just an individual. Learning isn't enough for me. I have to be able to research with my grandfather, and so I don't ignore the means to gain the help my grandfather couldn't get. Grandfather's research isn't complete just when it's finished being written on a desk.
I need the help of plenty of people to present it to in the world, so his great work will be praised by many. Yes, that's correct. This is an occasion only the top graduates of the Imperial University are allowed to join. Therefore, only 7 people per year are allowed to join. It's a small group compared to the normal organization of alumni. However, its solidarity is unrivaled. Thank you for inviting me to such a gathering. I'm honored. I would like to take the lowest seat. Oh no, we can't let someone with such accomplishments and experience sit in the lowest seat. I'm sure everyone will welcome you. The cabinet minister and several important government officials, company presidents, and company advisors will be there. They'll all need you, and they'll provide the help you need. Koizumi-sensei belongs to this organization, right? He was my grandfather's best friend. What a coincidence. I see. I'm sure Koizumi-sensei will be glad to find out that you'll be joining. An isolated genius is a useless one. People live in society. Society is made up of connections between people. Nobody can ignore that. I do my best as an individual, but to gain the power that can't be achieved as a mere individual, I have to rely on my connections in society. It's all for one purpose. My only wish as Mio Takano. Yes, I can't spare any effort. My absolute convictions will forge a guaranteed future.
Oh, hello, Hina-tan. It's been a while.
It's actually been quite a while. It was like in the first or second Sonic Adventure.
How you doing? Long time no see.
My absolute conviction will forge a guaranteed future. Nobody can interfere. Nobody can stop me. I won't allow the dice to roll a 1. I won't admit the diligent efforts can be erased by a mere train accident. I'm going to make all the dice roll 6s. I won't entrust the die to God. I won't give in to luck. The only people who pray to God are the people who don't want to work hard. I don't trust God. I'm going to create results myself. My strong will is to create an absolute future that God can't possibly prevent. This is a different way to become a god than the one my grandfather taught me. This is the way to become a god while I'm still alive. When I realized it, I became truly free. Free from the sadness of losing my parents and my miserable life after that. Free from my grandfather's tears when his article was stepped on. That's right. I'll be above God. There'll be an existence that God's caprices can't even touch. Finally able to catch you. Man, it has been a while. Man, when did I do my Sonic playthrough? It's been a few months if I remember correctly. I'll make people recognize grandfather's research. That's the future I wish for. The future I promised will come to pass. People will fight over grandfather's article. People will respectfully read the same article that was once ridiculed and stepped on. Even if grandfather dies before the day comes, I won't cry over something like that, because he already taught me. Even after being buried, one can be resurrected. I'm going to complete his great work, and the whole world will praise him. Grandfather will resurrect and become a god. He will be eternal. That was an everlasting bond. A bond not even a train accident can break. A bond not even a die that rolls a 1 can disturb. Since the day of the train accident, my die has kept rolling 1s over and over. But I didn't give up. I kept working hard until today. I'll rise above the die. I'll decide what to roll on it. I'll decide my own fate. I'll do that with my unshakable willpower. And then everything went bad, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so now she's in Hinamizawa. It's very distinctly Hinamizawa. When does the clinic open? Is there going to be an air conditioning? I heard it'll open next month. I hope there'll be a young doctor there. Yeah. I heard some old ladies talking amongst themselves when I was going up the stairs to the shrine. The ED clinic is already completed and it's waiting and ready for opening day. The state-of-the-art equipment has been delivered, and the research is waiting to begin as well. 82 is standing by in top form, and he's almost as passionate as I am about Hinamizawa syndrome. The mountain dogs and the counterintelligence unit to support and protect our research are already stationed at a dummy company somewhere near Okinomiya. They are getting in touch with various public institutions.
And for context, Hina, this is the last group of chapters for Higurashi. I don't remember if you've seen Higurashi or not.
But it's pretty much been Takano's point of view for the moment. Everything is going well. The only thing to worry about would be the rumors about the Hinamizawa Dam construction plans. There's a rumor that the Ministry of Construction is pushing through a dam project that will be submerged, or that will submerge all of Hinamizawa, but they're under pressure from several groups. None of my contacts have much influence in the Ministry of Construction, so things aren't going well. Even if applying pressure doesn't work, there are other measures, so either way it'll come to a deadlock. I'm not being optimistic. I just know that's how it'll all end. I will conduct research here in Hinamizawa. I'm going to accomplish that with my absolute will. That's why, even if God rolls one on the die and says that he's going to submerge Hinamizawa, I will not be afraid. I don't know, there was a game... I didn't know there was a game that was pretty... So that's pretty awesome. Yay! It's actually... The anime is based on the game. I'm playing through it because I heard that there was some differences. It's been pretty close. There's like a few differences. And obviously it doesn't actually show the blood, it just describes the blood. And honestly, I feel like the nail scene in the visual novel isn't as bad as it was in the anime. I won't entrust my die to God. I'm the one who's going to pick up the die, and I'm going to roll a 6. I didn't come to the shrine to declare war on the god of this place. I came because I know that you can get a great view from up here. I walked by the shrine and headed to the spot where I found last time I visited. It's the perfect spot for overlooking the entire village. The strong wind reminds me that I'm the only one at the starting line, and that will be the headwind before I reach my goal. I looked over the village without faltering in the wind. Grandfather approached the syndrome from the medical point of view, but he also approached it from a folkloric one as well. The strange belief system in this village is proof that the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome was already known of even in ancient times. So it'll be extremely useful to research their history too. My grandfather hadn't been doing research for hundreds of years, of course, but this place has been here for hundreds of years, and they've been living with Hinamizawa syndrome for that long. Therefore, the beliefs created in this place and the legend itself can be considered the foremost researchers. It's simply stupid to just call them old folk tales or nonsense. I've been researching them slowly, but they are indeed very interesting. No wonder Grandfather was intrigued by them. Hinamizawa syndrome has many fascinating sides to it. It's just like a kaleidoscope, showing infinite light with ever a slight change in angle. It's so much fun to trace Grandfather's research. Finding the same results as my grandfather reminds me that I am indeed following in his footsteps, which makes me very happy. The shrine is dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village, but this god the villagers worship is simply a delusion that was created by the parasites. When I solve their secret and announce it to the world, the god of this place will be no more. That's the moment I will take revenge on the one who put me through misery and tested my fate. That's it, isn't it? This isn't just about making my grandfather's dreams come true. It's also about getting revenge for my miserable life. I went back to the front of the shrine. There's an offertory box there, and I'm tempted to throw in some coins, but you normally offer coins to ask for mercy. I don't entrust my fate to God, so I don't need to give an offering. I'm going to unmask him. But until then, Oyashiro-sama is a god. Okay, in that case, I'll show respect for now. As a declaration of war, I pulled out a 10-yen coin from my wallet. The 10-yen coin I found in the telephone booth changed my life. If it hadn't been there, my life would have ended then. I'm grateful at least for that 10-yen coin. I'm not grateful to the gods of the shrine, though. But I haven't forgiven you yet. I never expected anything from you, and I'm here because of my own hard work. Even if you keep playing tricks of fate, or you keep rolling a 1 on the die, that won't bother me. With my strong will, I'm going to get what I want. Did you ever put you on stream? I haven't yet. I'm still figuring out how I want to go about it. Because I feel like I want to do like a little bit of editing, but like I want to figure out how I want to do that. And I also want to like, I haven't figured out if I want to like repurpose the one that I have currently for the VODs, or if I want to have a channel like just for the VODs. But like, I haven't decided. My grandfather will be praised and become a god because of the research, and I'll do in this place. I'll defeat the god of this village and become an existence above even gods. Since when did I care about God, huh? Maybe because my grandfather often talked about him.
But yeah, what do you think would be the best way? Like, having it be on the channel that I have now, or, like, having a channel specifically for VODs? Zep Highlights channel poggers, yeah. Because I still need to figure out some off-stream stuff, because I also need to, like, figure out, like, how I want to do the Discord. It's, like, almost done, but I'm just, like, I'm afraid. But, like, the YouTube would be easier, because I could just be like, okay, just plop. But I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Here, this is the 10 yen coin you gave me before. My debt's paid off now. You just keep clinging to your throne and tormenting people in your trials, while I fight my battles to knock you down from here. And so, I chucked the 10 yen coin I once borrowed from God into the offertory box. Eh? For a moment, I couldn't understand what happened. The 10 yen coin was supposed to fall into the offering box. But how can I explain this? That's not what happened. I aimed correctly for certain. Who could miss an offertory box anyway? That's not it. Because the 10 yen coin stopped in midair, as if it got stuck in a spider web. Then it bounced back to me and fell by my feet. It was as though the offertory box had refused the coin. Of course, an offertory box is to respect God. But what I did was challenge him. That means I jumped. Because I thought I was the only one here. Anyone would fall when finding there's someone else standing there unexpectedly. I think you should make a VODs channel and a Clips channel. You can link them all together. Ooh, that is a good idea. Also, hello, Crimson. How you doing? How long has she been there? Oh, she looks angry. It's like she came out from the shrine. A mysterious girl is standing on the other side of the offering box. She's wearing a shrine maiden uniform, so she must be one of the caretakers here. That's what I thought too. But there's something else about her. She's not just one of the shrine caretakers. She is the shrine itself. Because the girl's staring into my eyes. No, she's glaring. I smiled back fearlessly. I think she heard my words as challenge to God. She's wearing that expression on her face because of that. The words came out naturally. I definitely wanted Discord to be part of. Yeah, one day. I still need to. Maybe I'll bring it up with Peach to get some help. Doing great. I didn't know you were streaming until now. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes Twitch is a bully and doesn't notify people. You are the god of this place, aren't you? The girl didn't respond. The girl didn't nod, but I took that as a yes. What a contradictory feeling. I'm rejecting the god of this land, denying its existence, yet I don't doubt this girl is that god. My Twitch finally notified me on time that Zeph is going live, yeah! Because I feel like sometimes I'll get notified after a stream's been going on for like an hour or so, and it's just like, Twitch, hello? You good? The girl opened her mouth to speak.
A strong will reinforces fate.
That's right. That's what I say to myself often. I've never said that to anyone or quoted it from anything, so under normal circumstances, I should be surprised to hear this girl say that. But this girl isn't human, so I'm not surprised. I replied to her, God throws the dice of fate and has fun with people, depending on what he gets. But people have willpower. The stronger the willpower, the less chance of being bound by the result of the die. You see? People can gain a power that's strong enough to fight fate by working up to their limits.
Yes, I understand that very well. An unshakable conviction defeats the fate of die.
That's right. That is mankind's revenge against the gods who toy with them by a dice roll. The hymn of those who slow the gods' interference and forge their own destiny. Know my divinity, and that I earned this day through effort after enduring all misfortune. And both of these phones get the same notification at different times. What the heck? I know sometimes my phone is weird. Like, I won't get Discord notifications on my phone, like, a majority of the time. Like even if I'm added, I'm so confused. Spiteful laughter flowed out of my mouth, but the girl's face displayed a strong will of her own. Her expression didn't even change a bit. It did change, though.
I understand very well. No matter how many times we repeat, our fate doesn't change. That was all because of your strong willpower.
That's right. A strong will reinforces fate. That fate, so empowered, isn't bothered by the result of a die. That means it's an absolute future.
You, a human, found that truth before us gods, who have been living for hundreds of years. I admit it. Your existence is close to that of a god.
I'm honored. The girl glared at me with her eyes half shut. No, it was more like she was proclaiming something to me, while displaying her own strong willpower.
I won't be defeated this time. We always thought we couldn't win against you. That was why I surrendered. I abandoned hope and crawled around in the wheel of fate. But then I learned. Power of belief can cause a miracle that forges your destiny.
Are you saying you'll cause a miracle using your strong will that will defeat the destiny woven by mine? That's logical enough. Because that's the law of this world. A strong will can make a desired future possible.
We won't be defeated by your will.
That's fine. So you insist on being an old god. Try it and see if your willpower can defeat mine. God tests people, yet people aren't allowed to test God. So I'm going to test you here. See if your willpower can defeat mine. Come on, go ahead, try it. That's clearly a declaration of war from me to God. This is the beginning of my revenge towards God, who put me through such misery. And this girl, this god, is accepting my challenge directly.
I'm not as powerful as you are. I can't do as many things as you can. Even if my willpower is as strong as yours, you're still more powerful than I am.
That's right. I've gained an overwhelming power. You have absolutely no idea what I had to go through to gain it. You can't even touch me.
I know. I know how powerful you are. Compared to yours, the power of my friends and I command is insignificant. But I can choose not to give up. I won't admit my loss. I won't give up until the day when your die rolls 1 and my die rolls 6. I'll prove the strength of my willpower by not surrendering to you for eternity. Stacking up stones on the riverbed will allow us to cross the river and appear before you as an equal. And that's when this long battle of fate will come to an end.
Fine. Come on, then. We'll see who has the stronger will. Whoever has the stronger conviction will create the future. The future desired by the stronger conviction will come to pass. I will hold my ground. In my future, my grandfather's great work is praised and he becomes a god. And I take revenge on God for testing me by making me go through such misery. Stupid little god. I'll show you. I'll drag you down from your pedestal. And then we finally get the chapter card, the chapter title. Which means we might actually be on Norika's point of view now again. Thought it was gonna be more Takano, I don't know. New main antagonist to this. No, that's Takano-san. You know, the nurse. The one that wants to so much to get into the shrine. And again, we don't have another clip. Oh, that's right, she's evil. Yeah. I think you missed in last week's stream, but yeah, she shot everybody in the face. It sucked. I don't know why they didn't show the character art alongside. Oh, if it's from, it doesn't show the character sprite of the person it's the perspective of. That's like kind of a good way of making sure whose point of view you're from. But yeah, if it's Takano talking, then her sprite isn't there. Welcome to the world of Higurashi, Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi. In this world, you'll be able to recreate the story from Hanyu's point of view. Your objective is to create the June 1983 ideal to you. You will need to collect many different fragments to make that possible. However, Takano's convictions is very strong. To overturn it, you will need a lot of effort and a lot of fragments. I'll warn you right now, it'll be a slow and painful process. Hanyu went through it for over 100 years, and she even had to stop and give in to fate. Defeating Takano's conviction will not be easy. The trial in this world will put you through as much pain as Hanyu had to endure. You may surrender, just like Hanyu did, after being emotionally torn down by the constant repetition of the worlds woven by countless fragments. When you feel like surrendering, you can end this game at any time. But if you do, the worlds revolving around your friend's fate will be limited to Onikakushi through Minagoroshi. By forgetting about this world and uninstalling this product, you will finally accept death, just like Rika did. Your ideal June 1983 can be created by putting together 50 fragments that are scattered all over this world. 50?! How long is this gonna take? Oh no, this might take a few weeks. To connect these fragments together, you will need the right ones. There are 50 of them, which may be dizzying. However, this world isn't that merciless. To ease your pain, there will be a little help for you. When you choose the wrong pieces, your only ally hero will give you a sign that it's not yet time to put those fragments together. As long as the sign remains, you'll be able to connect them. You might as well go look for different ones. After you put other fragments together, you might be able to connect the ones you couldn't put together earlier. When that happens, she'll let you know. Let's put those fragments together. Then you'll be able to join the other ones too. When you connect all 50, they'll become one big fragment. There you'll find your ideal 1983. That's when the long-awaited Matsubayashi will begin. Before you peek at each fragment, why don't you line up all 50 of them first? Most of them require other fragments, so there are only a few that you can actually look at. Let's try to find those first. To see the conditions for connecting fragments, just point the cursor at them. Before anything else, let's find the ones that you can look at without any conditions. This will be an extremely long and difficult trial. Let me tell you again, Hanyu challenged this for over 100 years and gave up on it. If you believe in miracles in the same way your friends do, even if you don't live in the world while they live, if you believe in them, welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi, Chapter 8, Matsubarashi. In this world, you'll be tested to see if you believe in the world that Rika and the others believed in.
Oh, thank you for the bits! Man, nobody and Hina both giving me biddies.
Right, better start collecting. Man, this is wild. It's just a kinetic novel, and then it's like, here, match up 50 fragments. A miracle can only happen when everyone combines their strength. The June 1983 created by Takano is nearly indomitable. She's gathered many people whose powers are beyond the average person to her side, her backers being at the center of a national authority. Even if 100 dice rolled all ones, there wouldn't be even a chance to defeat her. In other words, a miracle is the only way forward. A miracle happens only when everyone combines their strength, and you are one of them. Are you ready? I'm more than ready. The key to a long journey is not to pressure yourself too hard. Well, let's take it at a light pace. I'll work while drinking my usual wine. Shall we begin? We have all the time in this world. We don't have all the time in the stream. You've tamed new fragments. Eh? Oh. Oh, this is... That's gonna take a while. Oh no, okay. So let's save. Okay, so we got 7 pages of these. Let's see, we got a dose experiment. Setsuko Hojo's detailed test result is required. Kyosuke Iri's decision is required. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear, there's a lot of requirements. This fragment is required first. Okay. Okay, so that's where we go first. This is... Huh. This is interesting. Huh. This... Gosh, this is gonna take a while. Wait. So there's... Okay, so far there's 3 fragments that are required first. Let me see. A red capsule is required. Strawberry milk candy? That sounds delicious. I want some of that.
Okay, there's a fourth one. Game board must be set up. Game board must be set up. Fragment from Watanagashi. Game board. A lot of ones with game boards. Okay. So we have 4 fragments that are required first, apparently. We got Satoko Hojo. We got a local explanatory meeting. Satoshi Hojo, and what was the other one? Kyosuke Iri. So, I guess let's go for the one with Hanyu in it first. So the dam construction will bring in new jobs and revitalize local industry. That's not what we're saying! Who the hell gave you permission to build a dam here? You squeeze tax money from us, and this is what we get in return? Who do you think pays your salaries, huh? Look, we're trying to explain to you. We don't want to hear your excuses. We want you to know when you'll stop the construction. You're useless. Bring the Minister of Construction here. He'll get to the bottom of it. Shut up, you yuppie. Hey, you're paid with our tax money, so why the hell are you talking down from us from up there? Come down here and let us speak face to face. The auditorium is filled with angry shouting. The sign at the entrance says, Hinamizawa Dam Construction Explanatory Meeting. Every time the official on the stage tried to say anything, the citizens packed into the room silenced him with their shouts. Trying to ignore them, the official continued to explain the pros of the dam, but that just further infuriated them. Between the stage and the citizens, there was an open area where the police squad is standing by. If they weren't there, the citizens would jump into the stage and start a riot. I'm watching all of this from the back of the auditorium. Oh yeah, cause Rika wouldn't have been able to watch this. It's obvious to anyone that they're being swallowed by their anger. They become filled with a bloody red rage. The anger that came from a certain purpose becomes a purpose in itself, and it creates a vicious cycle, where anger leads to more anger. Anger is a necessary emotion for humans. People face many difficulties in their life. Anger gives them the motivation to fight and conquer such difficulties. Therefore, anger is an essential part of life itself, so I will never reject anger itself. However, anger like this, that goes far beyond normal, makes people forget their purpose. That is no longer an essential part of life. As the blood rushes to their head, a person can't even remember what they've done. They go out of control. Such emotions are very painful, sad, and difficult to endure. I can clearly see the villagers who live alongside us turning into demons. I understand the rules of the human world. The power of an individual can't be compared to the power of a government. To be able to fight, an individual needs to become part of a larger unified power. But to steer that unified power in the right direction is extremely difficult. The cycle of anger leads to more anger. Not anger that helps you live, but anger that exists only for anger. It's just like being a demon. And this emotion is capable of violently rousing us from our long, peaceful slumber. Everyone is immersed in their own anger. We lived peacefully with the villagers while we slept quietly. Yet, now we've awakened, and it's like the world is trying to return to that age where demons were said to rise from Onigafuchi Swamp. I keep shouting at everyone to get them to calm down, but my voice can't reach them because of a vicious cycle of anger. Even so, I'll continue shouting, hoping even one of them will hear my voice. Because if I don't do anything, the demons may awaken. The demons that went to a deep sleep may awaken because of this commotion. Then, all of a sudden, the atmosphere changed. Looking up, I saw that the angry exchange between villagers and those on the podium had devolved into a confrontation between the villagers themselves. What's going on? Shut up! Those are your reasons, not ours! Don't pull us into this, you old hag! Who the hell cares? The hell you say, you... I chose to censor that, I don't know. Hey, do you know who you're talking to? This is Oreo-san. You got some nerve, huh? Who the hell do you think you are? Shut up, Sonozaki. So what? I'm Hojo. Get your goons away from me. Hey, Hojo, how dare you say that when you want the village submerged? How much are they paying you? Shut up, you old geezer. Listen, there are plenty of poor people in Hinamizawa. Not everyone is rich and has fields all over the mountains like you do. I'm satisfied with the compensation from the government. They've even offered to provide us with public housing. Yet you're ruining everything, you holes.
Don't pretend you're the same as us. If you want to fight with the government, why don't you fight by yourself? Then who's going to pay? You? I'm poor and have 2 kids at home. I was planning to start a new life by leaving here in peace after getting compensation from the government and finding a job elsewhere. But you? Since when did you represent me, huh? Do you think you're that important or what? Hey, Hojo, how dare you betray us? Then get out of this village. Sure, I'll be happy to, but you're going to pay what I'm entitled to, right? You're going to pay me every yen of compensation that I'm going to get from the government. Even if I wanted to leave the village, I don't have the money. If you're going to pay me, I'll leave straight away. Hojo is right. There are plenty of residents who are willing to leave. You 3 families shouldn't drag us into this.
The hell is this? Who just spoke? Come on, who was it?
If you want to stay, then stay. We have the right to leave, so don't interfere. That's right. Back the hell off, you damn Sonozakis. Of course we'll compensate the people who support the dam construction plan. We most certainly will not steal the land from you. Shut up, you government dog. Oh my gosh. Are you trying to divide the village? Die, Hojo. You don't deserve to breathe the village air. Hold your breath and suffocate to death. Screw you, old hag. I'll murder your ass. Step up front, you damn hag. Hey, stay out of this, you. Oh my gosh. No wonder. I mean, them being mad at Satoko is not good, but man, no wonder they were angry at the Hojos. Very good. That was very good, Hojo. I haven't been this pissed off in so long. You'll get what you deserve. Look forward to it. Get him, Hojo. The government has to provide its new job, shelter, and compensation. Hey, stop this violence. All of you, stop it. Like hell, bring it on. Come on, get some. And everyone is being tainted with the bloody red anger, and all I could do is watch. The least I can do is to apologize for the tragedy that is about to happen. I'm sorry. This is how things started. From this day onward, the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family will wage a feud against each other, and the Hojo family will become ostracized within the village. This marks the beginning of Satoko and Satoshi's lives of tremendous hardship. So I wonder... So for the 4 fragments that it's like, this is supposed to be the first one, do we do all 4 of the first ones? Or are there like 4 paths that we start from? I'm very curious. Yeah, our father was acting like, I'm not even considering how this would affect the village's life, but right? Oh, because this is glowing now. So I wonder if... I'm gonna glance through these again. Because I'm wondering if this is a case of... like... Okay, we're gonna go through Satoshi's, and if the first one is still glowing, then that shows us which ones we've gone through already. And if it's not glowing, then that means that we've activated a different path. But I'm gonna assume that we're going through the ones that need to be first. When I asked Rika-chan, she said Satoko might have possibly gone up the mountain behind the shrine. She's fond of going there. That mountain is covered with trees, vines, and fallen logs, and she really likes the area. Any child would dream of having a secret base. And to Satoko, her secret base is the whole mountain. However, the mountains were undeveloped territory, making them a dangerous place that was easy to get lost in. As her brother, I'm a little concerned that she spends so much time on it. But maybe I should worry more about myself getting lost since I rarely come here. The mountain gets dark quickly when the evening falls. If I still can't find her, I should look for her elsewhere. Satoko! I'm yelling as loud as I can, but in the woods, my voice doesn't carry that well. According to Rika-chan, she's been making her secret base in this area. She goes up there alone to expand it. What does she mean by expand it? If it's a secret base, she must not want anyone to find it. Does that mean she set up some traps? Considering that, I should have noticed the traps on the mountain before one got me. Suddenly my foot sank into the ground and snagged on something like a jump rope tied between dried leaves. I heard some noise from up above, and a big ball made of branches fell right next to me. It had to be one of the playful traps Satoko loved. If I wasn't so lucky, I'm sure the ball would have hit my head.
Oh my! Look who's here! It's you, Nini!
Satoko! No, this kind of horseplay is dangerous.
Did you not see the sign put up by the Forestry Service? It clearly states it's dangerous to come into these woods. My wonderful traps will welcome anyone who ignores that warning. Ah, ha, 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 ha.
As her brother, I should stop her from doing things like this, but when I see her brilliant smile, I can't say anything else. I haven't seen that smile in some time. By the way, Satoko, weren't you told to come home by evening since we were going out for dinner tonight?
I don't want to go. I don't want our mother and father... Why don't our mother and father go by themselves? If you want to, you can go with them, Nini.
Are you still angry at father?
He threw an ashtray at me.
No. That happened with our previous father. Our current one hasn't done that.
He locked me on the veranda. He didn't feed me lunch. He complained I got the wrong brand of cigarettes, and he slapped my face saying I shouldn't be a picky eater. And then...
She isn't talking about our current stepfather. Things about all of our different stepfathers have mixed themselves up in her head. Every time our mother remarried, we had to call a different man our father. The word father isn't a word that should be taken lightly. If you don't truly acknowledge a man as your father, how could you call him that? That's how much weight that carries. However, just to make things smooth and peaceful, I used the word father even if I didn't want to. But it was difficult for Satoko, young as she was, to do the same. Ever since Satoko was very little, she's been having problems with all her stepfathers. She's never opened up to our current one. To Satoko, a father figure is no longer someone she can trust. It's true that our current stepfather doesn't have any experience being a parent, so he sometimes gets rather upset with her. But ever since the incident where Satoko called the child abuse hotline, our stepfather regretted his mistakes and tried his best to communicate with her. Even my mother realized how much Satoko had suffered emotionally when it was pointed out by the social worker. She's doing her part in trying to bring Satoko back into the family. But Satoko completely refuses to even try. It's understandable, though. Her childhood has been filled with misery. Satoko can only open up to me. That's why I have to be the one and only family member she can trust. Otherwise, she'll be all alone in this world. But a brother and sister alone can't be considered a family. Even if we don't get along now, if we continue to communicate even in a small way, we may be able to become a real family someday. Satoko, our current stepfather is getting nicer. He says he wants to make up with you.
That's news to me.
That's because every time he tries to say something, you run away. He wants to talk to you. He says he wants to make you eat. He won't make you eat pumpkin anymore.
That's a lie. He said I couldn't leave until I ate my pumpkin and he tied me to the chair.
Again, she isn't talking about our current stepfather. Satoko, just come home with me, okay? Mother got a free dinner coupon and we don't want it to go to waste, do we? We already have the reservations, so we have to go today.
Why don't you go, Nini? I prefer staying home alone.
Satoko usually doesn't stay out playing this late. She knows we're going out, and that's why she's out here alone. Although I want to snap at Satoko, I controlled myself. Because she only has me. I can't scare her. Please, let's go home, Satoko. You don't have to decide to go or not go right now. You can think about it after we get there. Besides, without your help, I can't find my way down the mountain.
Nini, I've brought you here so many times already and you still haven't learned. What am I going to do with you, Nini?
Satoko holds out her hand. She often says she's embarrassed to hold my hand in front of people, but she's holding out her hand right now. I took that hand. Satoko's fragile hand. I have to protect her, as her big brother. Let's go home, Satoko.
Sure.
These are cute so far. They're nice and sweet too. So we might be able to get through the fragments before the end of the stream. Okay, so they're both glowing. Okay, so let me see. Where was the other one? Ah, okay. Edie. Let's do Satoko. Do both of the Hojos first.
My name is Satoko Hojo, but Hojo is my current father's family name. I was also Satoko Hatake, Satoko Yoshizawa, and Satoko Matsuira because of my previous fathers. I'm still not used to be calling Hojo-san. If someone calls me Satoko, then I know that person is talking to me, because Satoko is the name I've been using since I was born. I don't understand why my mother keeps getting married and divorced. If she's going to get a divorce, why did she get married? If she's married, why did she get a divorce? I've asked her before, but depending on the situation, her answers were different. When I asked her when she was married, she got angry. When I asked her after she got divorced, she cried. I don't understand the meaning of marriage, so I have no interest in drawing pictures of a bride in a wedding dress. I don't think I'll ever get married. I don't want to keep changing my child's last name. My teacher once asked if I liked my mother. I think it was when I was in kindergarten in Okinomiya. That was a very difficult question, because sometimes I loved her very much, and sometimes I hated her very much. I couldn't decide. When my mother was nice, she smiled all the time. She made us happy. She thanked me for being her daughter. When my mother wasn't nice, she frowned all the time. She treated my brother and me very poorly. She told me I should have never been born. My teacher asked me if I liked my father. That was a very easy question, because I always hated him very much, no matter who he was. The new fathers always treated me nicely at first, as if I was their real daughter. They always told me that I could think of them as my real father, but they couldn't be my real father. Besides, I didn't even know my real father's face. How could I call them my father? I couldn't. That was disgusting. Right before divorce, my father's always become very irritated with me. They treated me like a cockroach. He told me that they didn't have money to feed me. They threw things at me and they locked me out on the veranda. I was told that I could forget about them because that was all in the past. I think that was a different teacher from a different school. Maybe that's true. Because ever since Hojo became my father, my mother has always been smiling. I haven't seen them get into a fight as I have seen before, just before a divorce. They have a little argument here and there, but those don't lead to a divorce, and they always make up. But I'm sure they'll get a divorce sooner or later. Then it'll be the same old stuff in the family court, divorce settlements, night flight, and child support. So who knows how long this Hojo will be my father? That's why I don't even feel like calling him that. He also treated me well at first, but when I didn't call him father even after he asked me repeatedly, he became irritated. They'll get a divorce soon. When my father gets into this mood, a divorce is on the way. After a divorce, it's my mother's turn to be irritated with me. Then she'll tell me she shouldn't have had me, or she can't be happy because of me. Why is my existence causing problems for my mother? I asked my brother and he told me, if you have children, it's not easy to find someone to get married with. To my mother, remarriage is a very important job, so I can understand having children around will cause problems. I think I finally understand the reason why I'm a nuisance to her. I asked my brother something else. Why are children hated by newer fathers? Well, that's simple. That's because family members will all have different roles. A mother's job is to love her children. A father's job is to love the mother. That means I'm a nuisance to both my mother and my father.
Oh no, the text is getting pink.
My brother is more mature than me, so they don't look down on him as a nuisance. But maybe I am. No, I definitely am a nuisance. So now I know. Both my mother and father want me dead. But if they kill me, they'll be caught. But that doesn't mean they won't kill me. If I were to look down on the cliff, and if no one was around, my mother and father would push me off for sure. My father would become abnormally nice to me recently. He started to act that way ever since I made the fake call. I know for sure that it's just part of a plot to kill me, so I won't let them trick me. I'm sorry. Lately, when I listen very carefully, I can hear a voice apologizing. The voice sounds similar to mine. Her mother must be telling her that she shouldn't have been born. I'm sorry. But I won't apologize like that. I'll live. I'm going to strike back. I'll kill before I get killed. I'm sorry.
For those of you that were not here during chapter 6, that is a sign of the Hinamizawa syndrome taking over.
Okay, and now we talk to Edie. And then we can go from there. Ow!
Group psychological exams are very meaningful for our research. Although it's only for certain age groups, we can examine many of the Hinamizawa residents at the same time. It's a perfect cover for our research center.
My shoulder itches.
Also, because of several arrangements, we have a monopoly on the villagers' corpses and can perform autopsies on them too. And gee, I didn't know that would happen.
Yeah.
Because at first it was like, because
it was first showing when it was like going over to Rena's point of view, and her text was like slightly pink. Like, even from the beginning, it was very, very slightly pink. And so we were like, oh, okay, this is just to show that it's not Keiichi talking. And then it progressively got more red until, like, towards the end when she was holding the school captive, or at least, like, I guess a little bit before that, it was straight up red. And we were like, oh, that's not good. There certainly wasn't an environment this rich with opportunity in the medical field. Our follow-up on the work of the late Dr. Takano is going smoothly. Wait, am I just now realizing that Satoko killed her parents? Am I just now realizing that? Because it seems, with her having the Hinamizawa syndrome get as bad as it did that early on, it seems very, very plausible that she pushed her parents into the river. Oh, how am I just realizing that now? Our follow-up on the work of the late Dr. Takano was going smoothly. The amount of data he compiled is absolutely astounding. He truly was an incredible researcher. Because, yeah, we already knew that Satoko, like, goes here. It was established in the last chapter, but we know that she goes here because she previously had, like, really high levels of the Hinamizawa syndrome. And if that happened before her parents... Oh my god. I don't remember whether or not that was established in the anime, but, like, just pieces of the puzzle clicked. It probably was mentioned in the anime, but, like, I don't remember.
Excuse me, Director.
Oh, Takano-san. Thanks for your help.
We just received the rest of the test results for Tokyo. Here they are.
Thank you. It's getting interesting, isn't it?
I'm glad we can share this joy.
Takano-san is my assistant, who was sent from the Self-Defense Force. Why are there two of you? Why was there two? But she's far from the image I have of the SDF officer. Just like our research is being concealed. Maybe her identity is concealed too. I'm sure her name is an alias as well. I don't remember either. It was years since I've seen the anime, yeah. Because it's either I'm just now realizing it, or I'm just now remembering it. Is there no cure for this syndrome? I don't know. I think when somebody asked Iri if there was, it's like you can suppress it, but it's going to be kind of like diabetes where you're just going to have to treat it for the rest of your life. But I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just a doctor and a researcher. Without Takano-san's support, it would be impossible for me to manage this institution. She's a pipeline for her clients in Tokyo, my assistant, as well as a researcher who's an expert on Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is absolutely necessary here. The more I think about it, the more I feel like this should have been the Takano Institute rather than the Iri Institute, and she should have been the director. And you're pretty much done for if you contract it. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I don't know, you can contract it and then you have to kind of be like really safe with your life. Because Rena was at like a lower level at the very beginning of that chapter, like when they were all hanging out in Angel Mort and having fun. She had like a little bit of it. She already had it. I think she kind of enacted it on it when they had moved, but like basically the thing that I can't remember her name. Reiko? I don't think that's right. But the thing that the sex worker lady did just made her snap, and then that kind of toppled the dominoes in the effect, and everything went bad. So as long as you don't have a really bad thing happen in your life, you should be fine. Like, there's probably a bunch of people in Hinamizawa that have the Hinamizawa thing, but like, they're just vibing. Their life is pretty average, so they don't have to deal with the, repercussions. But that was explained to me when they asked me to take this position. My client wanted a civilian to manage this place. They searched for a person who met their requirements, and there I was. I became their director. I have a feeling I'm just a puppet on their strings, but I won't just sit here and do nothing. I was asked to research a rare disease. I'm a researcher, so of course I'm excited about that. My client's goal might be different, but I'm here out of the desire to unravel the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and be the first person to uncover a new mystery for mankind. Sounds easier said than done, yeah, when so many horrible stuff happens in Hinamizawa. Yeah. We have all this data that suggests the existence of a parasite as the cause of the syndrome, yet we still can't find factual evidence of the culprit microbe itself. That's true. I thought we'd find it easily if we used an electron microscope. Viruses are too small to see with a regular microscope, so the invention of the electron microscope was a dramatic advancement in the world of medicine. However, it's very expensive and there's no way for a normal doctor to acquire one. The late Dr. Takano said an electron microscope could find the cause of the disease, but it seems his theory has been proven wrong. Even Takano-san was hoping an electron microscope would find it. She was disappointed when she didn't uncover anything after all the autopsies she performed. Our research seems to be having its first snag. It also actually stalled our work for several weeks now, so we need to think about where to go from here. Which means they're either smaller than microscopic, or maybe there's something wrong with the specimen itself. What do you mean? For example, as you know, wild mice have tons of fleas on them, but you can't find fleas on dead mice. That's because when the mouse dies, their habitat dies as well. So, if the host dies, the parasite's world will end too. That's right. Just like you won't find a living human in a post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, we just have to look into the earth before it ends, right? That's true. However, we need to think about human rights. It's hard to look into a brain while the patient is still alive. Examining a living human's brain. No matter how you sugarcoated it, that bore very grave meaning. From a medical standpoint, it's necessary, but we have rules and morals in this world, and we have to advance medicine within such boundaries. There was a time when I was studying lobotomies for the betterment of mankind. Sorry, I was confused by the typo there, but I got through it. I don't think I was wrong. However, could I even be forgiven under our ideas of ethics? I don't know. One day, my judgment will be handed down by the devil. Whether I'm guilty or not, I have to accept it. As I reflected upon my past, I heard a voice. It was Takano-san's. It was very clear and simple, yet it struck me with surprise. Understood. Let me prepare a world on the verge of death. What? I'm startled. Sometimes the phrase advancing medicine bore the whisper of the devil, tempting us to accept sacrifices. I heard that devil whisper. It's not that difficult. I just have to find a Hinamizawa resident who is about to die, that's all. But even if they're about to die, who would be brave enough to provide their body for research while still active? Don't worry about it. If they're dying anyway, we're just going to put them to sleep a little sooner. On paper, of course. The patient will be legally declared dead, even though they're still alive. And we'd perform an autopsy while they're still alive. That's impossible.
It's okay, Hina.
Besides, if we perform a neurological surgery, we have to do a circular incision on the cranial area. Their family will notice the marks for sure. That's where we come in. I'll have the mountain dogs look for a patient in the local hospital that matches our needs immediately. All you have to do is wait with a knife and fork in your hands. I'll bring your meal right away. Mio Takano-san is my partner. There's no question about that. But I just can't trust her. It's her extremities as a researcher which contrast largely with mine. But are we so different? I'm here simply waiting with a knife and fork in my hands just as she told me to. I just don't want to witness such a gruesome scene, that's all. What she's preparing for me now is exactly what I want. Who's the hypocrite? Not her. It's me. How can I say I'm different, knowing what I've done in the past? I've performed lobotomies without the patient's consent, despite it being surgery that might affect their life forever. How is that different from what she's doing? I've never doubted my past achievements. However, when I look at her, I start to feel unease. Takano-san is talking to Okunogi-san on the intercom in my office. I'm sure she's telling him to come over so she can explain to him what was just discussed. I'm simply watching without stopping her. I begin to reflect upon my past to remember why I chose to become a doctor.
Man, poor Edie.
He's in a rough position. The shame about his maid addiction, though. Okay, so... would this be another one?
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll actually lock me out if there's something that I can't actually look at. I wanted to become a doctor ever since I was little. Doctors make a lot of money. A lot of money. People look up to doctors. I think those are the kinds of reasons I had. So when I played with my friends, I always acted like a doctor. I cleaned their wounds and applied ice packs when my friends sprained their ankles, using what I learned from the household medical books. Everyone, including me, believed that I'd be a doctor one day. My family was poor, so they praised me for that goal. They told me that I needed to study a lot to become a doctor, so they borrowed some pseudo-medical books from the local library for me. The rental fees weren't cheap, so I would speed read one book in a day, and the next day my parents would go back to the store to exchange it for a different book, saying they accidentally borrowed a book that they already borrowed before. By doing so, my parents borrowed 2 books for the price of 1. Of course, now I know that these books were rather useless, but they were highly motivational for the same. Or just the same. My neighbors called me Dr. Kyosuke-kun, and I was always picked for class health officer at school. Even my teachers helped me with the classes I needed to take to become a doctor. Of course, in reality, becoming a doctor isn't as easy as it might seem. I had to study diligently, and the path was most definitely rough. To become a doctor, one must attend college. Since my family was poor, I was told I wasn't allowed to go to an expensive private school, so I had to be admitted to a national public university. My grades weren't bad, but the admission rate to national public universities is very marginal. Especially since I wanted to go to medical school, my chances are even smaller. I studied like crazy. My only driving force was my childhood dream of becoming a doctor. The dream of becoming a doctor and to be looked up to by everyone kept me going. And I was admitted. I wasn't at the top of the list, but I made it in. I was finally at the starting point of making my childhood dream come true. My parents were thrilled. Neither my father nor mother went to college, so they were proud of their son getting into a public medical school. They invited our relatives over to celebrate. Although it was a public university, tuition wasn't cheap, but they still had an extravagant celebration anyway. My father didn't express his emotions much. He always kept a straight face. He rarely voiced his opinion or took initiative on anything. My mother took care of everything, and she showed up last and left without saying a word. She was the typical stern and silent Japanese... What? Oh, he showed. Yes. Not she. He was this typical stern and silent Japanese father of the time. That's why I was surprised to see him shedding tears of joy, and I cried along with him. He went around to all my relatives while repeatedly slapping my back, saying how proud and lucky he was to have a son like me. He bragged about my achievements to all of them who would hear them.
So talented at voice acting. Thank you, Hina.
I'm watching you play games like this.
Thank you.
The celebration became my farewell party as I was about to leave for Tokyo. My father yelled, "Banzai!" repeatedly at the station as the train pulled away. Oh, I was a little embarrassed, but when I could no longer see my father, I could clearly recall the tears pouring down. Oh. The days of hellish studying and exams began after that. Some days, I was tempted to just give up and submit myself to the lavish lifestyle of the city. But the letters from my family always encouraged me and gave me the strength to go on. My dream, then, was to open up my own clinic in my hometown so I can contribute to the region. I never even dreamed of getting involved with brains. One day, I noticed a difference in a letter from my family. The letter said the usual things about how it was at home and asked how I was doing, but the postscript was what caught my attention. Your father has become really violent lately. Sometimes he turns the house upside down, and I don't know what to do. I just couldn't picture him acting violently. I was extremely surprised. Did something happen?
But in the postscript, my mother said that there was nothing she could think of. My mother and father had been together for a long time. They'd been together since well before I was born, so she noticed things that I couldn't. She couldn't even think of a reason why my father had become so violent. What happened? They got along so well. They were such a lovely couple. When I caused a problem for my mother when I was little, my father only bonked my head with his knuckle. Why is he acting this way towards my mother? Maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding between them? I was going home for the New Year. Maybe I could have a good talk with him then. But the situation was a lot more serious than I thought. On one cold winter day, I found my apartment door unlocked. I thought someone had broke in, but I found my mother in my apartment with her luggage. That's right. My mother could no longer take my father's fury and came to stay with me. That was back when people still believed in the proverb, a woman has no place to settle down all her life. She couldn't come back to her own family because they lived in the same region as my father, so she came all the way to Tokyo. I heard my father's violence from my mother's own lips. She cried, saying she had no idea why such a quiet man changed like that. She said she wasn't ever going back to him. I didn't know what to do. I asked her if she could talk to him one more time, but the bruises on her body told me it was no use. To remember what happened afterwards is too much, so I'll be brief. After my mother left, my father thought she was having an affair and went over to the neighbor's house with a wooden sword. He was arrested. He was released immediately, but he assumed someone in the neighborhood was hiding her, so he did the same thing repeatedly. He eventually reached the point of getting into fights with anyone he saw. At the end, he picked a fight with some young punks and ended up being beaten to death. Oh heck. My relatives gave my father a decent funeral, but my mother didn't attend. It's no use beating a dead horse, so nobody said anything negative about my father, but everyone was simply puzzled as to why he changed so much. What I heard from my relatives about my father's final days was a lot stranger than what I heard from my mother. My mother only told me about his sudden rage and violence, but my relatives told me he also laughed and grew sad. Apparently, he displayed several sudden fluctuations of emotions, especially so in his last years. They also told me that he started to complain about headaches after an accident he had. My father was a construction worker. He had hit his head hard on the construction board during an accident at work. He regained his consciousness quickly and seemed fine, but since the accident, he started to have headaches and behave abnormally. I sensed the connection between the accident and my father's changes, so I talked to my professor after I went back to Tokyo. I can't say for certain, but it sounds like it's possible your father suffered some kind of brain damage. There's a chance that blow to his head caused an organic mental disorder. The symptoms your father showed in his final years are similar to the delirium and mental fluctuations we've often seen in similar patients. Human behavior is created by the brain, and if the brain is damaged, it can cause erratic behavior. In other words, my father wasn't crazy. He was suffering from a disorder. If you can perform an autopsy on him, you should check his brain carefully. Maybe you'll find something like a tumor there. My father had already been cremated, so there was no way of knowing. But hearing about his behavior, I knew for sure. That was the only way to explain why such a quiet and gentle man would change. I tried to explain all of this to my relatives to regain my father's honor, but hardly anyone understood. If his brain was damaged, he would have been dead, but he was alive and well. So the accident didn't damage his brain. It wasn't his brain that caused him to change. It was his mind. They simply brushed it off like that. This is the perception most people have about the brain. They don't realize that the mind and the brain are connected. Most of the relatives didn't believe me, but there was one person who I really wanted to, anyway. That was my mother. As she got older, she grew senile, and she exaggerated the abuse she had to endure. All she did was criticize my father, and every time she ended up crying, lamenting that she married him. They were a lovely couple. We were a great family. That's why I wanted to convey to her that she was misunderstanding the situation with my father. My father's behavior was caused by his brain damage. What he did to her was very sad, but he didn't want it to be that way. I told her that he wasn't at fault. But my mother didn't understand. Before she took her last breaths, I begged her to forgive my father, but her final words were, "Please don't bury me next to that man." My father wasn't at fault. He was simply the victim of a brain disorder. You don't complain to a person who's coughing because he has a cold.
because coughing is just a symptom, and he should be sympathized with. In my father's case, the symptoms weren't as obvious as a cough. They took the form of changes in personality, which are much harder to recognize. If I had studied the brain more, I could have explained it better to my mother that she could have understood him. Then they could have been a nice couple again in heaven. When I realized that, I cried. And I also realized that there are plenty of people like my father in this world who are suffering from a disorder, yet they are misunderstood and despised for it. And then I found out. I found out about a miraculous cure for such disorders called the lobotomy. Ever since that day, I spent my days learning about the brain so I could help people who are suffering from mental illnesses. My father is gone, but if he was still alive, I could cure him myself, so he and my mother could reconcile. That's the main reason why I am here.
Man, that's so bad for Edie.
Such a shame. Okay, let's see. So I wonder if let me save real quick. I want to see if it actually keeps me from going to the fragments that I don't have access to yet. Oh, I missed that one. Yeah, that is depressing. This fragment can't be connected yet. Okay. Oh!
Well, I don't want them to be broken. I don't want them to be broken quite yet.
Okay. So yeah, I guess we also get to do this one. Sorry for being late. I had an unusually large number of patients today. Thank you for coming, Lieutenant Colonel Iori. Tomitake stood up suddenly and saluted when he saw Iori come into the room. All right. Stop calling me Lieutenant Colonel. I'm a doctor. I just can't get used to military ranks. Can you call me Director instead? Understood, Director Iori. Tomitake, of course, knew that Iori didn't like to be called Lieutenant Colonel, so it was something of a joke. They laughed casually together. On the other hand, Takano looked rather fed up with it. She couldn't stand hearing the same joke over and over, and she was even thinking of talking to Tomitake about it, but she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she simply never had the chance. Maybe it's because of how Tomitake pronounced it, but she keeps hearing Risa. Lieutenant Colonel is Japanese. Nisa. Since once she heard it that way, she kept hearing Iri Risa every time Tomitake said it. When Takano told Iri about it, he had a good laugh. Today was just a simple meet and greet, and tomorrow is the actual meeting. Tomitake had already arrived, but there would be more inspectors from Tokyo at the meeting, waiting to hear about the progress that had been made. Anyway, I hear the whole village is all up in arms about the dam construction project. You can say that again. The village is in such a mess. I participated in the local municipal explanation meeting as an official, but the whole thing was alive with angry shouts and profanities. After the basic Hinamizawa Dam project was announced, the village was consumed with uproar. The government retracted their plans for confessions, rather early on. They made their aggressive stance clear. They didn't want the locals to take advantage of them by showing their willingness to compromise. However, that backfired horribly. As they had historical ties to the land, the government's actions only made their bond stronger. Neither the government nor the locals wanted to back down.
People from Hinamizawa are rather hot-tempered. Maybe because they're the descendants of demons.
It's not funny. That wild meeting lasted all night. I feel your pain. Really, it's not funny, Tomitake-san. So, what's going on with the dam conflict? Are they really going to submerge this village? Tokyo's applying this pressure to the situation, too. Things might seem clamorous on the surface, but in truth, the supporters behind it are wavering rather hard. I hope their presence produces effects soon. The whole village is buzzing with action from dusk to dawn, and I worry that the villagers' minds are growing agitated. Sometimes I have to listen to my patients go on and on about their opinion on the dam construction plan.
Why do you even listen to them? You're too nice.
I have to. I'm a clinic director first, and research center director second. It's my job to listen to them. That's very nice of you. It's admirable. I know the people in Tokyo will call off the plan sooner or later, but the villagers won't. So they have to live in fear that they might be forced to leave the land where they lived for generations. Even if they're told to leave, they won't have the money, and a lot of them are old. Maybe some wanted an increase in the amount of compensation they'd be offered, but the government changed its mind. I don't think it's possible for them to come to a peaceful agreement at this point. There are actually some villagers who were satisfied with that amount and were willing to leave. However, the Sonozaki family didn't want to change their stance against the issue. They're actually leading the villagers in a fight against the government. There are blaring announcement vans everywhere, and ads and flyers are attached to the circulation notices. It's a serious matter for them. I guess I can understand. I hope the construction plan will be called off soon, for their sake. Once it's called off, this village will become peaceful once again. I know that, of course. Things are moving right along in Tokyo, so please give us a little more time. Or maybe that was Tometake. I've heard a rumor from Tokyo that you're having problems finding a way to pressure the Minister of Construction. Is that true? Oh, I'm not sure, but I've heard myself that they're having a little problem with some of the details. Takano had powerful people supporting her, but they didn't control all of Japan. There were some things that they excelled in, but also other things that they weren't too good at. Finding a way to put pressure into the Minister of Construction fell into the latter. In all seriousness, though, we really won't be facing any requests to leave this area because of the dam, right? Of course not. I can guarantee that won't happen. It's just taking longer than we thought, that's all. So please continue your research. We were told that if things can't be resolved peacefully, then we may have to use drastic measures. Drastic measures? What do you mean, Tometake-san? You don't need to worry about that part, Director Edie. Please, let us take care of it. I see. Okay. Thank you for your work.
It's fine, Director Edie. The dam construction plan will be called off. It's already decided.
As Takano giggled, Tometake laughed too. However, Edie couldn't understand what was so funny, so he felt left out. And I wish those thighs were... Oh my gosh, nobody! I mean... Evil's never stopped me before! Edie only understood the meaning of those drastic measures when he examined a young boy he had never seen in the village before. Oh? The young boy... Wait, yeah. Yeah? I think I know who the young boy is, but I don't want to assume. There's only so many characters in this series. Okay, so help from the carrier queen. Repetitive apologies. We had a little bit of that of Satoko's, but not enough, I don't think. Not be allowed. Okay, let's go to the front page. Satoko's, Hojo's, details, test result is required. Live specimen. Death of a construction site, no. Discontinuation of no. Third year curse. Hideka's father. Death of the aunt. Okay, so not on that page. Not on that one. Oh. Man, I keep missing the ones where it's like this one is required first. The forecast said that there was a chance of rain in the evening, but I didn't think it would rain so hard. We decided to wait at an abandoned bus stop for the rain clouds to clear. I'm sorry, Takano-san.
Oh, don't be, Jiro-san. I knew it would pour, so don't worry about it.
Takano-san giggled. Although she said the weather might change suddenly, I dragged her out here. I feel stupid for making her come along and ended up ruining her precious day off. I have to go back to Tokyo tonight, so I'll be a while before I can return to Hinamizawa. I didn't want to spend my last day at the cheap hotel in Okinomiya, so I asked her to go for a stroll. It's just... I'm really sorry.
She teased me for a while, but only a little. She wasn't actually enjoying driving me into a corner. That's just her way of communicating, and I find it very charming. I think I've become captivated by her, but on her part, I'm just an auditor from Tokyo. That's why she's being nice to me, and it's definitely not because she likes me personally. So I feel like I might have used my position to drag her out here, and that makes me a little depressed. I probably should think this slight fever I have is due to nothing more than a cold, but she was the type of person who made it clear when she disliked something. She wouldn't say so directly, but she would use all kinds of indirect expressions that meant the same thing. So I want to believe she's out here because she might even be a little attached to me. Or attracted, rather. I shook my head as I frowned upon my selfish doubts. She chuckled as though she knew what I was thinking. I felt myself starting to go red after that.
You're a mysterious person, Jiro-san. I bet women don't leave you alone, huh? So, why are you hanging out with a weirdo like me?
A weirdo? No way! You're fascinating, Takano-san. Actually, I feel bad making you spend a day with someone like me.
Of course. I've decided to devote my life to my work, but life is too dry with only that. I need to switch gears once in a while. And besides, communicating with the opposite sex is good for the brain.
That's all good if I manage to help you clear your head.
Don't you feel refreshed just being with me?
She gives me an impish smile that makes my heart skip a beat. I tried hiding my embarrassment so she wouldn't notice even my ears going red. Of course! When I'm with you, I do feel refreshed. Yeah. Besides, if you learn about avian photography, I'll gain a buddy to share my hobby with. So next time, I'll bring my old camera. It's really expensive to buy a new one, you know.
Thank you. I would love to hear about the avian photography that you're so intrigued by. I'm looking forward to joining you on a stroll next time you go. So I don't need to buy a camera, do I?
No. Try with my old camera first, and if you enjoy it, then you can buy one for yourself. I'll send it to you when I get back to Tokyo.
Thank you. Then I'll have you critique my photos when you come back next time.
Sure. I can hardly wait to see them.
They'd be nothing compared to yours. It'd be my very first time doing it, you know.
While she keeps her cool and smiles, all I can do is blush and scratch my head. Am I being conceited? I can't help but think that Takano-san likes being with me. If it's mere flattery, I don't think she'd come along this far. Oh, no. Taking women's flattery seriously is the mistake I always make. I shouldn't assume that she's attached to me.
By the way, isn't this the first time we've been alone like this?
Yes, you're right. Usually the director of some other research staff is around.
I don't know anything about you. I don't know exactly what you do in Tokyo, or what you've done in the past. Wonder what you do in the self-defense force.
I was an instructor for a while, but I hurt my eye when I was injured. I can live life normally, but they made a big deal out of it, and ever since all I do is desk work. Takano-san giggles, saying I must have done something silly to cause the injury. When I helped PR with their magazine, I became fascinated with photography. Cameras have the power to make people happy. I bet you don't know what I'm talking about, but it's true. Since I started to take pictures, my life has been a lot happier.
How can a camera make someone happy?
Well, a camera takes a snapshot of a moment of life. Of course, you want to capture a moment that's filled with happiness, right? So you look for happiness through the viewfinder, and as you search, you realize your everyday life is actually filled with happiness. For example, a dandelion sprouting from the crack of an asphalt is just a weed in a busy life. But when you look at it through the viewfinder, it's a gift to let you know that spring is approaching. You capture it and put it in an album, and every time you open the album, you remember a happy feeling you had when you took the picture.
So you always feel that way when you take your pictures?
Sure. I don't have ambitions of taking artistic photos or capturing a dramatic prize-winning moment. That's not important to me. I want those moments we don't notice, and helping us recognize those little moments of happiness is the greatest thing about cameras to me. So I'm really glad to be able to see Hinamizawa through my viewfinder. I have a tendency to go overboard when I talk, but most of the time, Takano-san playfully twists my words right back at me. so it's very unusual for her to listen to me like this. Takano-san sat down next to me and tried to fiddle with my camera. I don't know how much of an impression I made, but I think she is indeed interested in cameras. I was expecting her to tease me like usual, so I'm happy to see that this is her reaction. Do you want to try?
Do you think I can?
It's easy. First, you just need to learn to focus and press the shutter. Why don't you hold it? Oh, don't ever touch the lens, though.
Whew, this isn't easy.
Since she seemed to show an interest in cameras, I wanted to take a walk around Hinamizawa and take some pictures of the scenery, but unfortunately, the rain doesn't seem to want to stop. But she was still having fun and kept taking pictures inside the bus stop. So the first set of pictures she ever took were of odd things in that dark little building. Since then, every time we met, we ended up walking around the village with our cameras in our hands.
Oh. Yeah, that's so sweet. Man, why'd she have to do that to him? He really loved her.
Okay, prior consent, death of Koizumi-sensei, death of the dam construction manager, bottle of wine, conflict between the Hojo family and the Satoshi family, Hika and Satoko shopping trip. That sounds fun. Part-time job, awareness of his sins, rock candy, Yugo family move is required. No, I didn't mean to! I didn't mean to click. I don't know if I should reload or not. I feel like I should. I'm just gonna reload and then skip. Cause I don't know if that's a bad thing or not. I don't know if that's a bad thing to do or not. Okay, where was that? Where was that? That was here. Okay. And then I know we have a skip button. Okay. We're gonna skip. And then like, I don't know if it's important or not, but I feel like since it's like a shattered glass thing, it might be important to actually not mess up for those. Where was... It was over here, right? Yeah, okay. So this was the one that we just did. And then we're skipping over it.
I guess this is a good time to take a little ship.
It's kind of conflicting feelings with Takano. Because on one hand, like she had this bad stuff in the past that kind of like shows why she is this way now, but at the same time it's just like, red capsule, strawberry milk candy, reuse, move, awareness of his sins, tea set, conflict between, revenge, fragment from the Onekakushi chapter. I don't think we have that. Game board, raw sea urchin, game board, Atanagashi. I don't think we have that either. Oh gosh. Okay. Revenge of Mio Takano. Conflict between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family. I mean, he did yell at them? Does that signify the conflict? Oh, it does. Cool. I ran into Satoko while on my way to the grocery store for my mother. Satoko said that she was going there too, so we decided to go together. After exchanging our shopping lists, it became easy to guess what the other family would be having for dinner. Satoko's family is having grilled fish and cooked vegetables. We're having Salisbury steak.
My, that sounds very good. I don't mind the grilled fish, but what? It's the vegetables I'm less fond of.
Why is there flickering in this chapter?
I'm certain there's still plenty of pumpkin, Oh, no, this is me. This is me talking. Nipa? I'm certain there's still plenty of pumpkin left from the other day.
Wait. Did Satoko used to like pumpkin? Oh, it's the vegetables that she's less fond of. Okay.
I got confused. Then I bet you'll be getting a lot tonight. Poor Satoko. I don't appreciate knowing that pumpkin is going to show up on the dinner table. Me, you don't like pumpkin? No matter how it shows up.
I feel like Rika was supposed to be on screen here with how the text is fading.
Rika, you have to have some food you're not fond of, don't you? That's right. You don't like daifuku, cream puffs, or anything sweet, don't you? It's not that I don't like those things. I just choose not to eat them. If I wanted to, I could eat sweets forever. I could even eat pumpkin pie, too. Nipa? Oh, it's not fair that you aren't a picky eater.
Conversations like this are how I have fun. Satoko is my best friend. I usually don't like grocery shopping, but if I'm with Satoko, I can't make it into an enjoyable evening stroll. Near the supermarket, there's grocers and other shops, forming a little shopping district. The grocery store is busy this time of day. All the housewives in Hinamizawa gather here to shop. Since Satoko and I have different things to buy, we decide to do our shopping separately. Welcome, welcome! Oh, Rika-chama! Are you shopping for your mother? What a good girl.
Nipa? I'm a good girl who can go shopping by herself.
Wow, you really are a good girl. Here, I'll give you this. There are several candies for the owner's occasional asthma attack inside a sieve full of change hanging on the front. He picked out a sweet from there and gave it to me. It was my favorite flavor, strawberry milk. Now we can do that one. I put it in my pocket so I can brag about it to Satoko later. I get a lot of fun out of teasing Satoko and making her jealous. She always overreacts, so I never get bored when I'm with her. What are you having for dinner tonight, Rika-chama? Ground pork,
We're making Salisbury steak. We're going to put flower-shaped fried eggs on top and drop pictures on them with ketchup.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I enjoyed that conversation while with my shopping basket. But then I overheard some women whispering. They're talking about something that's a little harsh. They're talking about Satoko. How long do these village traitors plan to stay here? They should just leave. They don't even have the guts to go shopping themselves and make their daughter do it instead. The women went on and on. Ever since the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family got into a huge fight at the explanatory meeting of the dam project, the Hojo family has been ostracized within the village. At first, there were a significant number of families in favor of leaving like the Hojos, but the main branch of the Sonozakis led a push to completely solidify the village's opinion, and as that tone of unified resistance grew stronger, the pro-evacuation families steadily grew quiet. The public harassment led to the Sonozakis and the Kimiyoshis. Two of the three families with powerful influences on the village also played an effect too. The Sonozaki family made the Hojo family into an example to ensure that there would be no more pro-evacuation supporters. The ancestors of the village have lived here for generations, and the villagers also know they themselves will be buried in this village, so this harassment put a lot of pressure on them. Who was it that agreed to make the Hojo family the leader of the pro-evacuation group at the explanatory meeting? Those same people no longer said anything, and they even joined in on harassing the Hojo family. The harassment they faced then became pressure from the entire village. The Hojo family is hardly wealthy, and they haven't paid the town council fees in a long time.
Oh, thank you for the raid, Peach. Oh, you already finished? Oh, hello, raiders. Hello, how are you doing? What did you guys do? Let me see. What did you do? What did you do? You were... Layers of Fear? Man! How are you already done? Was it too spooky? Did you have your headset in game mode and got spoopy?
Also, I like how I am two different colors of eggs. I simultaneously have the 3-month badge and the 6-month badge. I don't know if it shows up for you guys, but it did for me. The Hojo family is hardly wealthy. They haven't paid the town council fees in a long time. When things were peaceful, nobody said anything about it. But now that the wind was blowing a different way, the Hojo family was asked to pay off all the late council fees immediately. It It wasn't an amount they couldn't afford, but the Hojos recognized a fight that was being picked with them, and they responded to it. And so, the Hojo family quit the town council. But that only played right into the village's evil plan. Making an enemy out of the town council meant facing vicious harassment. For example, the place the Hojos dumped their trash was a provisional dumping site established by the town council and the waste management department. Under the council agreement, only council members could use it. Yeah, short stream today, just to get in the hang of things. Must go, but enjoy the Sparkles dropped off.
Hello, Sparkles. Have a good day. Hopefully after stream we can hang out. Maybe at some point after you have to do your things.
Ever since the day of the Hojo family quit the village council, their trash bags were returned to their front door. Furthermore, all the trash bags were torn. On top of that was a sign that went up on the hedge road near the Hojo family. It said, "Private road, no trespassing. Only council members permitted." A stubborn old man stood and guarded the road, saying that he would not let any of the Hojo family members pass through. A private road is private property, opened up to the public, so it looks like a normal road.
Yeah, and talk about collab tomorrow. Yeah.
However, as private property, the owner can forbid anyone else to pass through whenever they like. More and more, the village piled on vicious harassment. The fear of antagonism spread through the entire village, and people became afraid that if they supported the Hojo family, they'd go through the same thing. This has made the Hojo family even more isolated. The grown-ups haven't told their kids about what's going on, so Satoko isn't harassed in any way at school. But it wasn't hard to imagine she probably spent her days feeling so anxious she could hardly breathe. Even the women whispering in here aren't saying anything directly to Satoko, but it's not like she doesn't notice their muttering and cold stares. When did this village become so cold towards her? As her best friend, it's very sad for me. Satoko's shopping experience is nothing like mine. When I say hello or buy things, I usually get treats or a discount, but that doesn't happen to Satoko. On the contrary, she's served last on purpose, and sometimes shop owners even pretend they don't hear her. Obviously, people don't want to have anything to do with her. Satoko has been weaving through the housewives crowding the shop, telling the fishmonger what she wanted, but she kept getting ignored. She's decided to keep her smile and pretend that she doesn't mind. But I know. It was far too painful for her to endure. At that point, Satoko dropped her coins on the ground. Maybe her finger got stuck on something when she was trying to put the change back into her wallet. I ran through the crowd to help her pick them up. But as I did, I noticed something. Satoko dropped a lot of coins and is struggling to pick all of them up, but nobody's helping her. It's not just that. It's almost like they're acting like they didn't even see her there. Satoko isn't expecting anyone to help her, since she's the one who dropped them. But there are so many people around, and not even one is trying to aid her.
Satoko, I'll help you. I'm okay, Rika.
That reaction is all I needed to tell how hurt she is. Furthermore, when I started to help Satoko, other housewives started to pick up the coins too. It's as if it was the natural thing to do. So they can only help if a shrine maiden of the Furude family does? If I didn't help, they would have disregarded her completely. And the fact that the other people helped only because I did hurt Satoko even more. I grabbed the coins from the housewives without thanking them. I'd rather spit at them than do that.
Only one more month and you'll get that egg. Oh yeah! You'll soon get the black egg. Let me see, right?
Oh, it's not letting me scroll through the chat.
Thank you very much, Rika. Everyone.
She didn't thank them. Or if she didn't thank them, people would talk about that too. Satoko forced out her words of gratitude. The housewives looked down at her with blank expressions. I can't stand this. I can't stand what Satoko is going through right now.
If we're done, let's go, Satoko. Sure.
I grabbed Satoko's arm and pulled her away. I was frustrated, sad, and bitter. What has Satoko done? Reality is just too cruel. Everyone loves me, but can I share that love with Satoko? Satoko must be wondering why people treat me so differently. I shouldn't come shopping with her. Or rather, I should have done her shopping instead.
Satoko? What is it, Rika? I feel bad that you dropped your coins, so here's something that'll make you happy.
I wanted to at least ease her pain a little bit, so I pulled out the strawberry milk candy I had just received, but Satoko refused to take it.
That candy was given to you.
My hand froze. She saw me getting this candy.
The person wanted you to eat it. So if I did, it'd be rude.
Setsuko turned her back on me and kept walking. Without even saying goodbye, she continued on to her house with the shopping bags in her hands. I only wanted to ease her pain, but I ended up rubbing salt in her wound. How can I call myself her best friend? If I could, I would have crushed the candy right there.
Man. Everybody's being a meanie.
Okay, we might have, depending on how long, we might have like 1 or 2 more shards. I know that we can talk to Mion, because we got the strawberry milk candy. Mion-san! Friend is here! I heard the housekeeper's voice. Our house and the front yard are huge, so unlike normal houses, ringing a doorbell or yelling my name repeatedly, asking to play won't work. Okay, thank you. Who is it? Rika Furude-chana. Oh, finally! Can you tell Granny that Rika-chana is here? I think she's on the porch. I'll get the watermelon. Granny received more beautiful watermelons from somebody, so she wanted to share. I just called the Furude house a short time ago, and Rika-chan is here to pick one up. Did she come on her bicycle? I can't remember if it was big enough. It has a big enough basket. I pulled the watermelon from the well while thinking about that. Why did... It has to be a different well, right? You don't have it in the same well as the dead bodies, right? The cold water in the well has refrigerated the watermelon, and the condensation makes it look delicious. The 3 members of the Furude family will enjoy it for at least 2 nights.
Am I supposed to take it home? I thought...
What? Didn't your dad tell you? The priest answered the phone, and I thought I had told him to come pick it up. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, or maybe he had misunderstood me completely, but she's here to eat the watermelon, not take it home. Besides, the small basket on Rika-chan's bike won't hold the watermelon, and it's too dangerous for her to ride while holding it in her hands. Mion, why don't you help Rika-chan take the watermelon? There's no way she can ride her bicycle while carrying it.
Yeah, I can hold the watermelon.
No, that's too dangerous. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know what to say to Yashiro-sama. Mion will help you. Okay, I will. I'll go say hello to the priest, too. No matter whether she rides or pushes her bicycle, Rika-chan's hands will be occupied, so I'm going to carry the watermelon. The sky is turning auburn in the sunset. The cool breeze feels good on my sandaled feet. The plastic bag I'm carrying contains the watermelon, and also some small bags of rock candy. If her mother finds them, she'll take them away, so we decided to eat them before we got to her home. She opened the bags and enjoyed the rock candy. Rika-chan isn't an exception. Whenever kids from our neighborhood come to our house for errands, Granny gives them some treats. Actually, that's a pretty common rule here in Hinamezawa. It's funny, but sometimes when parents aren't watching, siblings will fight over who gets to take the circular notice to the next house over. So these bags of rock candy are like tips for them. Of course, she doesn't normally give out this much. Usually it's just a little piece of it. Granny is being extra nice to Rika-chana.
I feel bad getting all this candy.
Don't worry, Granny loves you. You should just thank her and put a big smile on your face. That's all.
You get lots of treats?
I used to, but at this age, they don't give me any. If they did, though, I would probably feel like I was being treated like a little kid.
Yeah, I'm being treated like a kid then, or like a child then.
That's okay. Enjoy it while you can. When you become as old as me, you won't get any, even if you wanted some. As we talked about ordinary things, I noticed Rika-chan seemed a little sad. What's wrong?
Whenever I run errands, I get candy as a treat. But Setsuko doesn't get any even if she comes with me.
I can think of so many reasons why. Not only Satoko, but anyone in the Hojo family is being treated poorly in Hinamizawa, and the Sonozaki family are the ones who instigated that. The 2 dam supporters have died in an incident already, but the malice against the Hojo family is still going. It's directed against Satoko and Satoshi, their children, and the aunt and uncle who are taking care of them. The big fight between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family at the explanatory meeting started all of this. But that was the Hojo couple, and it shouldn't have anything to do with the children and their aunt and uncle. But the idea that the Hojo family are traitors evolved on its own. Therefore, anyone bearing the Hojo name is to be treated poorly. The aunt and uncle aren't dam supporters, so over time the attacks towards them should have stopped. But they're rather odd, and they keep having trouble with their neighbors. They don't follow the community rules, they don't do their community duties, and they spray pesticide while their neighbor's laundry is still hanging outside. They often get into fights with the other villagers. They'd be hated even without the dam. Therefore, the Hojo family continues to be treated poorly. But none of that should have anything to do with Satoko and Satoshi. Satoko and Satoshi are often depressed at school. I tried to leave the conflict between the two families aside, but I wonder how they really feel about that. From their point of view, I'm just another member of the family that keeps harassing them. I don't want any of that at school. That's why I try to be their friend while we're there.
How can we get that to extend outside too, instead of staying in the school?
That'd be pretty difficult. The Hojo family made enemies of the three families. They were branded as traitors, and it's still considered the truth. It wouldn't mean anything if one person suggested an end to the hostilities just because the events around the dam are history now. On the contrary, that would just put them in the same position. Unfortunately for Satoko and Satoshi, the only thing that they can do is wait patiently until the issue withers away. All I can do for them is provide an oasis until that day comes.
So how long do they have to wait?
I don't know. The dam conflict lasted for several years. They were branded back then, so it might take years to clear up too.
Do you mean they won't be forgiven until they become adults? Will Setsuko have to live out her childhood going through that?
That's pretty miserable, isn't it?
We are their friends, aren't we?
Sure, they're my friends. We're all buddies.
Then isn't there something we can do to help our friends?
What exactly can we do? Even if the Sonozaki family declares that the dam conflict is over, so the Hojo family are no longer outcasts, that won't solve the problem. It's not that simple. In the first place, Granny hates the Hojo family and won't suffer their name to be mentioned in her presence. It's not a matter of someone forgiving another, it's a matter of very complicated ties between the people of this village. It's absolutely terrifying to have them as your enemies. Everyone knows that very well, and that's why they maintain good relationships with their neighbors. However, if you make enemies out of them, you'll have to face the consequences. That's the unwritten law of the Japanese community. And the Sonozaki family is a part of this unwritten law. Now that the Hojo family are outcasts, not even the Sonozaki family can overturn this situation.
So, even if it's an issue of Hinamizawa, we can't do anything about it as Hinamizawa residents?
Unfortunately, that's probably so, yeah. If there's someone who can help Satoko, that person must be someone who has nothing to do with the village, but there's no one like that here.
Oh no, my sprite broke too. Are you saying someone from outside has to come help her?
Like Rika-chan says, would a knight in shining armor from the outside world ever come here? Would that person bring in a new mind into this village that has been filled with stale air for hundreds of years? No way. That's just wishful thinking. Time will solve the problem someday. Until then, I have to be their ally. I can't think of anything else I can do for them. As Rika-chan and I crunched on our rock candy, we can only pray that people will forgive Satoko and her family sooner rather than later. Rika-chan gently broke the heavy silence.
I know.
Eh?
I know someone who has absolutely nothing to do with the village will come here from the outside.
That's right. The dam conflict is over, so it'd be great if more people moved into these lots that are for sale. Wouldn't it be fun if a family with a kid our age moved in?
He will come. I know. We'll break this evil practice alongside him. That will be the first key to one of the 3 locks that have been trapped in the past.
Eh? What's this? Are you talking about a novel or something? Rika-chan says some odd things sometimes. When she talks that way, she seems so mature. I even start to doubt that she's really younger than I am. The unreasonable antagonism towards the Hojo family. Will there really be someone from the outside who will shatter our old traditions?
Let's see.
We probably have enough time for like one more fragment. Just one. Oh, thank you. Oh, that is my YouTube. It's also,
I'm just now realizing the monthly Eggy thing is behind the notification thing. I'll have to fix that after this stream. Let's see, a red capsule, so... it wouldn't be this far ahead. Okay, let's save real quick. Because I'm not quite sure the next one to do. I think we have a few possibilities. But, let me see. I think there's like one up here. Let's see, there was... her aunt's not dead yet. Rika's father, parents don't have anything going on. Satsuko's not in the hospital yet. So nothing on that page. Results, research, bat, execution order. Satsuko must not be allowed. Satoshi. Repetitive apologies. Might be repetitive apologies? I don't think so, though. Prior to... this one? Nope. Okay, not that one. Not that one. Okay, so it's nothing on these first 3 pages. Let me load. Again, not that I expect it to really make a difference one way or another. Oh, okay, so this one's the next one. Is Rika kind of a fortune teller? I mean, in a way. Because, I mean, you go through the same, you go through, like, your life over 100 years. You kind of are just like, yeah, okay, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen, yeah, some differences are here and there, but yeah, this is gonna be consistent. Because, in the last chapter, in the very beginning of the last chapter, it was established that, like, you know, they were able to repeat time, like, over a few years span, but then Hanyu's kind of slowly been losing power, so now they can only go back, 2 weeks. So yeah. Because, you know, when Mr. Doesn't Call His Wife showed up in Hinamizawa, she was like, hey, your wife's gonna die, but also I'm gonna die. Please help me. So she already has went through at least 1 loop, if not more, at that time. So yeah, she knows what's up. The Hojo family is well known for going against the whole village during the dam conflict. Both the husband and the wife were rather aggressive, and they fought a fierce battle, especially against the Sonozaki family. Although the whole village treated them coldly, the husband and wife didn't really care and kept on fighting. In a way, they were extremely strong-willed people. I'm sure their children had to go through a lot because of them, though. Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun were treated coldly by the villagers as well. In addition to that, Satoko-chan and her stepfather didn't get along, so their stress levels must have reached their limit. Because I'm the director of the local clinic, a rather respected member of society, people usually tell me a lot of things, so I was aware of the treatment that they were receiving even before I met them. I met Satoshi-kun first. Satoshi-kun came to the clinic because he felt ill from too much stress. He must have thought he had a cold. When I examined him, he even told me that. But hearing his repeated sighs and by seeing the exhausted look in his eyes, I knew right away it wasn't just a simple cold. Medication would heal his symptoms, but that'd only be a temporary measure. The only way to truly cure him would be to change his living environment. But that was easier said than done. He was surrounded by tangled and complicated relationships with the village and his family, so just resting for a few days and taking some medication wouldn't do. Time was the only thing that could ease off the cold treatment from the villagers, but we were talking a very, very long time. That's why I felt I had to be their first ally in this village, so I could rescue them. Look, kid, I am too busy gambling and not calling my wife. Right? I'm too busy playing mahjong. I couldn't do anything about his stressful environment, but I could try to diminish his anxiety. So I thought the best way was to teach him how to vent his stress. And playing sports is the best way to do that, so I asked him to join the junior baseball team that I coach. As a researcher, I devote most of my time to Hinamizawa syndrome, but I too need to do something else to relax.
I used to play baseball, so I decided to coach the local kids team. After a while, the children of Himizuwa started their own baseball team, and somehow I became their coach. Doctors can't provide health just by giving medication. You need a sound mind and a sound body. I believe health can be maintained through sports as well. But our team needed more people, so I thought of asking Satoshi-kun to join. Being a bookworm, Satoshi-kun wasn't interested in playing sports. He wasn't sure how joining the baseball team would help his situation. I didn't need to go on and on about athletic medicine to explain why sports help people become healthy. I just wanted him to experience it himself, to realize how great it feels to play sports. I think he realized it gradually. He was reluctant until the very end, but he attended all of the team activities and games. As I saw Satoshi-kun slowly regain his liveliness, I realized my plan worked. However, if Satoshi-kun was under that much stress, then Satoko-chan, who lived in the same family climate, must have felt the same way. Unfortunately, I didn't think of her back then. So when Satoko-chan was carried into my clinic as a patient, I regretted doing nothing about her even while knowing the situation. As Satoshi-kun recovered under my guidance, Satoko-chan was left alone in her stressful environment. Also around that time, there was an incident bad enough to make Satoko-chan collapse. That was, of course, her parents' deaths. The day of the Watanagashi festival was a very uncomfortable time for the Hojo family, because although it was a village festival, it was also the day to celebrate victory over the dam construction project. It's understandable that they would plan a family trip around that time so they could leave the village. Satoko-chan's parents fell off of a cliff at the park they were visiting. It happened on such an unlucky day. Because it happened on the day of Watanagashi, people said it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. And people labeled the Hojo family as one that was cursed by Oyashiro-sama.
Okay, I will hydrate. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. I hope everybody, I hope some other people do their hydrate when the hydrate gets redeemed. It's good to have some water. Even if it's soda, I'll count it.
The parents were given a cold shoulder by everyone in the village. So with their parents gone, Satoshi and Satoko could have been freed from that, but unfortunately, the accident happened on the day of Watanagashi. That's why the members of the Hojo family continue to be shunned. Satoko-chan was the only one who was at the site of the accident. Satoshi-kun didn't go to the trip because he had an event with the baseball team. Therefore, the police mainly interrogated her. The detective, Oishi, suspected an act of organized crime by the village, so with Satoko-chan as the only witness on the site, he drilled her with questions. She was as stressed as Satoshi-kun, perhaps even more so of course she couldn't take it. During the interrogation, she began to wheeze and gasp for air, and the anguished look I saw on Satoko-chan's face was when she was carried into the clinic was very, very tragic. It broke my heart just to imagine what she had to go through. Coach, is Satoko okay? Yes, don't worry. She's a bit confused, but only temporarily. That's all. May I see her? She finally fell asleep, so I'd rather not wake her up just yet. Just let her rest for a while. Maybe it's a good idea to have her stay here for a few days, too. Don't worry. I'll take good care of her. Thank you. I know Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who truly cares about his sister. He empathizes deeply with her. In other words, Satoshi-kun's worries and stress were reflecting Satoko-chan herself. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but while Satoshi-kun was, of course, sad about his parents' deaths, he may, at the same time, have been a little relieved that they were gone. His sister wouldn't have been driven into a corner anymore. Unlike Satoshi-kun, Satoko-chan didn't have the social skills to get along with her stepfather. So, putting her mother aside, I was certain that losing her father, the greatest cause of stress in her life, would bring great change to her home environment. But I couldn't believe what happened next. The two were sent to live in an even worse environment with their aunt and uncle. Although at that time I was rather optimistic, thinking that this new environment would be better for the siblings. But you know, at the time we didn't realize how messed up the situation was.
And now we know all about that situation. How bad the uncle is. Okay, let's go ahead and save. And then we shall find somebody to raise. Let me go over here real quick. Let me see. Okay.
Okay, so let's see. Since Peach is not streaming, I can't raid her. So who is streaming right now?
Nobody is streaming. Hello? Yeah, we only have... Huh. We have a big VTuber. Like, you know, almost 5K viewers. Or one that I haven't really interacted with in their chat and they are currently doing ASMR. Huh. Let me see, let me look at the VTuber tag, and if anybody has any suggestions, I am willing to look. Cause yeah, that is wild. This is the first time that there's like nobody that is someone I'm familiar with that is streaming. Huh. I guess today is a weird day. Let's see. Corgi Hound. Oh, they're playing Minecraft. Let's see. Oh, they're playing with Doski. We know of Doski. Let's see. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Only have 11 viewers, so that should be fine. Oh, there's this person that's doing art. Let's see. Do we wanna watch some art, or do we wanna play Minecraft, or do we wanna watch somebody playing Minecraft? I'll do a little poll. Polls are always good. If I can actually do the command correctly. Where we going? Art. Minecraft. We'll have that go for like a minute. And then in the meantime, we will think of a good... we'll do... Fragment raid, because that's what we've been doing for the last, like, hour and a half. And then we'll do the thonk, because I feel like that works. And if there's no votes, then I guess we'll go for Minecraft. Quick chat, making you.
You trickster. You trickster nobody.
Oh gosh, is it really gonna be a 50-50? It seems like it. It seems like it's gonna be a 50-50.
Okay.
Let me just peek in on how they sound. Okay.
We'll go with that.
Okay, so let me... Oh gosh, I moved all of my windows, I am lost. I got confused. Okay, so I think I have their name still. Nope, I have the raid message copied. That's not gonna help me. Okay, so Corgi Greyhound.
Okay, so there we go. There is the raid, and there is the raid message. Thank you everybody for joining us today. Tomorrow, we're planning on collabing with Peach. We're not 100% sure on what we're playing. We might be playing Phasmophobia, we might be playing Dead by Daylight, we might be playing something else entirely. But I don't know. And she also has errands before, so if it's a thing that we can't do a collab, I'll figure out something to do. We'll either play more Higurashi, or maybe I'll ring something. I don't know. We'll figure out. But yeah, this chapter has been really interesting, other than the whole, like, you know, religious thing that Takano is known for. But the fact that this is, like, the first one that there is actually, like, stuff that you can, you know, do in sort of your own order, not one entirely. It's very interesting. Especially considering that, the last chapter had a thing where it's like, you either stop Keiichi or you let him do his thing. But, like, I think we would have ended up with the same thing either way. But anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow around 3 Pacific Standard Time. You can Google the differences.
I will see you guys later. Bye. Bye.
You're too late, nobody. I will keep this in the VOD though.